Chapter 743. Finding astral coins on Situlei and Luchan was easy to explain. The two clan heads definitely had dealings with fiend race cultivators. Xiao Chun wondered how much 100,000 astral coins were worth. Xiao Chun thought for a while before asking, "How many spirit stones can one astral coin be exchanged for?" Ao Jiao thought for a while before replying, 2,000 years ago, during the Thunder King's time, one astral coin was worth 1,000 superior grade spirit stones. However, it was not fixed. For example, if you used astral coins to exchange for spirit stones in the human race, it would definitely not be as much as in the fiend domain. There should not be too many changes now. It should be around 1,000 superior grade spirit stones to 2,000. When Xiao Chun heard this, his heart could not help thumping heavily. Based on this exchange rate, 100,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 100 million superior grade spirit stones. How could the two clans accumulate only 10 million superior grade spirit stones after hundreds of years? This was impossible. Now that the two clans were fully stocked up, Xiao Chun was in a good mood. He revealed a smile and tossed an astral coin on the table. Then he said loudly, "Waiter, the bill." However, Ao Jiao laughed to herself. While 100,000 astral coins might seem like a lot, it would be nearly used up to purchase one or two high-ranked superior-grade secret treasures. The consumption of resources between high-ranked cultivators was far beyond what Xiao Chun could imagine. When the waiter heard that the bill was being paid, he rushed over quickly. However, when he looked around, he discovered that the people on the table were long gone. Just as the waiter was about to curse out loud, he suddenly noticed the purple astral coin on the table. His eyes immediately lit up. He held it in his hand and examined it carefully before laughing joyfully. "Astral coin. It really is an astral coin. I have not seen such a forthright cultivator in a long time." Hunluo province bordered the fiend domain. Astral coins were not rare in Hunluo province. Hence, the waiter recognized this astral coin with one glance. Knowing the value of astral coins, the waiter nearly jumped up in joy. Outside the city gates, Xiao Chun removed his black cloak and took one last look at Azure Peak City before continuing on his way. After spending more than a month in the Savage Beast Forest, he had completely recovered in the past 3 days. Xiao Chun's destination did not change. It was still the Devil region, the forbidden land where the Thunder King had comprehended his will. At this moment, everyone in the Lu residence in Green Summit City was listless. Lu Chun was dead, and the clan had lost a half-sage. Everyone could predict what would happen to the Lu clan in Green Peak City in the future. It would be difficult for them to continue their glory. If it weren't for his prestige, his enemies would have come to kill him long ago. But his peaceful days wouldn't last long. Unless Lu Enz, the successor to the family head, was willing to cut off more than half of the family business. "Young Master Lu, what do you think? As long as you say that you will leave the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, our magnificent fiend hall will immediately help you deal with that brat." In the brightly lit main hall of the Lu family, a burly man in a yellow robe with a rough appearance and an ominous glint in his eyes said to the indecisive Lu Enz. Although Green Peak City was a small city, its proximity to the Savage Beast Forest was excellent. It had always been one of the strongholds that the major factions of Hunluo province fought over. On the surface, it was in the hands of the Situ clan and the Lu clan. However, everyone in the know knew that the two clans were backed by the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School was the reason for the conflict between the two clans. They did not want one of the clans to grow too strong. In reality, if one thought about it carefully, one could understand. Given Situlei and Luchen's half-sage cultivation, without a strong backer, any martial sage would be able to subdue this place. However, such a situation did not happen. Clearly, everyone knew that touching these two clans was equivalent to offending the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Things would not end well for them. The yellow-robed man appeared very confident. He smiled and said, "I believe you have already reported the situation here to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. However, they will not offend the Haotian sect for the sake of two small clans. They are even more afraid of the human race's Bushin Palace taking revenge on them if they kill this genius. However, we fiend race cultivators do not have so many scruples. If we kill him, so be it. As long as we do not break the tacit understanding between us, it will be fine." Lu En's expression slowly relaxed. He had indeed reported the situation to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The other party's reaction was exactly as the yellow-robed man said. They only placated Lu En's and said that they would send experts to take over the Lu clan temporarily. Then, they would take Lu En's in as a true inheritor. After Lu En's finished his studies, he would take revenge for his father's death. They had not mentioned taking the initiative to attack that brat. However, Lu En still hesitated. After all, as a human, he could not accept the fact that he was a fiend race faction. However, when Lu En's recalled the scene of his father Lu Chun being smashed into a meat patty by Xiao Chun, boundless hatred surged in his heart. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. Very well, I promise you. As long as your magnificent fiend hall can kill that brat, I will help you gain complete control of Green Peak City. The yellow-robed man stood up and laughed loudly. He said, "How delightful! In less than a month, that brat's head will appear before you." Hunluo Province was located at the border of the Fiend Domain and the Tianwu Domain. The humans and the Fiend races had already infiltrated each other, forming a special, chaotic land. Be it the Tianwu Domain's Bushin Palace or the Fiend Domain's Heavenly Fiend Palace, they could not manage this place well. As time passed, they abandoned this place. This made it a completely lawless zone, and the chaos intensified even more. There were 6 major factions in Hunluo Province. The human race's Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Bone Tomb Sect and Blood Shadow Sect, and the Fiend race's Magnificent Fiend Hall, Heavenly Tiger Sect, and Soaring Serpent Mansion. These 6 major factions were all rank 8 sects with strong peak martial sages holding down the fort. In terms of accumulations, they were much weaker than the 9 ranks of the great families. However, among the rank 8 sects, any one of these 6 major factions would rank at the peak in any domain of the Kunlun realm. This was just one province and there were 6 peak rank 8 sections. The chaos and conflict there was easy to imagine. Furthermore, the Bushin Palace and the Heavenly Fiend Palace made this place seem weak. Several loose cultivators who committed great crimes in the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain did not want to flee to the distant Primal Chaos domain. If they didn't want to run to the remote Primal Chaos domain, they would hide here to avoid being hunted down. Here, be it the famous bandits of the Tianwu domain's evil cultivator ranking or the great evil fiends of the Fiend domain, they could be found everywhere. On a mountain peak outside Azure Peak City, strong winds blew away white clouds, causing them to drift about. That yellow-robed man from the magnificent Fiend Hall stood at the summit, looking calmly into the distance. Whoosh! 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 A nimble figure leaped up from the foot of the mountain like a monkey, continuously climbing up. With a single kick, he would leap 500 meters. This person's kick was clearly very strong. However, when he landed, he was as light as a feather. None of the rocks on the mountain peak tumbled down. This person climbed the 5,000-meter-tall slope in a few breaths of time before landing on a huge rock at the summit. This person also wore yellow robes. However, his clothes were messy, and he did not care about his appearance. His long hair was a mess, as if he had not combed it for a long time. With one glance, the word sloppy would immediately appear in one's mind. Only his eyes were spirited, bright, and clear. These eyes were like luminous pearls that had suddenly popped out of a pile of trash. They were very dazzling, making everyone forget about the pile of trash, and only remember this pair of luminous pearl-like eyes. The sloppy youth half-squatted on the huge rock, not bothering with his image at all. He stuck his finger into his ear and said breathlessly, "First uncle, why are you looking for me so urgently? I did not come to Hunluo Province to sightsee." The yellow-robed man turned around and said with a smile, "Feng, I called you over this time to help our magnificent Fiend Hall with something. As you know, Azure Peak City is the city closest to the Tianwu domain in Hunluo Province. The magnificent Fiend Hall has long been interested in this city." The sloppy youth with the single word Feng removed his finger from his ear and casually flicked it a few times. He said lazily, "What does it have to do with me? You joined the magnificent Fiend Hall, and no longer have anything to do with our giant ape race." The yellow-robed man felt somewhat frustrated in his heart. He said, "Little brat, you have already grown up and your wings have hardened. Now that you have the title of Little Heavenly Monkey, have you forgotten how I raised you?" Feng's lips twitched as he stood up from the huge rock. he said helplessly. Very well, tell me what you have to say. If it does not interfere with my matters, I can do it in passing. The yellow-robed man smiled and said, help me kill someone. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, you might not need to do anything. Feng's bright eyes stared at the yellow-robed man and said, kill someone? Given your cultivation as an inferior-grade martial sage, you still need me to help you kill someone? The yellow-robed man said softly, sometimes there are some tacit understandings that cannot be broken. With my status, if I were to kill a junior genius, Bushin Palace will definitely find trouble with me. The Fiend Domain's Skyfiend Palace will also find trouble with me. The situation was easy to understand. The major races were hostile to each other due to the competition for resources and other issues, but they also had their own tacit understanding. If your family sends out their older generation experts to kill the younger generation geniuses on my side, and my side does the same, then the two families can forget about developing. Sooner or later, there would be a shortage of successors, and their legacies would be severed. They would all perish. The matters of the younger generation should be left to the younger generation. If there were no great benefits, no one would break this unspoken tacit understanding. I have already contacted Wu Yuankai, one of the 10 great evildoers of the Hunluo province. This kind of loose cultivator does not fear anything. If he fails, you will have to take action. The yellow-robed man said indifferently. Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, up to you. However, I am curious, who exactly are you going to kill? Even after inviting the 10 evils, you are still worried. Could it be the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain? Don't worry. They are not at that level yet. Just wait for my news. If I do not come looking for you in 10 days, the mission will end. The yellow-robed man leaped off the peak and vanished from Feng's sight. Feng, the genius cultivator of the giant ape race, who was known as the little heavenly monkey in the Fiend domain, had messy hair and loose robes. He smiled and said, how disappointing. If it were not the 7 giants, this mission would be very boring. At this moment, Xiao Chan did not know that someone had killed Situ Lei and Lu Chan for him, creating a huge disaster for himself. He was currently rushing to his next destination, the Hunluo province's provincial capital. After that, he would make a trip to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's headquarters to see if the Eternal Heavenly Sword School had any connection to the Thunder King. Along the way, Xiao Chan gained a better understanding of the Hunluo province. This Hunluo province actually had 6 rank 8 sections. This surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Chapter 744. Rank 8 sects were considered strong factions in the Tianwu domain. They were all in the same province. Who knew how intense the competition would be? The founder of this Eternal Heavenly Sword School is really shameless. Unexpectedly, he said that he created the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadows sword. I really want to know who this Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is. Ao Jiao said angrily from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Along the way, Xiao Chan met several Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples. When they spoke, they all respected this founder of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. They said that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was an absolute genius. Not only did he establish the Eternal Heavenly Sword School from scratch, but he also created several exquisite sword techniques. In the end, when Ao Jiao heard this, she flew into a rage. The sword techniques that the other party mentioned, including the Thunder Light Fleeing Shadows sword, were all comprehended by the Thunder King himself when he was young. Along the way, Xiao Chan had heard Ao Jiao's complaints several times. He smiled faintly and said, don't say any more. That Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is probably dead already. There is no point in you cursing at him. Ao Jiao said calmly, that person was already a martial sage 2,000 years ago. If he broke through to Emperor Wu, even if he was a minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, he would have no problem living for another 2,000 years. Xiao Chan shook his head and said, that is impossible. If he became Emperor Wu, he would shake up the entire place. No other faction would be able to set foot in Hunluo province. The most important thing is that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples did not say that he became a martial emperor. If he really became a martial emperor, he would flaunt it. What you say makes sense. However, I feel that this is too much of a coincidence. 2,000 years ago, right after the Thunder King fell, this Eternal Heavenly Sword School was established. If he did not want to become a martial emperor, Why would he establish a sect for no reason? Establishing a sect is for the sake of obtaining resources to become a martial emperor. Ao Jiao's expression turned grave. Her suspicions of this eternal heavenly sword school increased. Xiao Qian noticed the main point in Ao Jiao's words. He asked, "What does establishing a sect have to do with breaking through to Emperor Wu?" Ao Jiao explained. Some people with insufficient talent and luck will establish a sect and gather vast resources to forcefully break through to martial emperor. However, this kind of martial emperor's cultivation will forever be stuck at the minor celestial realm, unable to advance any further. Furthermore, the risks are equally high, and the resources required are astronomical. For some people, the gains do not make up for the losses. He glanced at Hunluo City, which was already in sight. Then he stopped and said, "Actually, by now, you should tell me how the Thunder Emperor fell back then." Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao remained silent for a long time. It was like she was unwilling to recall that period of the past. After a long time, she slowly said, "There are indeed some things that I have to tell you." Xiao Qian had always been suspicious about the Thunder King's death. As the youngest sovereign martial emperor since the Qing Emperor, Sang Mu had swept through the Kunlun realm unhindered. Practically no one in the same generation could match him. On the path of cultivation, those who could become Emperor Wu were usually people with great luck. Barring any accidents, they would not fall for no reason. This was even more so for someone like the Thunder Emperor. Since he could be conferred king, he would definitely not die by accident. Back then, in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the mysterious item spirit mentioned the Thunder King, it was full of praise. The first thing it asked Xiao Qian was if the Thunder King was the strongest sovereign martial emperor. After learning of the Thunder King's death, the stunned expression on the Thunder King's face did not seem to be feigned. Ao Jiao revealed a somewhat sorrowful expression. She said softly, "Back then when Sang Mu advanced to sovereign martial emperor, he could not wait to challenge the Thunder King, one of the strongest sovereign martial emperors in the Tianwu domain. The Thunder King was a title. He was the founder of the Thunder and Lightning Palace, a sovereign martial emperor of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. He was also one of the oldest Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. Many people said that the Thunder King was the strongest of the human race. Even the Holy Lord of the Three Holy Masters was not as strong as him. Of course, rumors were just rumors. No one could take them seriously. Furthermore, the Thunder King had already lived for more than 10,000 years, and had not shown himself for a very long time. No one knew whether he was dead or alive. Sang Mu was known as the Thunder King. Now that he advanced to sovereign martial emperor, he naturally wanted the Thunder King's title. However, the title was not bestowed by oneself. One had to have the corresponding strength for the title to be acknowledged by the world. Hence, there would definitely be a battle between Sang Mu and the Thunder King, one of the strongest Emperor Wu of the human race. Having just been conferred king, Sang Mu challenged a sovereign of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. Such boldness was something to look forward to. Xiao Qian asked somewhat anxiously, "Did he win or lose?" Ao Jiao revealed a pained expression. She muttered, "He lost. The Thunder King's Sang Mu sword was broken by that old fellow, the Thunder King." Xiao Qian said somewhat dispiritedly, "In that case, the Thunder King was killed by the Thunder King." Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "No, that old fellow, the Thunder King, only broke the Sang Mu sword and severely injured the Thunder King. However, he did not kill him. He even said that this was an unfair victory, and invited the Thunder King to fight him again in 100 years. Xiao Qian asked doubtfully, "In that case, who killed him? I am not very clear on the specifics either. The instant the Sang Mu sword broke, I fell into a deep sleep, in danger of dying at any moment." At some point in time, crystalline tears appeared in the corners of Ao Jiao's eyes. She said, "When I woke up, not only did the Thunder King not recover from his injuries, they even worsened, becoming fatal. At that time I was so frightened that I started crying. He told me not to cry. When I asked him who did this to him, he did not say anything. He only said that he was betrayed by a vile person, and that he had let me down. After that, he went to the Phoenix's Passion Palace, hoping to ask for a divine moonlight stone to protect me. However, he got into an argument with their young palace master. In his rage, the Thunder King dragged his dying body and killed their young palace master. He forcefully snatched away the divine moonlight stone. The Holy Lord of the Phoenix's Passion Palace planted a vermilion bird holy fire imprint on him, causing him to self-destruct. After Xiao Chun heard Ao Jiao's story, he finally understood the whole story. On the surface, the Thunder King appeared to have been killed by the Holy Lord of the Phoenix's Passion Palace. However, in reality he was already dead. If he were at his peak, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's palace master might not have been able to kill the Thunder King. The crux of this should be the period after the Thunder King's defeat, when Ao Jiao was asleep. How exactly did the Thunder King's injuries become fatal? Clearly, the Thunder King did not want to tell Ao Jiao about this, so Xiao Chun had no way of knowing. Xiao Chun thought about the Thunder King's life. He came from a humble background and became famous at a young age. Along the way, the deeds he left behind in the Sky Dome realm became a legend. After he arrived in the Kunlun realm, he was like a fish in water. He was like a bound Kuan-Peng finally unfurling its wings, larger than the sky. He distinguished himself from the many lower realm geniuses and defeated the disciples of the various noble clans of the Tianwu domain. After he advanced to Martial Emperor, he rose up completely. From then on, he rampaged through the Kunlun realm, inspiring fear in Emperor Wu of the various races. Such a fall was truly regrettable. If the Thunder King had not died, he would definitely be the strongest sovereign martial emperor in the Tianwu domain 2,000 years later. Looking at Hunluo City in the distance, Xiao Chun did not know what to say. Unexpectedly, the Thunder King's death was so strange. Who exactly was the villain that the Thunder King spoke of? Who caused his injuries to become fatal? Xiao Chun did not know where to start investigating. Even if he knew, he would not be able to do anything about it. Given Xiao Chun's current strength, even 1,000 of him would not be a match for the person who could injure the Thunder King. No wonder Ao Jiao had not been willing to tell Xiao Chun. Before he was strong enough, even if he knew some things, he could only treat them as stories. It did not matter whether he told her or not. "Sorry, I made you recall some sad memories," Xiao Chun said with some guilt when he saw the tears in Ao Jiao's eyes. Ao Jiao gently wiped away the tears in her eyes and forced a smile. "It's fine. Some things have been bottled up in my heart for too long. Since I can say them, it means that I can walk out of them." Xiao Chun looked ahead with a resolute gaze. He said seriously, "Don't worry. I will definitely help you investigate the cause of the Thunder King's death. Who is the one behind this? The truth will come to light one day." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Don't seek trouble for yourself. The Thunder King did not tell me back then. It must have been because his opponent was too strong, and he did not want anyone to take revenge for him. Let's go. After we go to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, we will immediately head for the Fiend Domain. You have your own path to walk as well." Xiao Chun did not say anything more. He only remembered this promise in his heart. In the future, when he climbed to the peak, he would personally kill the Thunder King's enemies. The strongest human martial emperor in the Tianwu domain, the Thunder King. Sooner or later, Xiao Chun would pay a visit and defeat the other party, fulfilling the Thunder King's final wish. Before the sky turned dark, Xiao Chun arrived at the city gates of Hunluo City. Hunluo City was no less majestic than Haotian City. In fact, it was even more majestic. This startled Xiao Chun. It was hard to imagine that this was the provincial capital of a border province. It was even more majestic than the provincial capitals of several major provinces in the Tianwu domain. After entering the city, Xiao Chun saw a different scene. Unexpectedly, the entire street was filled with cultivators. Furthermore, they all revealed killing chi, their gazes ferocious. If there was any conflict or argument, they would immediately start fighting. The scene was intense, but no one stopped them. The people here also seemed to be used to it. They watched with great interest and made comments from time to time. They seemed rather excited. Along the way, Xiao Chun saw several duels. Those who lost did not have a good ending. They all died on the street, their treasures snatched away. There were even some people who kept an eye on the cultivators entering the city. When they discovered any unfamiliar cultivator who was not strong or was alone, they immediately swarmed over. The entire city was so chaotic that there was no order to it. Everyone spoke with their fists. The law of the jungle was clear for all to see. Xiao Chun did not want to cause any trouble, so he released his dense killing chi. Only then did he manage to intimidate the crowd, deterring them from acting rashly. After all, such a dense killing chi was not something an ordinary person could accumulate. With one look, it was clear that this person was someone who frequently walked the line between life and death. After finding a random inn, Xiao-Chun ordered a table full of food and wine. Then he called the waiter in and tossed out 5 astral coins. He said, "I have some questions for you. Answer them honestly." The waiter received the 5 astral coins and said with a smile, "Young hero, if you have anything to say, feel free to tell me." Xiao-Chun nodded and said, "Tell me about Hunluo City's situation. Also, tell me how much you know about the Eternal Heavenly Sword School." When the waiter heard that, he immediately started talking. His words were very nimble. Although he had a lot of vocabulary, he was not long-winded at all. Soon Xiao-Chun gained a rough understanding of Hunluo City. Clearly, this was not the waiter's first time speaking like this. However, when he spoke about the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he was not as nimble. Chapter 745. Xiao-Chun already had a rough idea of what the waiter said, so he could not help but feel disappointed. The waiter could tell that Xiao-Chun wanted him to leave, so he said, "Young hero, there is a piece of news that you will definitely be interested in." Xiao-Chun raised his head and asked, "What is it?" About this." The waiter hesitated. Xiao-Chun understood what he meant and gave him another 5 astral coins. The waiter said happily, "Young hero is indeed a straightforward person. In that case, I'll be direct. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is preparing to auction off a broken sword. It is a fragment of a subdivine weapon." When Xiao-Chun heard that, he raised his eyebrows slightly. He said, "Subdivine weapons are worth cities. Even Emperor Wu would be interested. A fragment of a subdivine weapon would be worth a lot as well. It would attract some martial sages. However, this is not really big news." The waiter smiled mysteriously and said, "What if it is the sword that the Thunder King used back then?" Right after the waiter spoke, Xiao-Chun and Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, were stunned at the same time, clearly shocked. Xiao-Chun remembered that when he obtained the Thunderwood sword back then, he only had half of it. The other half was nowhere to be found. Why is the other half of the sword in their hands? Ao Jiao exclaimed excitedly from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao-Chun, ask around and see if it is true. Seeing that Xiao-Chun did not believe him, the waiter quickly said, "This insignificant one does not dare to lie. In the past few years, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School has occasionally auctioned off some treasures with sky-high prices. They are all worth cities. Other sects would definitely hide them, but the Eternal Heavenly Sword School sold them." Xiao-Chun raised his wine cup and took a sip. He revealed a pondering expression. According to what the waiter said, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's actions were very strange. What is the name of the auction house? When is it being held? Xiao-Chun did not know about this. Since he did, he would definitely go and see if there was a chance to obtain the other half of the sword. However, the chances were slim. After all, it was just a fragment of a subdivine weapon. That half was already worth cities. The materials needed to forge a subdivine weapon were all rare resources. Many of them were treasures that could only be found by luck. Once one missed it, one would have to wait for hundreds of years. After the subdivine weapon was forged, it would interest several martial sages. This was especially so for the sects preparing to forge a subdivine weapon. They would spend a lot to buy it. Once the subdivine weapon was successfully forged, the owner's strength would immediately increase by 50%. It would not seem exaggerated at all. Furthermore, this divine weapon was once the sword of the Thunder Emperor, which added to its legend. Given Xiao-Chun's wealth, competing with these people was not realistic. It was not to compete with the Chun about it. The about it, not it said, Chun with the Chun with would not have it. On the 30th of the month, that would be the day after tomorrow. It wouldn't take long. Xiao-Chun waved his hand and dismissed the waiter. Then he said to Ao Jiao in his heart, "What do you think? Why is the remaining half of the sword in the hands of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School?" Waving his hand, Xiao-Chun dismissed the waiter. Then he said to Ao Jiao in his heart, "What do you think? How did the other half of the sword end up in the hands of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School?" "You mean to say that the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage betrayed the Thunder King back then?" Xiao-Chun asked probingly as he put down his wine cup. Ao Jiao shook her head slightly and said, "Not necessarily. Given the eternal heavenly sword sage's strength back then, even if the Thunder King was severely injured, he could have easily killed him." Xiao Chan said somewhat helplessly, "What should I do with the other half of the sword? With my current wealth, it would be very difficult to obtain it." His competitors would definitely be martial sages. Compared to martial sages, Xiao Chen's 100,000 astral coins paled in comparison. He had no chance of winning. Ao Jiao did not seem to care about this. She sighed softly and said, "We'll leave it to fate. We just need to pay attention to who obtains it in the end. Perhaps there will be a chance to get it back in the future. When the lunar shadow saber advances to a subdivine weapon, it will save us a lot of trouble." After eating and drinking, Xiao Chan rented an independent courtyard at the back of the inn for peace and quiet. When the sky turned dark, a cultivator from the magnificent Fiend Hall arrived in the most chaotic area of Hunluo City, the Western District. This cultivator walked over in fear and trepidation. After looking around, he found his destination and carefully arrived at a courtyard. The Western District was filled with ferocious loose cultivators. If not for the magnificent Fiend Hall's identity token, he would not have been able to enter this district as a medial-grade martial monarch. When this cultivator saw the doors before him, horror flashed in his eyes. Wu Yuankai, one of Hunluo City's 10 evildoers, lived in this courtyard. The 10 evildoers were all great bandits of the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain. Even the weakest of them was a half-sage. The top 3 evildoers were even martial sages. The 6 great sects of Hunluo City would not casually offend these 3. This cultivator calmed himself and carefully knocked on the door knocker a few times. Then he said loudly, "Senior Wu, I am a disciple of the magnificent Fiend Hall. The news you are waiting for has arrived." Wu Yuankai's voice reverberated in the dark night for a long time. However, there was no reply from the courtyard. This scared the magnificent Fiend Hall cultivator waiting outside. "Come in." After a long time, a hoarse voice came from inside. The magnificent Fiend Hall cultivator quickly pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. Wu Yuankai, who was dressed in sackcloth robes, looked indifferently at the newcomer and said, "The magnificent Fiend Hall is only a sasa. It took you 7 days to find a person." The newcomer smiled and said, "Hunluo province is so big. Finding a person is like finding a needle in a haystack. It is not an easy task. Take a look. This is the down payment, 50,000 astral coins. After the matter is over, I will give you the other half." Wu Yuankai received a space ring from the person. After checking it, a look of greed flashed across his eyes. He grinned and said, "Give me that person's address. Wait for my good news in 3 days." "Thank you, senior. I will take my leave first." That person handed over Xiao Chen's address and left in a hurry, not willing to stay for another second. Wu Yuankai took a look at the address and said softly, "Since I took someone's money, I have to help them deal with their problems. Junior, don't blame me for being ruthless." The auction would begin on the 30th of the month. Hunluo City was in chaos for 3 days. Xiao Chun was not in the mood to go out and take a stroll, so he focused all his energy on cultivating. Ghostly Image Chop. Blue Dragon goes to sea. Soaring Dragon. In the small courtyard, Xiao Chun used less than 1% of his quintessence to execute the 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques that he knew. Of the 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques, Soaring Dragon was definitely the strongest. This was because it contained the might of a true dragon soaring. It was the strongest of the 3. Furthermore, it was a move that Xiao Chun could perfectly grasp. With this move, no superior-grade martial monarch would be a match for him. Even a half-sage would not dare to clash head-on. Of course, the other 2 moves were not just for show. Ghostly Image Chop was a combination of moves. Once Xiao Chun found his opponent's weak point, he would have a 50% chance of killing his opponent in 1 move. Even against a half-sage, Xiao Chun had a 50% chance of killing his opponent in 1 move. As for Blue Dragon goes to sea, it was a heaven-ranked martial technique that could be used multiple times. It was not like Soaring Dragon and Ghostly Image Chop, which exhausted a large amount of quintessence and mental energy. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chun would use it the most. The other 2 could be used as killing moves. Aside from this, Xiao Chun also had the Dragon Tone art. When he caught his opponent off guard, he could obtain an unexpected result. Furthermore, it was very effective against spirit beasts. As for using the dragon tone art to deal with the deity race experts, Xiao Chun did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, he had not seen the deity race's mental energy martial techniques before. Naturally, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was the best trump card for Xiao Chun. This Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram could easily block the full-powered strikes of two half-sages. Its potential was limitless. During these 3 days, Xiao Chun made a simple assessment of his strength. This could be considered a summary of his overall strength after his fight with Lu Chan and Situ Lei. On the surface, my weakness appears to be my insufficient cultivation. However, it is actually my will. Xiao Chun withdrew his saber and calmly analyzed the situation. Actually, the cultivation of the 7 giants was about the same. However, Bai Wuxue and the others were several times weaker than in Juanxi. There were many reasons for this. However, the most important one was that in Juanxi's will far surpass theirs. Although their cultivations were the same, their strength was on a completely different level. In fact, several inferior-grade martial sages were no longer a match for Juanxi. The most crucial thing is to comprehend a will. After this trip, I have to rush to the place that Ao Jiao mentioned. Who is it? Hiding there, acting sneakily. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. He turned around and retreated 100 meters. Then he placed his right hand on his saber hilt and stared coldly at Wu Yuankai, who was standing on the wall. Wu Yuankai looked at Xiao Chun and silently landed on the ground. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Your vigilance is pretty good. Unfortunately, you are going to be a dead man soon." Wu Yuankai did not look particularly old. He looked like a middle-aged man. However, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and the vicissitudes of life in his eyes gave off a feeling of lethargy. Wu Yuankai's large black robes wrapped around his body tightly. He wore a pair of dark gold gloves on his hands. Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai. There was clearly nothing around Wu Yuankai's body, but occasionally miserable cries could be heard. In the quiet night, the miserable cries tugged at the taut strings in the minds of cultivators. When this person landed, Xiao Chun took advantage of the opportunity to retreat another 200 meters. He looked at the other party with a grave expression, not daring to be careless. Xiao Chen's mental energy was vast and boundless, and his spiritual sense was very sharp. Normally, he would be able to discover a hostile cultivator within a kilometer of him. However, Wu Yuankai only got within 100 meters of Xiao Chun before he was discovered. If Xiao Chun had been any later, he might have been killed in a sneak attack. Occasionally, the disturbing cries resounded. Although Xiao Chun was not greatly affected, he kept feeling that something was wrong. Xiao Chun tried to focus his spiritual sense in his eyes. When he squinted, he discovered 10 odd scarlet ribbons of light that were hard to see with the naked eye surrounding Wu Yuankai. The ribbons of light were as fine as needles and thread. As they circled Wu Yuankai, they undulated like waves. As the scarlet ribbons of light moved, the spiritual energy of the world scattered and gathered like rain. As the scarlet ribbons of light moved, the spiritual energy of the world scattered and gathered like rain. Chapter 746. However, regular cultivators could not see it with their naked eyes. They could only vaguely feel the other party's flourishing aura like a mountain pressing down. This was the commonly known sage might. When cultivators advanced to martial sage, they could comprehend the power of the world and form strong heavenly sage laws. According to legend, Emperor Wu could even become one with the world, forming his own heavenly laws. With a wave of his hand, the sky would crumble, the earth would crack, mountains and rivers would shatter. Those thin red ribbons of light should be the laws of the world of this person, the half-step sage realm. This person was definitely not simple to condense 10 odd heavenly sage laws. Back when Xiao Chun fought Bai Wuxue, it looked like they were evenly matched within 100 moves. However, after another 500 moves, Xiao Chen's quintessence and vital qi would run dry. Furthermore, Bai Wuxue had heavenly sage laws. The speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy and the amount of quintessence he could store were not something Xiao Chun could compare to. Xiao Chun, this person is not simple. The red ribbons of light you see are not his true heavenly sage laws. They are just the projection of the heavenly sage laws in his dantian. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, said with some worry. He should have cultivated some kind of evil cultivation technique, infusing his baleful aura into his laws. Otherwise, the originally vast and mighty laws of the world would not be scarlet and filled with evil qi. If there is an opportunity, it is best to leave. Back when you fought with Bai Wuxue, no matter what, he had to worry about Shui Lingling. This person is a loose cultivator. He is probably lawless and does not care about anything. Even without Ao Jiao's reminder, Xiao Chen was already very focused. The person before him was probably the strongest opponent he had faced since coming to the Kunlun realm. Thunderclouds filled the sky above, and muffled thunder slowly roared. Occasionally, purple lightning tore through the sky. Xiao Chen had already unleashed his immortal state of thunder. Xiao Chen placed his right hand on his saber hilt and silently executed Qing Emperor, drawing the saber. A red light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. That was the peak state of massacre that he had not used for a long time. At this moment he did not hold it back. The wind formed by the massacre intent slowly blew in the courtyard with a heavy and desolate feeling. Soon a strong wind blew. This wind contained the boundless killing intent in Xiao Chen's eyes. As the strong wind blew, the green grass in the courtyard lost all signs of life and withered on the spot due to the strong wind of massacre. The wind howled and the cranes howled, accompanied by lightning and thunder in the night sky. Amidst the shocking momentum, Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered, and his black hair fluttered. Holding his saber hilt, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura, hiding himself in the world. In the vast and unbridled aura he seemed infinitely small. The distance between him and Wu Yuankai seemed to have increased by thousands of kilometers. However, with just one movement, this tiny figure hidden in the world would cross 5,000 kilometers and arrive with a torrential aura. Wu Yuankai's pupils constricted as he exclaimed softly. A strange light flashed in his eyes, and he was somewhat surprised. And he Wuin he chi he. Wu, he Xiao Chen. Was he comma with comma, he drawing he dao xiao, he. What shocked him was Xiao Chen's drawing the saber. What shocked Wu Yuankai was Xiao Chen's drawing the saber. Martial monarchs of the same generation, even cultivators with higher cultivations than Xiao Chen, felt suppressed on the spot. However, to Xiao Chen this was nothing. He had already condensed his own heavenly sage laws. His aura contained the might of a sage, so he did not fear it at all. However, to Wu Yuankai this was nothing. He had already condensed his own heavenly sage laws. His aura contained the might of a sage, so he did not feel any fear. Interesting. What a strange drawing the saber. He infused his aura and state into his saber technique. However, it does not look perfect. Wu Yuankai's lips curled up. Although he was shocked, he did not feel much pressure. He appeared very relaxed. Good. Watch as I capture you and force out this drawing the saber. Haha. Xiao. Wu Yuankai stepped forward. Amid the strong wind and lightning, he charged forward with an indomitable will. However, just as Wu Yuankai took half a step forward, he suddenly discovered 34 images leaping out of the boundlessly distant white figure. Each image represented a trajectory of the saber. 34 different saber positions sealed off all possible routes of escape for Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai's feet shrank back as he quickly retreated. His relaxed demeanor now had a grave expression. Xiao Chen looked forward and saw a strong wind howling endlessly. Thunder rumbled in the dark clouds above. Occasionally, purple lightning tore through the sky. That insignificant figure did not move at all. Xiao Chen continued to hide his body under the sky, looking at Xiao Chen coldly from 5,000 kilometers away. Strange. Unexpectedly, this drawing the saber has such a name. Wu Yuankai no longer dared to be careless. The 10-odd red ribbons of light behind him suddenly brightened. As the light flickered, it became as red as blood. Its aura flourished as it rose continuously. Xiao Chen thought to himself that it was unfortunate. If this person had walked up without any fear earlier, he would have died. If this person had walked up without any fear, he would have used the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber to strike the careless person in an instant. Xiao Chen would have been able to gain the initiative in one move. Advancing or retreating would have been under Xiao Chen's control. Unfortunately, this person was extremely cautious. The moment he took half a step forward, he immediately reacted. He would not give Xiao Chun such a good opportunity. As the two auras clashed in the courtyard, the atmosphere instantly turned extremely stifling. Strong winds, lightning, scarlet light, and anguish cries all tangled together, giving off dull sounds of collisions. Kasie, kasu. The ground cracked bit by bit. Many cracks spread out like a spider web. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was no lack of experts in the surroundings of the inn. Several of them immediately sensed the stifling aura. They looked around and quickly rushed over. Night battles were not rare in the chaotic provincial capital. However, few were like this. Before it even started, everyone already felt that something was wrong. This is definitely not a fight between nobodies. It must be a fight between experts. The cultivators who came to Hunluo City were definitely not good people. Aside from being able to watch the excitement, they might even be able to pick up some unexpected benefits. Soon, hundreds of cultivators gathered around Xiao Qin's courtyard. They all stared at the two below with fervent gazes. When these people clearly saw Wu Yuankai's face, they all showed horrified expressions. They could not help but take a few steps back. It's Wu Yuankai. He is one of Hunluo City's 10 great evildoers, an existence ranked 20th in the Tianwu Domain's evil cultivator gang. How can it be him? This old fellow has not come out for a long time already. The two people in the courtyard did not care about the commotion outside. The instant Wu Yuankai's aura reached its peak, he stopped hesitating and attacked decisively. The scarlet light around Wu Yuankai was frighteningly dense. Countless sinister monstrous heads moved up and down, opening their mouths and roaring with all their might. All sorts of negative emotions, massacre, berserk, chaos, grief, and fear, surged toward Xiao Chun like the tide, entering his sea of consciousness. The vast mental energy in Xiao Qin's sea of consciousness turned into a golden sea that reverberated. With a huge wave, it shattered all these negative emotions. The horrifying baleful aura did not affect Xiao Qin at all. Xiao Qin's hidden body calmly watched Wu Yuankai fly over. After 2 breaths, Xiao Qin's right hand, which was on the saber hilt, moved. Amid the strong wind and lightning, the resplendent saber light seemed to traverse 5,000 kilometers, arriving in an instant. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out in the dark night. In an instant, the courtyard was shattered by the 2 strong forces. The ground, which had already cracked long ago, could no longer endure it. With a loud rumble, it completely crumbled. Thousands upon thousands of huge rocks flew into the air, turning the place chaotic. Pusii. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Xiao Qin's mouth. His figure was sent flying backward continuously. Huge rocks were smashed into pieces by his body one after another. Wu Yuankai, who was in the air, did not move at all. However, there was a horrifying saber wound on his chest. The remnant electricity in the wound sizzled continuously. The electricity poured into Wu Yuankai's body, wreaking havoc. Wu Yuankai's lips twitched, and his thick eyebrows knitted tightly. When Wu Yuankai looked down, he saw the 8-centimeter-long saber wound on his chest, which broke through his inner armor. An expression of disbelief flashed in his eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Wu Yuankai's body had dodged more than 30 times according to Xiao Qin's movements in order to avoid the omnipresent trajectory of the saber. Originally, Wu Yuankai thought that he had completely seen through the trajectory of Xiao Qin's saber. However, in the final instant of the exchange, he missed and got struck by Xiao Qin's saber. However, Wu Yuankai's reaction was very fast. His combat experience prevented him from panicking. The moment the saber light touched Wu Yuankai's chest, he struck Xiao Qin's right shoulder with a palm strike. The surging palm force knocked Xiao Qin back, not giving Xiao Qin any chance to deepen his wound. The tyrannical palm force pierced through Xiao Qin's protective quintessence and the light barrier within him, weakening it by 50 to 60%. However, it still injured Xiao Qin. If not for Xiao Qin's physical body already reaching rank 1 sage body, this palm strike would have shattered all of Xiao Qin's internal organs. Even if this person's strength was not comparable to Bai Wushue's, he was not far from it. Bang! Xiao Qin stabilized his figure and stood on a huge rock. His body leaned forward slightly as he held his saber with one hand. His gaze was as sharp as a weapon as he looked at Wu Yuankai coldly. Wu Yuankai is injured. Peering through the flying rocks, The many cultivators on the buildings around the inn saw the wound on Wu Yuankai's chest. Shock flashed in the depths of their eyes. Strange, who is this brat? He is so young, yet he can fight Wu Yuankai on equal footing and even injure him. Wu Yuankai's cultivation has already reached rank 2 half-sage. His reputation as one of the 10 evildoers is not for nothing. Since when could a nameless brat injure him? Haha, this is a good show to watch. Wu Yuankai has been killing people for the past few decades. Who knows how much wealth he has robbed? If something happens to him, our opportunity might come. Some people were shocked, but even more people harbored evil intentions. They revealed a murderous intent in their eyes as they stared at Wu Yuankai. This was Hunluo City. None of the cultivators who came here were cowards. Even if one was infamous, once one revealed a weakened state and was severely injured, no one would mind beating up a drowning dog. Chapter 747. Wu Yuankai looked calmly at Xiao Chan. The red ribbon behind him undulated like waves, and the vast spiritual energy of the world surged like a river. Winds and clouds churned, and Wu Yuankai's aura soared continuously. The surrounding rocks also bobbed up and down under the influence of the heavenly sage laws. Not bad. I have not seen such an exquisite drawing the saber in a long time. If it were 30 years ago, this old man would definitely have a good exchange with you. Unfortunately, I took someone's money to deal with this disaster. Today you will die for sure. Wu Yuankai smiled and slowly clenched his gloved hands. As the metal rubbed against each other, it gave off creaking sounds. Blood Shadow Underworld River Fist. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, he punched from a distance. The heavenly sage laws in Wu Yuankai's body surged out, and the red ribbon behind him suddenly gave off a bright light. Even the naked eye could catch a vague trace of it. The scarlet heavenly sage laws radiated an evil aura. As they moved up and down, they continuously absorbed the surging quintessence of the world. The quintessence turned into surging quintessence and shot out together with Wu Yuankai's punch. The scarlet fist light formed a scarlet head that surged forward like a river flowing in reverse. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, the huge rocks in its way were easily crushed into powder and scattered with the wind. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he infused his great perfection saber intent into his saber. The saber hummed continuously as it gave off a boundless purple light. Xiao Chen tilted his body and ferociously thrust his right hand forward. The saber struck the center of the scarlet head, and the withdrawn saber intent scattered. The scarlet head immediately exploded into a clump of scarlet light. The scarlet light scattered everywhere like blood filling the night sky. Wu Yuankai laughed loudly and moved his fists. Fist lights formed scarlet heads flying forward. Each scarlet head left a scarlet trail in the air, looking like a vast and sinister underworld river. A white figure flickered as Xiao Chan rode on the blue dragon image. He brandished his saber and moved in and out of the huge rocks, calmly shattering the scarlet heads flying at him. Wu Yuankai's face twisted, and his veins bulged. He entered a berserk state. The 10-odd scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him undulated continuously, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. Fist light flashed without end. The underworld river surged, crisscrossing, and countless vengeful souls howled. A painting of the 9 serenities of hell appeared in front of Xiao Chan. Amazing! After not seeing Wu Yuankai for some time, his blood shadow underworld river fist has improved again. He can even execute the 9 nether underworld purgatory. That white-robed brat is quite incredible. He is only a superior grade martial monarch. However, by relying on the state of thunder, the state of massacre, and the great perfection saber images, he is not at a disadvantage even after 200 moves. However, compared to Wu Yuankai, he is still a bit lacking. Once the painting of the 9 nether purgatory is executed, it is as if the true purgatory has descended. Not only will the target's mind be in chaos, but even the heavenly mountain frigid iron will be corroded by the netherworld river. The scope of the battle expanded. When the cultivators learned that it was one of the 10 evils, Wu Yuankai, who made a move, the number of cultivators who heard the news increased tenfold. When they saw Wu Yuankai's fist explode and form the aura of the 9 nether purgatory, they all sighed in praise. Xiao Chun casually swung his saber and tore apart a fist. When he saw the various horrifying mysterious phenomena above the vast underworld river, His lips curled up in a cold smile. Even the true purgatory cannot trap me. What more, this is just a mysterious phenomenon. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. Xiao Qian held his saber horizontally as he stood upright. As he watched the nine nether purgatory approach, a vast dragon roar came from his chest. The purple clouds in Xiao Qian's dantian scattered and turned into dense quintessence, spreading to every corner of Xiao Qian's body. The true dragon soared and quickly accumulated its momentum. Its energy was like a mountain flood, boundlessly vast. Xiao Qian could not help but let out a long roar, causing the immortal lightning in the sky to roar continuously. Lightning tore through the night sky, looking like the sky was going to press down. Xiao Qian took a step forward, and the night sky suddenly trembled. His body became like a true dragon as it tore through space and soared into the sky. Body and saber merged. The true dragon is me, and I am the true dragon. Thousands of inextinguishable sharpness, vast and endless rage. Only I am undefeatable. What nine underworld river? What limitless purgatory? What ghost cries and wolf howls? What demons and ghosts? Break. The true dragon soared, shaking the sky and the earth. No one could stop it. The electric light illuminated Xiao Qian's roar immediately attracted the gazes of countless people. Suddenly, Xiao Qian seemed to turn into a raging true dragon charging over. Bang! 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 The surging underworld river, the many malevolent evil spirits, and the many aggrieved spirits wailing in agony shattered continuously. Saber lights flashed as the 9 layers of purgatory appeared. The saber light instantly tore the 9 nether purgatory to shreds, and the horrifying mysterious phenomena vanished. How can this be? This brat tore the 9 nether purgatory apart. In a competition of heaven-ranked martial techniques, power, Wu Yuankai actually lost. Startled cries rang out. No one had expected Xiao Qian to break Wu Yuankai's trump card so decisively without leaving a trace. Ghostly image chop. Charging over, Xiao Qian seized the initiative. He did not hesitate to execute his heaven-ranked martial technique. The shock in Wu Yuankai's eyes was no less than anyone else's. However, he was calmer than anyone else. When he saw Xiao Qian charging over, his figure flashed, and he quickly punched to block. Dang! 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 Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiao Qian sent out. The dark gold gloves and the lunar shadow saber created sparks as they clashed. The dark gold gloves were at least a superior grade secret treasure. When Xiao Qian's saber containing his great perfection saber intent chopped down on them, he did not leave any marks. Xiao Qian even managed to deflect some of the force, reducing some of the pressure on Wu Yuankai. After Wu Yuankai received the 72 saber images that Xiao Qian sent out without any pressure, his lips curled up into a smile. He said, "You overestimate yourself. Do you think that by breaking my 9 nether purgatory you can suppress me? You still dare to take the initiative to approach me? Are you tired of living?" The red heavenly sage laws behind Wu Yuankai fluctuated intensely. A ferocious light flashed in his eyes as he quickly accumulated quintessence. He prepared to use the opportunity when Xiao Qian got close to him to explode him with a punch. Xiao Qian smiled faintly. How could ghostly image chop be as simple as his opponent thought? He twisted his wrist and quickly drew a circle with his saber. Boom! A sea of electricity suddenly appeared. Electricity flashed as it surged towards Wu Yuankai, accompanied by the sound of surging waves. The sudden appearance of the vast sea of electricity startled Wu Yuankai. He quickly withdrew the quintessence he had accumulated and retreated. However, the sea of electricity surged like a tidal wave, chasing after him. The sea was boundless, and the electric light was vast. Before the sea of electricity, Wu Yuankai's figure looked very insignificant. Such a huge mysterious phenomenon. This brat is only a superior grade martial monarch. How can he support his quintessence? Wu Yuankai was very knowledgeable. With one glance, he could tell that the sea of electricity required a vast amount of quintessence. He felt astonished and confused, unable to understand. Even with Wu Yuankai's half-sage cultivation, it was not easy for him to support such a vast mysterious phenomenon. Without finding any openings, the amount of veritable essence energy needed to clash head-on with this move would be several times that of Xiao Qian's. However, at this moment, The surging sea of electricity and surging waves approached him with a vast aura. Wu Yuankai could no longer hesitate. 9 Revolution Underworld River Transformation. Wu Yuankai roared ferociously, and the scarlet heavenly sage laws behind him quickly dimmed. The quintessence in his body erupted like a volcano. Wu Yuankai punched furiously, and the ancient and mysterious underworld river in the 9 layers of purgatory seemed to respond to his call. The sound of splashing water came from above. Space trembled, and a river covered in black chi appeared out of nowhere. It circled around Wu Yuankai 9 times, forming a 9-spiraling river in the air, completely shielding Wu Yuankai from view. Black chi spread out, and countless aggrieved spirits, withered bones and mangled corpses wandered in the black river. It looked like a real underworld river, looking very horrifying. Bang! The sea of electricity and the 9 layers of underworld river clashed, producing a loud sound. Waves of alternating purple and black surged out, emptying everything within 3 kilometers. Wu Yuankai moved back 100 meters. Because he had exhausted a large amount of quintessence, his complexion was somewhat pale. The heavenly sage laws behind him, which were hard to see with the naked eye, quickly undulated, trying to make up for the lost quintessence. However, this move exhausted a lot of quintessence. Unless Wu Yuankai stopped fighting and immediately rested, it would be impossible to recover in a short time by relying on the 10-odd heavenly sage laws. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun would not give Wu Yuankai any chance to catch his breath. He could not drag out a fight with a half-sage who comprehended heavenly sage laws. Amid the scattering sea of electricity, Xiao Chun hit his aura and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then a strand of saber light flashed out. The purple saber light was like a rainbow in the night sky, like a meteor. It disappeared in an instant, untraceable and unfathomable. Suddenly, Wu Yuankai sensed death in his heart, startling him. He quickly stopped recovering his quintessence and focused his mind to its limits. He did not dare to be careless. Relying on his instincts, Wu Yuankai turned around and quickly clasped his gloved hands to his chest. Dang! Electric light burst out, and Wu Yuankai took 100 steps back. With every step he took, space trembled intensely. The tip of the lunar shadow saber was caught by the pair of dark gold gloves. When it came into contact with Wu Yuankai's inner vest, it could not advance any further. Amid the howling wind, the two's clothes fluttered wildly. Wu Yuankai looked at Xiao Chun, whose weapon was caught. He smiled coldly and said, "You can die now." In Wu Yuankai's opinion, he had caught Xiao Chun's weapon and put him in a difficult position. This was the best opportunity to kill him. Xiao Chun would die for sure. Right after Wu Yuankai spoke, a mountain-like sovereign's aura suddenly came from Xiao Chun's body. In the distant past, the legendary and glorious emperor seemed to have appeared before Wu Yuankai's eyes. Wu Yuankai's mind paused for a moment, and he could not help but loosen his grip on the saber. Xiao Chun took advantage of this opportunity and pulled back, drawing the lunar shadow saber. Blue dragon goes to sea. Wu Yuankai swung his saber, and a dragon-shaped saber chi covered in auspicious clouds instantly took shape. Then Xiao Chun spun around and chopped at his opponent like a blue dragon breaking out of the sea. Wu Yuankai had just recovered his wits from the shock of the sovereign's aura, when the blue dragon goes to sea attacked. In his haste, he did not have time to gather his quintessence, so he punched. Chapter 748. Pussy Eye. Blood leaked out of Wu Yuankai's lips as he flew back a kilometer before everyone's astonished gazes. Chase! As Wu Yuankai watched Xiao Chun charge over on the blue dragon, he roared in his heart, burning with rage. This brat really thought that he could not defeat this return of the blue dragon. Xiao Chun just did not have a chance to accumulate quintessence. Wu Yuankai's face radiated murderous intent as he made up his mind. As long as Xiao Chun came again, he would teach him a ruthless lesson. When Xiao Chun was about 100 meters away, he suddenly let out a long roar. The voice of a true dragon resounded in Wu Yuankai's mind like thunder. Wu Yuankai's mind buzzed, and he felt a splitting headache. Fortunately, Wu Yuankai was a half-sage. His mental energy was not something a spirit beast or a regular person could compare to. He circulated his mental energy frantically and recovered. However, at this moment, Xiao Chun charged over again with the dragon-shaped saber chi and the blue dragon. Bang! Another loud sound rang out. Wu Yuankai barely managed to block it before flying back another kilometer. Something's not right. Since when could Wu Yuankai not even block a heaven-ranked martial technique? Unexpectedly, he got knocked back twice in a row. This is too incredible. When the cultivators watching from the distant roof saw Wu Yuankai get knocked back twice, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Wu Yuankai stabilized the surging quintessence in his body and glanced at Xiao Chen. After checking for a while, he discovered that Xiao Chen's quintessence was almost depleted. The electric light on the saber was now much dimmer than it was at the start. Only faint sparks of electricity leaped around weakly. Regular superior-grade martial monarchs could execute a heaven-ranked martial technique 3 times at most before they became extremely weak, no longer having any combat prowess. Only Xiao Chen refined his quintessence twice in every cultivation realm, and consumed the 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit. Only then could Xiao Chen continuously execute heaven-ranked martial techniques after exchanging 100 moves with Wu Yuankai without showing any signs of fatigue. Let's see what other trump cards you have. Wu Yuankai flashed forward and wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. A ferocious light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. He said in a cold voice, "Are you still going to come? If you have any abilities, bring them all out." Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he casually waved his hand and sheathed the lunar shadow saber. He looked calmly at the other party and said, "You do not have much quintessence left, right? If you are determined, then make your move. Even if you kill me, you will exhaust all your quintessence and be killed by your enemies." Wu Yuankai only had 1/3 of his true essence remaining. He had been attacked several times by Xiao Chen, and his consumption of true essence was several times that of Xiao Chen. If Xiao Chen had not comprehended 10-odd heavenly sage laws, he would have drained his quintessence long ago. No better off than Xiao Chen. Trying to scare me? You're still too inexperienced. Wu Yuankai's face sank. He felt that he was being overly suspicious. He should have just killed this brat with a single punch. Xiao Chen remained unperturbed. The depths of his eyes were like an ancient well. He circulated all his vital qi and clashed with the jet-black fist. Bang! 1,000 tons of vital qi burst out. When the two fists clashed, ripples spread out in all directions. Xiao Chen took 100 steps back. Although the force of his opponent's quintessence dissipated significantly, Wu Yuankai did not have any quintessence protecting his body. He could only rely on his strong physical body and the light membrane in his body. Even so, he was still significantly injured. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips, and his delicate face paled. Physical body cultivator. You are a physical body cultivator. When the two fists clashed, Wu Yuankai clearly had the upper hand. However, his expression was more flustered and shocked than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not deny it. He said in a clear voice, "A casual punch of mine has 1,000 tons of force. When I burn my vital qi, I can achieve more than 1,000 tons of force. Exhausting most of your quintessence would not be a problem at all. Do you still think I am lying to you?" Damn it! Wu Yuankai felt conflicted in his heart. He hated that he could not kill Xiao Chen now. However, what Xiao Chen said was true. Even if he killed Xiao Chen, he would exhaust most of his quintessence. There were many people in Hunluo City who hated Wu Yuankai to the bone. There were even more people who wanted to snatch his treasures. Killing Xiao Chen was equivalent to forcing himself into a dead end. Wu Yuankai casually looked around and saw several gazes filled with ill intentions. Why are you still not scramming? Do you really want to throw away your old life here? Xiao Chen shouted. His voice was like thunder, startling the hesitant Wu Yuankai into trembling. After being insulted by Xiao Chen, Wu Yuankai immediately wanted to kill Xiao Chen. However, when he saw the incessant sharpness in Xiao Chen's eyes and that decisive aura, Wu Yuankai subconsciously shrank back. He pointed angrily at Xiao Chen and said, "Just you wait. I will come and take your life in 10 days. After saying that, Wu Yuankai flung his sleeves and quickly left in a flash. The slender heavenly sage laws behind him undulated, showing how sullen Wu Yuankai felt. Xiao! 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 In the dark night, several figures with ill intentions followed the direction Wu Yuankai left, disappearing into the darkness. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao opened her eyes wide. She said incredulously, Xiao Chun, you really scared him away. Xiao Chun said disapprovingly, this kind of old thing has committed endless sins and killed countless people. He looks like he does not fear death. In reality, he is more worried about his life than anyone else. He has lost his sharpness. No matter how strong he is, there is no need to fear him. Ao Jiao said, you have to be careful. I feel that there are a few gazes on you. It's fine. This person lured away the big fish. Some you clan members want to probe me. I do not mind starting a massacre. Come, let's go directly to the auction house. Not long after, as Ao Jiao said, a slender black-robed man blocked Xiao Chen's path. That black-robed man had a fiend chi that was different from a human's, sinister and crafty. This person was actually a fiend race loose cultivator. Based on his cultivation, he should be a superior grade martial monarch. If he revealed his true form, he should be a peak superior grade martial monarch. Be more proactive and toss out the spatial ring in your hand. I can give you a quick death. The fiend race loose cultivator smiled and stuck out his scarlet tongue, giving off a hissing sound. Just kill him. This fellow is a cultivator of the fiend domain's snake race. If he reveals his true form, he will be especially difficult to deal with, Ao Jiao said quickly from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun removed the universe ring in his hand and casually tossed it at this person. Clearly, that snake race cultivator had not expected such a decisive attitude. He only reacted after a while and laughed loudly. Then he stretched out his hand to catch the universe ring. Brat, you are rather tactful. I can choose not to kill you. Bang! 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 The instant Xiao Chun focused his gaze on the universe ring, his vital qi surged through his entire body like a river, giving off rumbling sounds. Xiao Chun took 3 quick steps forward. 1,000,000 kilograms of force struck the ground, causing the sturdy ground to tremble continuously. This startled the snake race loose cultivator. However, Xiao Chun had already arrived before him. He burned most of his vital qi and punched. The wind from the fist surged, and the force exploded violently. The sound of thunder shook the air, and the roofs of the surrounding buildings were directly overturned. After burning his vital qi, Xiao Chen's punch carried 1,400 tons of force. It pierced through the snake race cultivator's protective quintessence. The ferocious force immediately shattered his internal organs. The snake race cultivator's hand slackened, and he vomited a mouthful of blood before falling over. Xiao Chun grabbed the universe ring in the air. Then he looked around coldly. Xiao Chun waved his hand and continued forward without looking back. When the restless figures hidden in the darkness saw this scene, they no longer dared to have any other thoughts. They looked at Xiao Chen's departing figure with horrified gazes. Probably by tomorrow, the news of a nameless brat forcing Wu Yuankai to retreat will spread throughout the city. Wu Yuankai is guilty of many crimes. His infamy has spread far and wide. Unexpectedly, a superior-grade martial monarch chased him away. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. I have never heard of him before. Recently, Hunluo City has been extraordinarily chaotic. For the sake of the Thunder King's broken sword, several martial sages in seclusion have rushed over. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 major factions have all rushed over as well. Soft discussions resounded in the crowd. As they watched Xiao Chun leave, they sighed. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun appeared below the Flourishing Heaven auction house. Xiao Chun did not know what the Flourishing Heaven auction house was, but the area within 3 kilometers of it was very peaceful. Several of the ferocious loose cultivators forcefully suppressed their baleful auras. The chaotic situation in other places was a stark contrast to this place. Due to the grand auction in 3 days, there were many cultivators coming and going to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. According to the information that Xiao Chun obtained, not only would the broken sword of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword be auctioned in 3 days, but there would also be many other precious treasures. Secret treasures, martial techniques, spirit pills, natural treasures, medicinal pill recipes, and many more. As the only auction house in Hunluo City, the bustling scene was predictable. As Xiao Chun followed the crowd, he could sense several strong cultivators. Xiao Chun noticed 4 or 5 martial sages who hid their auras. The heavenly sage laws behind these people, which could not be seen with the naked eye, were all finger-sized. Furthermore, there were many of them. As they moved up and down, vast spiritual energy poured into their bodies. Wu Yuankai's needle-sized heavenly sage laws could not compare to these people's. It was like comparing a child to an adult. In a fight, these martial sages would be able to crush Wu Yuankai with one punch. Furthermore, the auction had not officially started yet. If it were 3 days later, there would be even more martial sages. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. With the 100,000 astral coins on hand, he would not be able to obtain the broken sword of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. As for snatching it by force, that was even more impossible. After entering the interior of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Xiao Chun was immediately dazzled by the treasures in the various cabinets. Several items for auction were displayed in the resplendent hall. With a few casual glances, Xiao Chun discovered several items that interested him. However, when he saw the buyout prices, he could only smile bitterly and withdraw his thoughts. The items that could be displayed in advance would not be the finale of the auction. In other words, the actual auction would be even more shocking than the treasures before him. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, "I wonder what is the background of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion? How is it able to maintain such a grand display in Hunluo City's provincial capital?" When Ao Jiao heard this, she said sullenly, "They have a great background. 5,000 years ago, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion already existed. Their auctions are spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. They also have an auction in the inner city of your Haotian city." Chapter 749. In addition to auctions, they also run many other businesses, such as selling intelligence, processing secret treasures, forging star coins, space exploration, hiring armies, and even auctioning Great Thousand Worlds. After hearing this, Xiao Chun could not help but feel a headache. He secretly clicked his tongue. How is this possible? With such a huge force, wouldn't it be comparable to Bushin Palace? Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, "In the future, you will know how vast and ancient the Kunlun realm is. It far surpasses your imagination. Several of the ancient sovereign noble clans have even more ancient histories than the Bushin Palace. They have existed for a very long time, becoming immortal." Xiao Chun chatted with Ao Jiao about the past of the Kunlun realm as he casually walked around the hall, admiring the treasures for auction. Suddenly, his eyes focused on a crystal cabinet. Inside was a piece of beast hide paper, which was the formula for a medicinal pill. The breaking sage pill could increase the chances of a cultivator breaking through the bottleneck of martial sage. The price was 30,000 astral coins. A fixed price meant that if a guest could pay that many astral coins, they could take this item away and not appear in the auction. Strange, why does such a precious pill formula only cost 30,000 star coins? Xiao Chun summoned a pretty maidservant in the hall and voiced his doubts. The bottleneck to martial sage was extremely difficult. How could this alchemic recipe only be worth this much astral coins? The pretty maidservant explained with a smile. "Honored guest, this alchemic recipe uses the refining methods of the immortal epoch. Ever since Grandmaster Jin was killed in the Kunlun realm, this refining method became extinct. Master Jin was a famous grandmaster alchemist in the history of the Kunlun realm. His achievements on the path of alchemy were so great that later generations could not even see his back. Rumor had it that Xiao Chun possessed a spiritual bone and brimmed with talent. In an immortal sect remnant, he obtained the immortal epoch's alchemy methods. After modifying them, he created many peak-grade alchemic recipes. Unfortunately, his appearance destroyed the benefits of the original orthodox alchemists, and he died in an assassination before he was even 30 years old. The breaking sage pill in front of him was a top-grade pill. Even his descendants were unable to learn his pill concoction method. In addition, he had passed away early, so this pill formula had become a mere decoration. There were many similar alchemic recipes circulating in the Kunlun realm. Several alchemists did not believe in heresy and bought them to study. However, not long after, they would return the price at half price. That was because the strange refining method left them completely confused. It had nothing to do with the refining method that they had been taught. They couldn't figure it out at all. After listening, Xiao Chen's heart thumped loudly. However, his expression did not change. He smiled and said, "You are quite honest. You told me everything in detail." The maid smiled tenderly and said, "It's not a secret. That customer must have suffered a great loss to sell it at such a low price. However, with this fixed price of 30,000 star coins, I reckon that no one will buy it. The chances of it being auctioned off in 2 days is very high. I'll buy it, Xiao Chan said to the maid as he looked at the alchemic recipe under the crystal glass with a fervent gaze. Shock flashed in the maid's eyes. She felt it was strange. Why did Xiao Chan still want to buy this alchemic recipe when he knew about its uniqueness? However, there were always some people in this world who would not give up until they ran into a wall. The maid quickly recovered her wits and said, "In that case, come with me to the back to settle the bill. I will bring the alchemic recipe to you immediately." Wait a moment. You should be collecting dragon bones, right? 30,000 astral coins was actually quite a lot. A regular half-sage would only have about 200,000 astral coins. As for Xiao Chan, he only had 100,000 astral coins. Spending 30,000 astral coins in one go would inevitably hurt Xiao Chan. Then, he thought of the most valuable treasure in his hands. The maidservant leading the way said calmly, "Dragon bones? Coiling dragon bones? Earth dragon bones? Fire dragon bones? Flood dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? Dragon bones? True dragon bones." The maid instantly stopped and quickly turned around. Then she revealed the sincerest smile and said, "True dragon bones. I'll bring you to the VIP room. A venerate will personally receive you." The pretty maid's expression when she heard about true dragon bones astonished Xiao Chan. "It looks like I underestimated the value of true dragon bones." That is true. Aside from the dragon burial mound, it is hard to find another place with true dragon bones in the vast Kunlun realm. Furthermore, the true dragon cave is not a place you can enter just because you are strong. Most of it depends on luck. In that case, I can probably sell it for a good price. I have more than 100 pieces of true dragon bones. Perhaps I can really redeem you. Haha, in that case you are too naive. How can I be worth so little astral coins? You'd better save them for the things you need. Following behind the maid, Xiao Chan and Ao Jiao quickly conversed. Soon they arrived at the VIP room on the 3rd floor. The maid smiled and poured a cup of tea for Xiao Chan. "Please have some tea. I already sent someone to inform the venerates. They will not take long." After knowing that Xiao Chan was selling true dragon bones, the attitude of the maidservant before him underwent a complete change, becoming extremely attentive to his needs. Xiao Chan held the teacup made of glazed purple crystal jade and smiled faintly as he received the teacup. "I am Xiao Mei. I have not asked for young master's name and which sect you are from." The maid named Xiao Mei exuded a boundless charm. She started to try to worm information out of Xiao Chan. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Chan put down the teacup and glanced at the girl. He said softly, "I am from the Haotian sect, Xiao Chan." Naturally, Xiao Chan would not be easily tempted by this girl. As they chatted, the other party did not manage to obtain any useful information. Creak! Not long after, the doors to the VIP room opened. A noble girl wearing purple phoenix robes walked in leisurely. Her jet-black hair was coiled into a cloud-like bun and adorned with a simple-colored phoenix hair ornament. She gave off a feeling that she was ambitious and that she was going straight to the clouds. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her skin was as lustrous as white jade. This girl exuded an air of nobility. Of all the girls that Xiao Chan had seen, only Princess Yu could suppress her. "Xiao Mei, you may withdraw first. I will entertain this young master." The maid's red lips parted, and her voice was as clear as flowing water. It was very memorable. Xiao Mei was somewhat startled. She did not know why the one who came was a grand venerate, Nangong Cheong. She replied respectfully and withdrew. "Supreme Sky Sex Xiao Chan, the bearer of the Sky Dome Realm's luck. 3 months ago, you fought against Bai Wuxue at the Dragon Burial Mound and did not lose 100 moves. Last night, when you fought with Wu Yuankai, you were the one who chased him away." The noble girl smiled gently as she looked at Xiao Chan with a pair of charming eyes. Ao Jiao had already introduced the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's origins. The moment the other party opened her mouth, she revealed her identity. Xiao Chan was not surprised. He sat calmly on the rattan chair and raised his eyelids slightly. He looked at the other party calmly and said, That is me. However, I do not like to speak nonsense, especially with strangers. Stop trying to probe me. Clearly, this girl had never met someone as direct as Xiao Chan before. He did not bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. Clearly, she was not used to it. Take out the dragon bones. Let me take a look. Xiao Chan casually tossed, and a segment of true dragon remains slowly drifted towards the other party. Nangong Chong quickly caught the dragon bone with her lily-white hands. With one look she knew that it was real. She raised her head and said, "It is indeed a true dragon bone. Although it is a subordinate dragon of a low status, it is still very valuable. This segment can be exchanged for 2,000 astral coins." 2,000 astral coins. Xiao Chun had more than 100 segments. He kept some for his own use and sold 100 segments. That was 200,000 astral coins. Xiao Chun had not expected the true dragon bone in his hands to be so valuable. Given this, he would not need to be a spectator in this auction. Deal. I have 100 segments of true dragon bone. We can make the transaction now. Nangong Cheong had not expected such a large sum. She hesitated for a while but did not rush to speak. Xiao Chun frowned and asked, "What's wrong? You don't believe me? Or does your flourishing heaven pavilion feel that there is no need to collect so many true dragon bones?" "No. Young master, don't misunderstand. True dragon bones have always been rare and have many wondrous uses. Naturally, the flourishing heaven pavilion will not complain about having too many. However, if you sell such a large number of dragon bones to me in Hunluo City, you will suffer a great loss." Xiao Chen asked interestedly, "What do you mean?" "It is just across from the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. The shops of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School purchase dragon bones all year round. Furthermore, they sell them at twice the market price." After understanding the situation, Xiao Chan smiled faintly. Then he looked at the other party and said, "You are an interesting person. Instead of doing business, you are pushing it away. Hand over the alchemic recipe. I'll buy it." No matter how interesting the other party was, Xiao Chun could not let himself suffer a loss. Naturally, he would not come here to sell the dragon bones. Nangong Cheong felt somewhat angry. Earlier, this fellow was praising her. Now he changed the topic and made his intentions clear. Nangong Cheong handed over the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill and said, "This breaking sage pill is priced at 30,000 astral coins. Actually, that is an exorbitant price. If you really want to buy it, the base price of 10,000 astral coins is more than enough." "Oh, in that case, I'll auction it off in 2 days. Goodbye," Xiao Chen said as he stood up. Seeing Xiao Chen leave just like that, Nangong Cheong felt extremely depressed. Before she could finish speaking, Xiao Chen had already opened the door and left, disappearing long ago. Outside the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, Ao Jiao felt suspicious. She said, "It looks like that girl still has something to say. Why did you not give her a chance at all?" Xiao Chan said softly, "This woman's origins are unknown. She is strong and has many thoughts. It is best to have less contact with her. I wonder, why is this Eternal Heavenly Sword School spending so much money to purchase dragon bones?" Ao Jiao analyzed rationally. It should be to refine medicinal pills. True dragon remains are an essential ingredient for many sage-grade medicinal pills. Such a large-scale purchase shows that the success rate of this medicinal pill is much lower than that of a regular sage-grade medicinal pill. They need to have sufficient true dragon remains. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked to the front. Then he said, "We have arrived at the Eternal Heavenly Herb Store." What Nangong Cheong said was true. There was indeed an Eternal Heavenly Sword School herb store across from the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. They could see it after a few steps. After entering, Xiao Chan stated his purpose for coming. The manager immediately beamed with joy and completed the transaction with Xiao Chun. The 100-segment True Dragon remains were exchanged for a total of 400,000 astral coins. This way, Xiao Chun had more than 500,000 astral coins on him. Chapter 750. A regular inferior grade martial sage would be worth no more than 2 million astral coins. Given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, 500,000 astral coins would be an instant fortune. "Young master, please wait a moment. Our young master would like to invite you upstairs for a chat." After the transaction, the plump shopkeeper invited Xiao Chan. This herb store belonged to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. The young master that the shopkeeper mentioned should be the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, Mo Lingtian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School wanted to auction off the broken part of the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. It was not strange that the top true inheritor of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School would come personally. Xiao Chan had long wanted to see the Eternal Heavenly Sword School for himself. He did not hesitate to agree. On the second floor, Xiao Chan saw the young master that the shopkeeper mentioned. He was about 27 or 28 years old, considered very young in the Kunlun realm. Mo Lingtian looked handsome and had a deep cultivation, a half-sage. Sparks of electricity leaped about in the depths of his eyes. An indistinct sword intent occasionally flickered in the electric light. Behind Mo Lingtian, Xiao Chan looked carefully and discovered heavenly sage laws comparable to Wu Yuankai's. This person was not simple. However, this was not what Xiao Chan was concerned about. What he was more concerned about was that when Mo Lingtian first saw him, a hard-to-detect killing intent flashed in his eyes. White-robed bladesman, I have heard of your great name long ago. You should have obtained these 100 pieces of true dragon bones at the dragon burial mound, right? It looks like the rumor of you receiving 100 moves from Bai Wuxue is true. Although Mo Lingtian said this, the arrogance on his face did not diminish. He did not truly care about Xiao Chan. If not for the savage battlefield being so far from Hunluo City, I believe we would have met already. Xiao Chan casually replied, waiting for the other party to get to the point. Mo Lingtian asked in an aloof manner, half a month ago, you killed 2 half-sages near Azure Peak City. Is that true? Yes, I did indeed kill 2 blind half-sages. Does your distinguished self have any advice for me? The other party's tone was unfriendly, and Xiao Chan felt that something was wrong. Mo Lingtian's gaze sank. He said, unfortunately, those 2 clans are subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. You killed the people of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. So that's how it was. Xiao Chan finally understood why the other party's eyes flashed with killing intent when they saw him. What a coincidence. I actually took the initiative to deliver myself to your doorstep. How does young Master Mo intend to deal with me? However, there was nothing to be afraid of. He had the support of the 9 ranks of the great families, the Haotian sect. The sect had a great emperor. Even if the other party had the guts, they would not dare to do anything to him. Mo Lingtian waved his hand casually and said disapprovingly, 2 half-sages. So what if I kill them? Furthermore, they have already pledged their allegiance to the Magnificent Fiend Hall. The one who wants to kill you is the Magnificent Fiend Hall. I have another purpose in looking for you. If you agree, you will be a friend of mine, Mo Lingtian. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School can also guarantee your safety. When Xiao Chan heard this, he smiled coldly in his heart. Where does this Mo Lingtian get his arrogance from? Not only is there no payment, but he wants to move me with just a few empty words. Becoming friends with you, Mo Lingtian, is a very glorious thing. Do you really think that you are a martial emperor? I need your Eternal Heavenly Sword School to guarantee my safety. Since when did the Eternal Heavenly Sword School become more arrogant than the Haotian sect? How about it? I have been polite enough to you, right? Not only can I write off the matter of you killing the subordinates of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School, but we can also work together in the future. Mo Lingtian said confidently as he looked at Xiao Chan. He did not want to fall out with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School so early. He still needed to help Ao Jiao figure out the true identity of the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage. Xiao Chan endured the unhappiness in his heart and revealed a smile. Young Master Mo is very magnanimous. What is it? Speak. Mo Lingtian had already expected Xiao Chen's reply. He stood up and smiled. Come to my Eternal Heavenly Sword School 10 days from now. You will know then. That's right. Here is a ticket to the auction. You will be able to sit in the first 2 rows. Take it. Not just anyone can buy it. Mo Lingtian casually waved his hand and tossed a ticket to Xiao Chan. He looked like he was giving away something incredible. If Mo Lingtian knew that Xiao Chen did not even care about the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's Nangong Qiong, he would not feel so superior. Xiao Chan pretended to be pleasantly surprised. He received the ticket and said, Young Master Mo is very capable. To think that you can give away such a precious ticket so casually. Mo Lingtian raised his eyebrows slightly and revealed a cocky expression. He said, "It is just a small matter. If you become my friend, I can even get you a VIP card for the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion." After Xiaochun left, the door to the back of the room opened. An old man with unfathomable cultivation and as straight as a sword appeared. Unexpectedly, he was a martial sage. The old man said with a sullen expression, "Young master, do you really intend to bring him to the Heavenly Rock King's Stargrave Palace? He has caused our eternal Heavenly Sword School to lose a lot of face." A heavy murderous intent flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He said, "Naturally not. If not for the Haotian sect, I would be able to squish him to death with a wave of my hand. The Stargrave Palace is filled with danger. Furthermore, martial sages and above cannot enter. When he no longer has any value, I will just kill him. No one will know that I did it." The old man said with some worry in his eyes. However, news of the opening of the Stargrave Palace has already spread. Not only will the 6 big sects of our Hunluo province rush over, but several young experts of the fiend race will also rush over. Adding such an uncertain factor into the mix, isn't that a little risky? Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully and said, "Did you see his expression just now? Just giving him some small favors and he became so happy. How could such a fellow escape from my palm? I am a peerless genius who will definitely become the everlasting Sky Emperor." Mo Lingtian smiled disdainfully. After leaving the herb store, Xiaochun casually tossed aside the ticket. Then he spent 300 astral coins to buy a seat in the first row. In the Magnificent Fiend Hall's Western District, the yellow-robed man in the Magnificent Fiend Hall's branch looked at Wu Yuankai expressionlessly, clearly unhappy. What a piece of trash. He could not even deal with a superior-grade martial monarch. Furthermore, he was scared away. Wu Yuankai felt very sullen, but he could not rebut. No matter what, the fact that Xiaochun scared him away could not be changed. Wu Yuankai's face twisted in dissatisfaction. After a long time he said sullenly, "I was careless. However, your people did not tell me everything. They did not say that his physical strength had already reached 100 kilograms of force. Cut the crap. I will give you 10 more days. This is your last chance," the yellow-robed man said in a cold voice. Wu Yuankai raised his head and said, "The difficulty has increased. I want the remaining half of the reward. Give it to me now, or else you can go and find someone else." The yellow-robed man had not expected Wu Yuankai to raise the price. He could not help but rage in his heart. However, he endured it in the end. He tossed out a spatial ring and said, 100,000 astral coins. If you fail the mission, you can forget about remaining in Hunluo City in the future. Wu Yuankai caught the spatial ring, and a greedy expression appeared on his face. He said, "Don't worry. He will leave the city sooner or later. At that time, if I do not have anything to fear, he will die for sure." After Wu Yuankai left, an impressive-looking youth walked out of the hall. The fiend energy in his body surged like it would erupt at any moment. This youth's chi and blood were as vigorous as the blazing sun. As he walked, he was like a huge elephant walking on the plains, heavy and filled with power. This was a cultivator of the fiend domain's elephant race. The youth asked, "What's wrong? That brat is not easy to deal with. Do you need me to make a move?" When the yellow-robed man saw this youth, he immediately withdrew the rage on his face. He said, "There's no need. I have already prepared a foolproof plan. Young Hall Master, there is no need to bother with such a small matter." The Magnificent Fiend Hall's young Hall Master did not mind. He said, "How many astral coins can the branch give me? I need 3 peak defensive superior grade secret treasures for this auction. Otherwise, the Stargrave Palace will not be confident." "Don't worry. The Hall Master has already informed us. 500,000 astral coins have already been prepared," the yellow-robed man said, having prepared for this long ago. The youth with surging fiend energy smiled in satisfaction. He clenched his fists tightly and said with a resolute gaze, "As long as I can obtain the fragment of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, even if I cannot advance to Martial Sage, I will be able to obtain another 100 Heavenly Sage Laws, increasing my strength by 50%. When the yellow-robed man heard about the great rock spreading wings painting, he could not help but reveal an expression of yearning. He said, "I heard that the heavenly rock king condensed all his comprehensions before he died into this great rock spreading wings painting. Although it has already shattered into pieces, even a martial sage would benefit greatly from it. Unfortunately, even sovereign martial emperors cannot break into that star-grave palace. Only those below martial sage can enter. Otherwise, this old man would join in the excitement." The youth smiled faintly and said, "Haha, if there are more of the painting pieces, I can bring one for Elder Huang." The yellow-robed man quickly performed a cupped fist salute and said, "In that case, I thank young Hall Master in advance." 2 days later, the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's large-scale auction began as scheduled. All the superior-grade martial monarchs and above in Hunluo City rushed over. The crowd moved like a river flowing into the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's hall. Dressed in a black cloak, Xiao Chun stood in a pavilion across the hall. When he saw this scene, he could not help but sigh. There are probably more than 6,000 people. Even a sovereign sect would not have so many superior-grade martial monarchs. There were limited seats in the auction, so only superior-grade martial monarchs could enter. However, there were still so many people rushing over. This was Xiao Chen's first time seeing such a scene, so he was somewhat astonished. That is normal. More than half of the loose cultivators of the Qianwu domain and the Fiend domain are gathered here. It is not strange for so many superior-grade martial monarchs and above to arrive. Ao Jiao had seen many grand scenes before. These were much more majestic and much calmer than Xiao Chen's. After 1 hour, the crowd slowly thinned. Xiao Chun prepared to enter as well. Just at this moment, a familiar figure slowly appeared in Xiao Chen's vision from a distance. It was a delicate and charming woman in white clothes. Her skin was white like jade, and it seemed as if it could be broken by a gust of wind. Her pure and cute face carried a natural charm. Her curvaceous and alluring body made people unable to control the flames in their hearts. With a swoosh, they started to burn. As she walked, the wine gourd hanging at her waist swayed back and forth. Her face was in high spirits, radiating charm. The moment she appeared, she attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 751. Xiao Chun was slightly stunned and stopped what he was doing. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he said, "It has been almost 2 years since I last saw this girl after the 5-nation youth competition. TSK. Is this the little fox that I hugged back then?" I did not dare to imagine that not only did she manage to take human form, but she even looked so alluring. Ao Jiao's eyes were filled with shock as well. "Hey, who's that man beside her?" His gaze seems to be very ambiguous. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and pulled down the hood of his cloak. He said calmly, "He is probably one of her pursuers. Let's go. It's time for us to go in." "Wait, you are not going to meet this girl? It is not time yet." Mu Xinya's group of 4 chatted softly on the street in front of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. "I heard that aside from the Broken Thunder King's mulberry sword, there will be several peak superior grade secret treasures. Even sage grade secret treasures, which are even more precious than superior grade secret treasures, will appear in this auction." Jiang Zimo spoke calmly, just like when he was in the Sky Dome realm. "That's right. This auction is held by the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion only once a year. Although the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City is not large, it will definitely have many good items. We will definitely be able to buy some of the secret treasures that we want in the Stargrave Palace." The person who took over the conversation was a rather pretty man beside Bai. His handsome appearance gave off a mesmerizing aura. His exquisite facial features looked like they were carved. His eyebrows looked like they came from a painting, and his eyes were as black as the stars. It was a face that women would be jealous of. The only flaw was that although he was handsome, he was slightly lacking in masculinity. His temperament was somewhat feminine. However, this was not a big deal. Some women might even be more attracted to him. Mu Xinya smiled slightly and said, "Haha! Young Master Xuanyu is an outstanding genius of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. It looks like he is confident of obtaining the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting fragment." It turned out that this person was a fiend race cultivator of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. No wonder he was so pretty. After the Spirit Fox race took human form, They were all handsome men and pretty women. They were very charming. Xianyu smiled faintly and glanced at Mu Xinya. An undetectable possessive look flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, "That's easy. The two of you are Xiaobai's friends. The benefits we obtain this time will definitely include the two of you." Just at this moment, Xiaobai, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Her eyebrows, which were like willow leaves, were gently knitted together. Her expression was one of pleasant surprise and confusion. "By what's wrong?" Xianyu hurriedly stepped forward and asked. Xiaobai said somewhat uncertainly, "I seem to have felt elder brother Xiaoqin's aura earlier. However, in the blink of an eye, that aura hid itself. I don't know if elder brother Xiaoqin is here." When Mu Xinya and Jiang Zimo heard Xiaoqin's name, their faces lit up with joy. They said, "That can't be wrong, right? This is Hunluo City. It is very far from Haotian City." Bai squinted slightly and smiled. "That should be wrong. If elder brother Xiaoqin was nearby, how could I not see Bai?" When Xuanyu, who was at the side, heard Bai mention Xiaoqin's name, his expression turned unnatural. There was an expression of jealousy in his eyes. Xuanyu recovered his composure and smiled warmly. He changed the topic and said, "Let's go, the auction is about to start. If we do not go in now, we will miss it." The four of them did not notice a black-cloaked person standing below a pavilion not far away. That person was currently watching them enter the gates of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. "You are extraordinarily ruthless. Unexpectedly, you took the initiative to hide your aura," Ao Jiao said as she clicked her tongue. Earlier, when Xiaoqin leaped off the pavilion, he immediately felt a strange connection. Although the blood contract between him and Bai had been erased by Zishuan, the two of them had been together for a long time. They had experienced many life and death situations. Some things could not be broken on a whim. It was hard to explain that strange feeling. Xiaoqin had no choice but to hide his aura. Only then did he barely manage to fool Xiaoqin. "We have not dealt with Wu Yuankai's problem yet. That Mo Lingtian is not a good person either. If we meet her now, it will only put her in more danger. As long as I know that she is safe, it will be fine. There will be a chance for us to meet again in the future." After a while, Xiaoqin said softly, "That Silver Moon Spirit Fox cultivator called Xuanyu is very strong. No weaker than Mo Lingtian. Furthermore, based on his appearance, he is not a good person." Ao Jiao's eyes had always been sharp. The hidden message in Xianyu's eyes did not escape her eyes. Naturally, it was impossible for Xiaoqin not to see it. He said indifferently, "I hope he does not do anything stupid." Xiaoqin walked forward and soon entered the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's hall. The hall on the first floor was completely different from the last time Xiaoqin had visited 2 days ago. The booths that were originally filled with items for auction had all been moved away and replaced with rows of seats. It was noisy, and the hall was a boiling cauldron of voices. It seemed to be extraordinarily bustling, and all sorts of discussions could be heard without end. Xiaoqin looked at his ticket and quickly found the spot that belonged to him. The auction platform was 500 meters in front of him. It was a pretty good seat, and there were no star coins to spend. This auction is really extraordinary. Not only are there many martial sages cultivating in seclusion, but there are also many martial sages. The top true inheritors of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, the Bone Mausoleum Hall, the Blood Shadow Sect, the Magnificent Fiend Hall, the Heavenly Tiger Sect, and the Soaring Serpent Mansion are all here. Most of those martial sages are here for the broken sword of the Thunder King, Sang Mu. I wonder, why are the top true inheritors of these large sects rushing over? Indeed, this is really strange. There have been auctions in the past, but I have never heard of the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects rushing over. Never mind, this has nothing to do with us. I just want to see if there is a chance to win a weapon that I can use. The moment Xiaoqin sat down, some of the discussions nearby entered his ears. Unexpectedly, the top true inheritors of the 6 large sects all rushed over. Xiaoqin could not help feeling mildly astonished. Xiaoqin extended his spiritual sense into the hall. Soon he picked up several strong auras that were no weaker than Wu Yuankai's. Furthermore, they were all young. If Xiaoqin guessed right, they should be the top true inheritors of the 6 large sections. There were several stronger auras in the VIP rooms on the second floor. The heavenly sage laws around them were all as thick as a finger, numbering in the hundreds. These auras were far from what a half-sage could compare to. There were also many martial sages here. Xiao Chun withdrew his spiritual sense and entered deep thought. For some reason, he felt that a storm was brewing. This auction was just a prelude to something that was about to happen. The true inheritors of the 6 large sects and the hidden strong half-sages might all be here for the same purpose. I wonder if Mo Lingtian calling me over has anything to do with this matter? Suddenly, the noisy hall turned quiet. Xiao Chun looked up and saw a white-haired old man wearing luxurious gold-lined clothes slowly walking over from the auction platform. Everyone, welcome to Hunluo City's flourishing Heaven Pavilion's annual auction. I am Old Qin, the host of this auction. I will not speak any nonsense. I will directly reveal the first item. Old Qin appeared to be very capable. After a simple opening speech, he directly lifted the black cloth on the auction stage. An exquisite pagoda that looked like a cockroach appeared in front of everyone. Boom! Old Qin casually waved his hand and infused some quintessence into the pagoda. The spiritual energy in the surroundings started fluctuating intensely. Ethereal sagely music came from the pagoda. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted as he infused his spiritual sense into his eyes. When he looked carefully, he discovered strands of heavenly sage laws around the pagoda. This was actually a sage-grade secret treasure that surpassed peak superior-grade secret treasures. Several half-sages would not be able to afford such an item even if they sold everything they had. Even if they bought it, they would not be able to sustain the consumption of such a secret treasure. The cultivators here were at least superior-grade martial monarchs. Their knowledge was not something ordinary people could compare to. Soon they recognized the origins of this secret treasure. Unexpectedly, it is a sage-grade secret treasure. This first item is really enviable. Pagoda-type secret treasures are usually defensive. If I can obtain it, I will be able to protect myself against a martial sage. Fool, not to mention whether you can afford it or not, you have not comprehended any heavenly sage laws. It would be difficult for you to bring out the might of such a secret treasure. You would barely be able to activate it once. I know, but I was just saying it casually. This sage-grade secret treasure is definitely prepared for those major characters and the true inheritors of the 6 major factions. We can only look at it. One sage-grade secret treasure immediately stirred up the atmosphere of the entire auction hall. Old Qin smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with the effect. As you all expected, this is a defensive inferior grade sage-grade secret treasure. It contains 32 heavenly sage laws and can protect one's life at a crucial moment. The starting bid is 50,000 astral coins. Old Qin stroked his beard as he spoke in a calm voice. 50,000 astral coins could be exchanged for at least 50 million superior grade spirit stones. This was a rather large sum and was suitable as the starting bid for a sage-grade secret treasure. 200,000. Right after Old Qin spoke, someone immediately made a bid. Furthermore, the bid was raised to 200,000 astral coins in one go. Xiao Chun looked over. The one who made the bid was a young man with sinister eyes, like a venomous snake. He was already a half-sage. This person had 11 needle-like black heavenly sage laws around him. His strength was only slightly weaker than the evil man Wu Yuankai's. Xiao Chun withdrew his gaze and made a mental note of this person. Hunluo province was not very large, but there were many demonic geniuses gathered here. For this person to reach half-sage at such a young age and even comprehend heavenly sage laws, he was not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. Unfortunately, when Xiao Chun fought by Wuxue, he was only a medial-grade martial monarch and did not have a clear sense of heavenly sage laws. If Xiao Chun had sensed them at that time and focused his spiritual sense on his eyes, he would have been able to see how many heavenly sage laws Bai Wuxue had comprehended. If Xiao Chun compared this person's strength to Bai Wuxue's, he would have been able to see the difference in strength. Someone recognized this person and said, "It is the top true inheritor of the Soaring Serpent Mansion, Zhuo Guangyuan. He is really rich," directly raising the bid to 4 times the astral coins. Chapter 752. Zhuo Guangyuan's lips curled up in a cold smile. It was clear that he was determined to obtain that sage-grade pagoda. The moment he opened his mouth, he shocked most of the people. This immediately extinguished the flames of desire in many people's hearts. 200,000 astral coins. An ordinary half-sage would only have that much wealth. Xiao Qian was very interested in the sage grade pagoda. Unfortunately, he had not comprehended heavenly sage laws yet and could not refine it. It was not worth it to buy it. The hall fell silent. For now no one made another bid. Disappointment appeared in old Qin's eyes. An inferior grade sage grade secret treasure could sell for 100,000 astral coins. 200,000 astral coins was indeed a great profit. However, this was an auction. If someone bid, the price could continue to rise. 230,000. However, it was clear that old Qin's worries were unfounded. Someone immediately raised the bid to 30,000 astral coins. The one who made the bid was the magnificent Fiend Hall's young hall master Xiang Fei. 250,000. 270,000. 300,000. Soon, the top true inheritors of the 6 factions called out their bids. The competition was intense and the price kept rising. From the initial 50,000 astral coins, the price rose 6-fold to 300,000 astral coins. This was already a horrifying number. However, what surprised Xiao Qian was that none of the martial sages in the VIP rooms on the second floor made a bid. They did not seem to care about this sage-grade secret treasure. Ao Jiao explained, "Defensive secret treasures are very valuable. However, this pagoda contains too few heavenly Tao laws, not even 50. To those martial sages it is not enough. It is of little value and is not worth spending a lot of money on." Xiao Qian now understood. It turned out that there was such a logic behind this. On the other side, Xian Yu, who was seated at the back, said, "Bai, do you want this sage-grade pagoda? If you do, I can help you buy it." Bai was somewhat distracted. He smiled politely and said, "There is no need. It is too expensive." Seeing Bai reject him so straightforwardly, Xian Yu smiled embarrassedly. His handsome face showed some embarrassment. Eventually, this sage-grade pagoda reached a price of 350,000 astral coins. Unexpectedly, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Mo Lingtian won it. After Mo Lingtian obtained the sage-grade pagoda, he revealed a cocky expression. Then he gestured at Swaguangan to show off, angering the other party so much that he gritted his teeth. After successfully obtaining a good start, old Qin's mood was very good. He immediately revealed the second auction item. It was a heaven-ranked spear art. To any martial monarch, a heaven-ranked martial technique was a trump card. No one would complain about having too many trump cards. In addition, there were quite a few cultivators who used spears at the scene. After an intense bidding war, the spear was sold for an extremely high price. Many of the treasures auctioned next were rare items. Of course, there were also some items that weren't very valuable that were left unsold. There were no treasures that could excite Xiao Qian, so he did not make a move. However, he treated it as an eye-opener, so it was not boring. The next item up for auction is a pill formula. The pill formula records the refining method of the breaking sage pill. Of course, I believe you all know that the refining method of this medicinal pill is an immortal Tao alchemy. It is completely different from the current refining methods. The starting bid is 10,000 astral coins. When Xiao Qian heard old Qin's voice, he perked up. The thing he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Haha! I wonder which unlucky alchemist got cheated and ended up selling this alchemy recipe cheaply. How unfortunate! If he could really refine the breaking sage pill, the value of this alchemy recipe would be 10 or 20 times higher. What is the point of saying all this? After Great Master Jin died, no one in the Kunlun realm could learn immortal Tao alchemy. Clearly, the people present were familiar with the alchemy recipe for the breaking sage pill. They discussed it in low voices, but no one made a bid. Old Qin had expected this long ago. The chances of this alchemy recipe going unsold were very high. However, it was not a true treasure. So be it. 11,000. Just as old Qin prepared the next item, Xiao Qian raised his bid by 1,000 astral coins. What a fool! Another person thinks that he is the reincarnation of Great Master Jin, able to refine the breaking sage pill. Haha! There are fools every year. There is never a lack of them. Seeing someone buy this thing that was definitely a loss, several people immediately mocked him. Only old Qin, who was on the auction platform, smiled happily. It was as though he feared that Xiao Chun would go back on his word. He picked up the hammer and was about to smash it down. 20,000 astral coins. Just at this moment something strange happened. A voice suddenly rang out. Unexpectedly, someone made a bid. Furthermore, this person raised the bid to 20,000 astral coins in one go. Who is this? Everyone could not help but look over curiously. They discovered it was a mysterious cultivator wearing black robes and a mask. No one could guess his origins. On the other side, under the cloak, Xiao Chen's expression was extremely calm. He said, 30,000. 40,000. Right after Xiao Chen raised the bid to 30,000, the black-robed masked man immediately raised it to 40,000. Old Qin, who was just about to smash the hammer, was stunned by this sudden turn of events. He could not understand what was going on. This was an alchemic recipe that was clearly a scam. Why would someone bid for it? Furthermore, this person even raised the bid to 40,000 astral coins. Xiao Chen had to obtain the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill. Others might not know any immortal alchemy, but Xiao Chen was an exception. The trash in the eyes of others was a supreme treasure in Xiao Chen's eyes. He absolutely could not let it go. Xiao Chen, whose face was mostly covered by the shadow of his hood, opened his mouth again. 50,000. 60,000. 70,000. 80,000. 90,000. Every time Xiao Chen raised the bid by 10,000, the mysterious masked man would not hesitate to raise the bid by another 10,000, as though he was certain he would win. This repeated over and over again. When the bid reached 200,000 astral coins, the two of them still did not show any signs of stopping. In the auction hall, the mockery that was originally mixed with various voices gradually stopped. Everyone fell into a strange silence. Quite a few people had their mouths wide open, completely dumbfounded by what they saw. 400,000. 400,000. Under the bidding of the two, the price of the breaking sage pill soared until it reached a level that everyone found incredulous. The price of an insignificant breaking sage pill's alchemic recipe far surpassed that of a sage-grade secret treasure. This defied logic. No matter how hard they thought, they could not figure out what was going on. The gazes of everyone in the hall focused on the two mysterious bidders. Even the several martial sages on the second floor, who were as calm as Mount Tai, cast doubtful gazes. Xiao Chen raised his head slightly and looked up. Only when he reached the railing at the top floor of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion did he stop. Behind the railing, Nangong Chong smiled faintly and exchanged gazes with Xiao Chen mischievously. It was hard to imagine that this girl, who normally exuded a noble air, could have such a cheerful expression. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly, stopping his bid. Ao Jiao clicked her tongue and said, "That's for acting cool. Now you know the consequences of offending a woman, right?" Since Xiao Chen stopped bidding, naturally there would not be a third person. Just like that, the breaking sage pill that no one cared about was sold for a price even higher than that of a sage-grade secret treasure. 410,000 astral coins. Such a high price startled everyone. As they looked at the mysterious masked person, they all tried to guess which deity this person was. Why would he spend so much money on a useless alchemic recipe? If you still want the breaking sage pill, come and look for me after the auction ends. A melodious voice entered Xiao Chen's mind. When he looked up, he saw Nangong Chong blinking at him. She smiled faintly and retreated. Xiao Chen frowned in confusion. What is this woman trying to do? On the other side, Bai looked at Xiao Chen, who wore a black cloak and wrapped himself up tightly. An expression of pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. There was no mistaking it. Although that person's voice had been altered, Bai could still tell that it was Xiao Chen's voice. However, even though Bai's thoughts were as pure as before, she was no longer as ignorant as before. Elder brother Xiao Chen would definitely not avoid me for no reason. There must be a reason. When Xianyu saw a smile on Bai's face and an excited expression on her face, he followed her gaze and could not help but ask curiously, "Bai, did you meet someone familiar?" Bai withdrew her gaze, and her eyes turned into crescent moons. She smiled and said, "No, I just feel that it is strange that that person spent so much money to buy the breaking sage pill." Xianyu smiled in understanding. The breaking sage pill is a scam in the first place. However, there will always be people who believe in it. There is no need to care about it. Old Qin, who was on the stage, revealed an expression of wild joy. He quickly hammered the gavel. This was truly a pleasant surprise, truly shocking. The auction continued. The next item was a defensive peak superior grade secret treasure, an inner vest. For some reason, the top true inheritors of the 6 great factions fought intensely for a defensive peak secret treasure. The 6 people took turns bidding, pushing a peak superior grade secret treasure worth 70 to 80,000 astral coins to more than 200,000 astral coins. In the end, the Blood Shadow Sex Tungpeng obtained it. If there were no more peak superior grade defensive secret treasures, there would be waves of climaxes. All sorts of bids would shake the hearts of the crowd. This made the ordinary cultivators truly understand what it meant to be rich and overbearing. Originally, Xiao Chan wanted to exchange his inner vest for a peak superior grade secret treasure. However, when he saw the situation, he had no choice but to give up. Xiao Chan did not earn his astral coins easily. He did not want to be a sucker. However, the next item was a secret manual that attracted Xiao Chen's attention. It was a peak heaven-ranked martial technique known as the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Heaven-ranked martial techniques were not rare in the Kunlun realm. However, peak martial techniques with astronomical prices were not that common. Several rank 9 sects only had a few of them. Furthermore, one needed to make a great contribution to obtain one. Otherwise, even true inheritors would not have a chance to practice it. The moment this fist technique appeared, it quickly attracted the attention of several people. Even the martial sages on the second floor cast their gazes over. However, Old Qin's next words dampened everyone's interest. This is a deity race martial technique. As everyone knows, aside from talent, the deity race martial techniques have certain requirements for mental energy and vital qi. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to practice them to the strongest level. The deity race was born with divine strength. Their physical bodies were much stronger than humans. Furthermore, they mainly cultivated mental energy. Hence, the focus of their martial techniques was different from that of humans. Chapter 753. Although they both cultivated the martial Tao, they each had their own specialties. Human martial techniques focused on state and form, while deity race martial techniques focused on spirituality. They developed in a slightly different direction. However, it was hard to say which was stronger and which was weaker. It still depended on the individual. The starting price is 50,000 astral coins. Start bidding. After Old Qin finished his introduction, he looked down with some anticipation. No matter what, this was a peak heaven-ranked martial technique. There would definitely be a market for it. Vital Qi is still fine. However, deity race martial techniques have very high requirements for mental energy. If you really practice it, you will only be able to bring out the might of a regular heaven-ranked martial technique. However, this price is still fair. You did not ask for an exorbitant price. If it does not exceed 100,000 astral coins, I can consider it. Although it was a deity race heaven-ranked martial technique, many people were still very interested. After a few bids, this Myriad Heaven Divine Fist reached 80,000 astral coins. 150,000 astral coins. A voice filled with desolate killing intent came from one of the VIP rooms on the second floor. In an instant, many excited cultivators were killed. That voice seemed to have a strong deterrent force. The moment it appeared, no one dared to make a sound. It looked like the owner of this voice was familiar to many of the cultivators here. Several of the cultivators who had the ability to bid remained silent. They did not want to compete with that person, or rather they did not dare to. The third rank of the 10 evils, Zhong Zhenghao, actually wants this deity race martial technique. This is really strange. His famous consummate technique is already a peak heaven-ranked martial technique. Who knows? It is impossible to guess the thoughts of these major characters. Soft discussions broke out in the surroundings. It turned out that the person who bid was the infamous Zhong Zhenghao in Hunluo City. The others did not want to get involved with him, so they gave up on bidding. Although my Dragon Claw Fist is barely sufficient, it can no longer keep up with my progress. Back when I fought with Wu Yuankai, if I had an even more powerful fist technique, I would not have needed to use schemes to scare away my opponent. I would have been able to make him stay. This Myriad Heaven Divine Fist is like it was tailor-made for me. My vital qi and mental energy are far stronger than ordinary people. I can definitely cultivate this martial technique to the peak. Xiaochen thought for a while and quickly made a decision. He said, 200,000 astral coins. The entire arena was silent. Countless gazes turned towards Xiaochen. Did this fellow not know who he was fighting with? That was the third ranked of Hunluo City's 10 great evildoers, a bona fide martial sage expert. He was definitely a major character in Hunluo City. The true disciples of the 6 great system-allocated sects were also very curious. They gathered their gazes on Xiaochen, wanting to find out just who this person was. What trump card did Xiaochen have to dare offend a martial sage loose cultivator? However, all of them were disappointed without exception. Xiaochen's divine sense formed an invisible barrier around him, blocking all the incoming mental power outside. Haha, little fellow, you are good. I'll leave this deity race martial technique with you for safekeeping. A sinister laugh sounded in his mind. Zhong Zhenghao had given up on the auction. It seemed like he was planning to kill and rob. That made sense. Loose cultivators had always been like this. Furthermore, they needed to save enough astral coins for the broken mulberry sword. They would not spend too much on this deity race martial technique. Xiaochen ignored this person's threat. The myriad heaven divine fist was very useful to him. He had to obtain it. No matter who it was, he had to fight for it. The grand finale of the auction was about to begin. However, Xiaochen was not in the mood to remain. After offending a martial sage, it was best to leave early. Taking advantage of the bustling auction, Xiaochen quietly left the hall. He went to the back and paid the 200,000 astral coins, obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist. The cover and paper of the myriad heaven divine fist were all golden. When Xiaochen held it in his hand, it felt very heavy. A divine aura spread out from it. Xiaochen casually flipped through a few pages. Immediately, he felt his mental energy being drawn out like a surging river. Golden light continuously poured out from the pages. As the light flickered, the divine aura became even more vast. Scenes of deities fighting and killing appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. Those were distant myths and epics, magnificent and boundless. Xiaochen closed the book with a paw sound. Although he appeared fatigued, a look of joy flashed in his eyes. To others, the myriad heaven divine fist could only be used as an ordinary heaven-ranked martial technique. However, to Xiaochen it was a bona fide peak heaven-ranked martial technique. Young Master Xiao, Venerable Nangong invites you for a gathering. The manservant in the hall said respectfully to Xiaochen. Xiaochen had expected this long ago. He withdrew the myriad heaven divine fist and smiled. Lead the way. In the most magnificent room on the top floor of the flourishing heaven pavilion, Xiaochen saw Nangong Chong toying with the breaking sage pill's alchemic recipe. Xiaochen did not stand on ceremony. He sat down across from Nangong Chong and poured himself a cup of fine wine on the table. Haha, young Master Zhao's boldness is truly admirable. A trash-like breaking sage pill actually sold for 400,000 astral coins. Nangong Chong had a rough understanding of alchemy. However, when she looked at the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill, she felt confused. The method of extracting liquid, condensing the pill, and molding it was completely different from what she knew. Now she even felt somewhat curious. Did Xiaochen really grasp the immortal Tao's alchemy method? He was not like other alchemists who only wanted to use this alchemic recipe to broaden their horizons. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. In the long history of the Kunlun realm, there had been countless geniuses in alchemy. However, aside from Grandmaster Jin, no one else had grasped the immortal Tao's alchemy method. Nangong Chong did not believe that the person before her could grasp it. That would be too shocking. Regardless of the reason, Nangong Chong only needed to know that Xiaochen cared a lot about this alchemic recipe. Xiaochen put down his wine cup and stared at the other party for a while. Then he smiled and said, "You are really an interesting person. 2 days ago, you told me that the base price of this alchemic recipe was already too high. 2 days later, you spent 410,000 astral coins to buy it. At that time, the base price of the alchemic recipe was 30,000 astral coins. If Xiaochen wanted to buy it in advance, he would have needed to spend 30,000 astral coins. When Xiaochen heard that the base price was already too high, he decided to give up on the base price. He planned to wait until the auction. At that time, he would be able to save 20,000 astral coins. Naturally, Xiao Chun was happy to save 20,000 astral coins by waiting 2 days. However, he had not expected this girl to play tricks on him. Nangong Qiong's lips curled up. Not caring about Xiao Chun's teasing, she said, "Since you like to hide from me so much, I can only use some unconventional methods. I'll cut to the chase. I need you to help me with something. After this is done, not only will I give you this alchemic recipe for free, but I will also give you 400,000 astral coins." Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows and entered deep thought. During today's auction, the top true inheritors of the 6 major sects fought over defensive superior grade secret treasures. The price they spent was more than double that of usual. If not for some urgent matter, they would not have been so generous. Only a sufficiently large profit could make this group of people pay up. Several 100,000 astral coins was not a small sum to anyone. If I guess correctly, the thing you want me to help you with is 10 days from now, right? When Nangong Qiong heard this, shock appeared on her smooth, jade-like face. She said, "You are new to Hunluo City and have no background. How did you know?" Indeed, this confirmed some of his guesses. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "I do not know anything. However, I will not have time in 10 days. I already promised the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Mo Lingtian that I will help him." Nangong Qiong had not expected Xiao Chun to reply like this. She frowned slightly. She stood up and paced around the room, muttering something to herself. Soon she revealed a smile and said, "I got it. I will accompany you 10 days from now." Mo Lingtian is extremely conceited. In his eyes, only the 3 holy masters are comparable to him. You killed the people of his Eternal Heavenly Sword School, and he is seeking you for help. He definitely has malicious intentions. Nangong Qiong's gem-like eyes flickered with a somewhat fanatical light. The more she spoke, the more smoothly she continued. He is definitely using you to pave the way for him. At that time, he will shake you off and kill you without anyone knowing. You and I will work together. With my help, we can turn the tables on him, saving us a lot of effort. Nangong Qiong finished speaking in one breath. Her face filled with excitement as she looked at Xiao Chun with longing. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. At this moment, Nangong Qiong no longer exuded any air of nobility. She looked rather fanatical, not caring about her status at all. "How is it? What do you think?" Nangong Qiong's eyes burned with passion as she urged Xiao Chun to make a decision. Xiao Chun smiled embarrassedly and said, "Miss Nangong, you forgot yourself." It looked like Xiao Chun had been fooled by Nangong Qiong's outward appearance. This girl should be of noble birth. That air of hers was not something that could be faked. However, when it came to scheming against someone, she spoke confidently and confidently. She did not realize that anyone who dared to work with her would be betrayed in the blink of an eye. Nangong Qiong recovered her wits. She had a somewhat embarrassed expression on her pretty face. She coughed and her air returned to normal. The noble air in her blood slowly spread out. However, when Xiao Chun saw her true appearance, he only found it funny. After thinking for a while, he said, "I promise you, you will come with me to meet Mo Lingtian in 10 days. However, you can tell me the specifics now, right?" Nangong Qiong smiled faintly and said, "I think it is better to let Mo Lingtian tell you 10 days later. I will arrange a place for you to stay for the next few days. That will guarantee your safety." Since Xiao Chun could not get an answer from Nangong Qiong, he did not say anything more. After chatting for a while, he left. Faint ripples appeared in space in a gorgeous room. Then, an old woman walked out with a sullen expression. The old woman's strength was unfathomable. She asked in a hoarse voice, "Miss, why not use the people of the main clan? That is too dangerous." Nangong Qiong smiled faintly and replied softly, "That is not the case. The core grave of the Star Grave Palace requires a physical body cultivator. Xiao Chun is the most suitable candidate. When the grave opens this time, not only will the descendants of the Heavenly Rock race come, but the true inheritors of the 6 great sects and some of the nearby fiend race geniuses will also receive the news. At that time, a fierce battle will be unavoidable. If the Nangong clan's identity is exposed, they will definitely surround and attack us. It is better to hide in Mo Lingtian's team and use this egomaniac as a spear." After the auction ended, Xiao Chun received some good news. The one who won the Thunder King's broken mulberry sword was the evil person, Zhong Zhenghao, who competed with Xiao Chan for the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Chapter 754. Rumor had it that after Zhong Zhenghao obtained the broken sword, he left the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's territory and was immediately attacked by the other martial sages. Zhong Zhenghao was too busy to deal with Xiao Chan. However, Xiao Chan would definitely come for the broken sword of the Thunderwood sword. His grudge with Zhong Zhenghao would not end here. I hope that you can escape this calamity and help me keep it safe for a while. Xiao Chan smiled gently and gave Zhong Zhenghao his blessings. Then, he started to seriously read the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. An unknown storm brewed. The heroes everywhere were sharpening their weapons no matter what it was for. Xiao Chan was already involved. If he wanted to protect himself and obtain benefits, he needed to improve his strength further. The only way to increase his strength in a short time was the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist in his hand. This time when Xiao Chan flipped through the golden pages, he let his mental energy pour in like a gushing river, not stopping it. As Xiao Chan infused his mental energy, the pages gave off a bright, dazzling golden light. The pages flipped automatically. According to the distant legends, deities descended from the light. Majestic music played on the battlefield. This was an epic legend. As the people sang it, it was passed down through the ages. Without needing to memorize it, the various moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist imprinted themselves in Xiao Chen's mind. The distant legends of the ancient deity race also presented a magnificent, boundless, and majestic picture before Xiao Chan. The radiance of deities and some of the mysteries of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist complementing each other. When Xiao Chan completely drained his mental energy, the page stopped in the middle. There were still 3 moves on the latter half of the page that he had not flipped through. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes dimmed continuously. It flickered with a faint, majestic light, rampaging wildly within. Without needing to comprehend it at all, Xiao Chan completely understood the mysteries of the first 4 moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Closing his eyes, Xiao Chan started to absorb these mysteries. After a while he opened his eyes. The light was no longer dimmed. However, his pitch-black eyes seemed even more filled with intelligence. As Xiao Chen's gaze paused on the pages of the secret manual, he felt that it was a pity. If he had more mental energy, he would have been able to comprehend the last few moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. He gently flipped through the pages with his fingers, but no light appeared. After reading through the entire content, he was still confused and had no idea what to do. The deity race's martial techniques are truly incredible. As long as one has sufficient mental energy, one can directly comprehend the mysteries within. Without spiritual power, even if I look at it, I won't have a clue. Xiao Chan closed the secret manual again. Still not satisfied, he said. If only I could read the last 3 moves in one go. If an outsider heard this, they would probably go mad with anger. With the mental strength of an ordinary martial artist, they would be overjoyed to be able to see a complete move. This fellow had seen 4 moves in one go, yet he was still not satisfied. Even the peerless geniuses of the god race would be inferior to Xiao Chan in this realm. Furthermore, Xiao Chan was so dissatisfied. He was really not afraid of the wrath of the heavens and the people. The Myriad Heaven Divine Fist had a total of 7 moves. Each move was incredibly strong. They were Distant Legend, Radiance of Deities, Deities Descending, Chains of Deities, Eternal Myth, Dusk of Deities, and the final move, Burial of Deities. Xiao Chan did not have enough mental strength to see the last 3 moves. He could only plan for them in the future. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chan stretched his body and prepared to practice the first move of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. After taking a deep breath and recovering some of his mental strength, Xiao Chan started to circulate the Distant Legend. The various mysteries of the Divine Fist appeared in Xiao Chen's mind without much thought. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiao Chen's pitch-black eyes. A resonant poem resounded in the world. It sounded like countless believers were singing in praise, praising the legendary deities. The poem was holy and resonant, flowing continuously. When they merged together, it traversed the river of stars and time, reaching the other side. The golden light in Xiao Chen's eyes grew denser. His entire body was covered in light. His vital qi, veritable essence energy, and mental energy drained rapidly. Vaguely, Xiao Qian seemed to sense the deep gazes of the deities in the heavenly kingdom, far beyond the other side. That was a distant legend. At this moment, Xiao Qian felt it personally. The energy traversed the distance between time and space and the other side, pouring into his body. Xiao Qian soared into the air and punched. His fist whistled, and the sound it gave off overlapped with the holy song. Space trembled, and the golden light immediately burst out, filling the air and turning it into a golden canvas that lingered for a long time. Xiao Qian gently turned around and landed on the ground. When he saw the dense golden light in the air, joy appeared in his eyes. In that earlier punch, Xiao Qian's mental energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy actually merged together, forming a new energy. If someone had stood in front of him earlier, the light from his fist would have been enough to turn that person into dust. Xiao Qian did not stop to rest. He continued practicing the second move of the myriad heaven divine fist. Distant legend, the deities of the other side. I pray in my heart, praying for the deities to send down their radiance to wash away the boundless darkness and sin of this world. On the other side of space and time, the many gazes that Xiao Qian sensed earlier all focused on him. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, beams of golden light carrying vast and majestic energy traversed the boundless space and time, breaking through the void for thousands of kilometers, gathering on Xiao Qian's body. The golden light on Xiao Qian's body did not fade. His hair fluttered in the wind, scattering golden motes of light. The instant the light descended, Xiao Qian instantly attacked, punching the void again. Boom! Silently, the golden light flowed along Xiao Qian's fist and formed a huge and dazzling pillar of light. Then it shot forward, opening a golden passageway. Everywhere the pillar of light passed, all obstacles turned to dust. This was the radiance of the deities descending. For the third move of the myriad heaven divine fist, a golden figure appeared high in the sky. It tore through the barrier of the sky and scattered the boundless clouds. Then it landed on Xiao Qian's body with a whoosh. Instantly, Xiao Qian's aura soared. As his clothes fluttered, it seemed like everything bowed to him. As he walked, heaven and earth trembled. The energy in Xiao Qian's body soared for no reason. Deities descending seemed to have the same effect as the strength character art's 33-fold increase in combat prowess. Both could instantly multiply one's combat prowess. The difference was that the strength character art was more tyrannical, directly increasing one's combat prowess by 33-fold. Even if one's veritable essence energy could not bear it, it would not just increase it by 2 or 3 times. Once executed, it would increase one's combat prowess by 33-fold. If one's physical body was not strong enough, even if one killed the enemy, one would be exhausted, losing all combat prowess. This was also why Xiao Qian would not execute the strength character art unless he had no other choice. As for deities descending, although it was not as tyrannical and exaggerated as 33-fold combat prowess, it used the power of an ancient deity king, so the burden on one's body was not as great. Bang! Xiao Qian's aura soared continuously. His expression remained calm as he punched the ground ferociously. There was no earth-shattering sound. 100-meter-wide pit silently appeared in the ground. There was no dust filling the air. The force of one punch directly crushed all the dust into nothing. Xiao Qian withdrew his fist, and a divine light immediately shot out from his body, shooting into the sky like a meteor. Xiao Qian's aura plummeted, and the originally vast and boundless energy instantly scattered. The force of one punch can bring out about 10-fold combat prowess. It is far inferior to the strength character art. However, it is more useful to me now. Xiao Qian analyzed calmly as he looked at the deep pit in the ground. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he said, "With this punch I can defeat Wu Yuankai, who only has 1/3 of his veritable essence energy left." The myriad heaven divine fist did not exhaust much veritable essence energy. It relied on vital qi and mental energy. The mental energy in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness still had more than 1 million kilograms of force. However, he had not developed it sufficiently. Not to mention mental energy, just vital qi alone could already exert 1 million kilograms of force. However, Xiao Qian still used the superior Great Earth rank Dragon Claw Fist, which could no longer keep up with his progress. Today, the myriad heaven divine fist utilized the 2 great treasures in Xiao Qian's body to their fullest potential. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Chan looked calmly to the front and circulated the fourth move of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. As he circulated his mental energy and vital qi drained. 99 golden chains appeared out of nowhere behind Xiao Chan. Divine scripts flowed on the golden chains. As they spun, they looked like long dragons, carrying an overwhelming aura as they charged forward. They were like a vast army, vast and mighty. With a thought from Xiao Chan, the 99 golden chains vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The greatest use of the divine chains was for sealing. Without a strong target, it would be hard to test out its might without actual combat. After executing the fourth move, Xiao Chan sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to continue comprehending. After all, there were some mysteries that he knew in his heart. However, only by putting them into action could he truly understand them. After a long time, Xiao Chan opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were clear. He entered deep thought. The Myriad Heaven Divine Fist should still be lacking something. However, he could not figure out what exactly it was. Based on Xiao Chen's understanding, the might of this fist technique should be far beyond this. In the future, when he advanced to martial sage, he might be able to see even further. Perhaps he might be able to touch the other side of the starry heavens. The distant legend of the deity race's heavenly nation that never faded. 5 days later, Nangong Cheong removed her extravagant attire and replaced it with plain clothes, concealing the noble aura in her bloodline. Then she appeared before Xiao Chan. She sized up Xiao Chan and felt it was strange. After not seeing him for 5 days, Xiao Chan seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. However, his cultivation clearly had not improved much. Nangong Cheong thought of something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Xiao Chan, how many moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist that you obtained from the auction?" Xiao Chan smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not tell Nangong Cheong the truth. This girl's origins were mysterious, and she was very strong. He could not figure her out. Furthermore, she was very cunning. She was not as simple as she looked on the surface. When traveling with this girl, he needed to be more careful. "Let's not talk about this. Since you came to look for me, you should be setting off, right?" Nangong Cheong was rather tactful. Since Xiao Chan was not willing to say, she did not pursue the matter. She only made a mental note of it. Then she smiled and said, "That's right. With our speed, we should be able to reach the Eternal Heavenly Sword School in 5 days. Chapter 755. Xiao Chan tidied himself up and asked casually, "Aren't you afraid that Mo Lingtian will recognize you if you go to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School like this?" Nangong Cheong smiled and said, "Naturally, I am not afraid. I have only been in Hunluo City for a month or so. Don't worry." Indeed, it was as Xiao Chan had guessed. This woman should be a high-ranking member of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's headquarters, and not an insignificant supremacy of the local Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Not long after stepping out of the courtyard, Xiao Chan sensed that someone was watching him. Nangong Cheong also frowned slightly and said, "You really have a lot of troubles. Should we deal with them first?" Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he guessed who it was. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "There is no need to care. He is waiting for me to leave the city, and I am also waiting for him." After leaving the city and traveling 50 kilometers, Xiao Chen's pupils constricted on a remote path. As expected, he saw Wu Yuankai with a ferocious expression and surging killing qi. Wu Yuankai wore a pair of dark gold gloves. As he looked at Xiao Chan, his face twitched. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You are really bold. You left the city in less than 10 days. Do you really think that I was just joking? Why is this fellow so daring? Can't he see that I'm standing together with Nangong Cheong?" Xiao Chan thought, finding it strange. However, Xiao Chan discovered that Nangong Cheong was smiling faintly. At some point in time, she had already moved a kilometer away. Her arms were crossed over her chest, as if this matter did not concern her. This woman. "Today I have nothing to fear. Let's see what else you can do. Die." Before Xiao Chan could think, Wu Yuankai had already charged over with a flourishing aura. His fist swept out wildly, and many sinister underworld rivers surged over. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the attack. Wu Yuankai had been suppressing his anger for so many days, and this was the time when his aura was at its peak. He would let him vent his anger first. Bang bang bang. The nether rivers covered in black energy danced in the air like raging dragons. The cries of vengeful spirits echoed endlessly, as if a terrifying purgatory had descended upon the mortal realm. Wu Yuankai's black hair was scattered, and his expression was ferocious. He glared at Xiao Chun, who was dodging all over the place, and chased after him. His fist, which was wrapped in a pair of dark gold gloves, shot out a power that caused the air to tremble, rumbling non-stop. White-robed brat, weren't you very powerful that day? Why are you so timid now? Rage burned in Wu Yuankai's heart. He looked at Xiao Chun, who was avoiding the fight, and shouted arrogantly and delightedly. As his white robes fluttered, Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored him. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually swung it, scattering the fist wind. As the nether river filled the sky, Xiao Chun rode on the blue dragon image, moving back and forth like the wind. Under Wu Yuankai's wild attacks, huge pits appeared on the ground. Dirt flew everywhere, filling the air with dust and covering the sun. Bastard! If you have the guts, then don't run. Relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chun flew up and down. Wu Yuankai did his best, sending out all sorts of horrifying attacks. However, they always brushed past Xiao Chun's shoulders. At first, Wu Yuankai's delighted shout turned into a roar of rage and dissatisfaction. Xiao Chun's heart turned cold. He had already made up his mind to make this person stay, not leaving behind any future problems. Naturally, he would not care about the other party's verbal attacks. It's about time. After another 100 moves, Wu Yuankai's aura ran out. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. The aura that he had been suppressing for a long time burst out. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. If I do not make a move, then I will let you shout as you please. However, if I make a move, it will definitely be earth-shattering, incomparably sharp. Xiao Chun stomped on the air with his right foot, and the surging black nether river immediately scattered, turning into black rain falling down. Before Wu Yuankai could react, Xiao Chun turned into a true dragon and soared into the air. Then he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Boom! 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 Loud sounds rang out endlessly. The black nether river dancing chaotically in the air scattered like dry weeds before Xiao Chun's soaring saber light. Wu Yuankai's expression turned startled. He had not expected Xiao Chun, who had been suppressing himself for so long, to unleash such a startling might after making his move. Without much time to think, Wu Yuankai moved his fists and materialized the 9 layers of purgatory painting at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. My aura flourishes. The momentum of a true dragon soaring is completely formed. How can the 9 layers of purgatory that you materialized in a hurry block it? In merely the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun scattered the newly formed 9 layers of purgatory. The dragon soared into the sky, its momentum not decreasing. Wu Yuankai cursed. He had no choice but to receive this move head-on. Bang! His protective quintessence nearly shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips as he retreated 100 steps. He glared hatefully at Xiao Chun and immediately launched a counterattack. However, even though Wu Yuankai was fast, Xiao Chun was even faster. Since Xiao Chun had already caused his opponent's momentum to plummet, how could he give him a chance to turn things around? Ghostly image chop. The saber light split apart, and Xiao Chun sent out 72 saber lights, forming a sea of lightning that knocked Wu Yuankai back again. Following that, there was another unpredictable saber chi. Wu Yuankai had experienced this before, so he dodged in advance, narrowly dodging the saber chi. The saber chi brushed past him. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. After his first attack failed, Xiao Chun immediately turned around and executed the first move of the dragon subduing slash. Not caring about the quintessence consumption, a blue dragon broke out of the vast sea mysterious phenomenon. Its ferocious roar resounded throughout the world. The 300-meter dragon-shaped saber chi carried a vast dragon, might as it hacked at Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai moved back 6 times in a row, repeatedly retreating. He could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood, vomiting it. Then he said in a crazed manner, "Haha, come on. Continue. Continue. This old man wants to see how many resources you can squander." Xiao Chun remained silent. He swung his saber 4 more times, sending out a total of 10 blue dragon goes to sea before he stopped. Wu Yuankai, who had been knocked back in the air, was now in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and his complexion was pale. Blood continuously leaked out of a corner of his lips. In reality, even if the 7 giants used 10 heaven-ranked martial techniques consecutively, they would not fare much better than Wu Yuankai. Nangong Qiong, who had already retreated 3 kilometers away, revealed a shocked expression. She said, "Is this fellow crazy? No matter how much quintessence he has, he should not use it like this." Wu Yuankai, who was in a sorry state, looked at Xiao Chun, who had sheathed his saber. Then he reared his head back and laughed maniacally. He said, "Who asked you to be so arrogant? Die." 9 underworld rivers descended from the sky behind Wu Yuankai. His quintessence surged as he charged over with an overwhelming baleful aura. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. Xiao Chun casually tossed the lunar shadow saber to the ground. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiao Chun's eyes. Suddenly, countless resonant sagely songs resounded in the air. A vast divine aura radiated from Xiao Chun's body, which gave off a golden glow. Xiao Chun, who had exhausted most of his quintessence, charged over fearlessly at the frenzied Wu Yuankai. As Xiao Chun moved, the sagely songs surrounded him. The gazes of the deities on the other side of the starry heavens opened their eyes and focused on him. Bang! Xiao Chun punched, and his fist merged with the sagely songs. A boundless golden light poured out. In that instant, the 9 sinister underworld rivers, which covered the sky, were illuminated by the light, leaving nowhere to run. Chi-chi. The black underworld rivers were purified into strands of black qi that scattered into the air. Wu Yuankai bore the brunt of the attack. When the light landed on him, it was like a flame burning him up, causing him to cry out in pain. Radiance of deities. Xiao Chun's expression did not change. His black hair gave off a golden light as it fluttered wildly in the air. The gazes of the deities crossed the distance between the starry heavens and the other side and focused on him. Xiao Chun's fist burst forth with a bright light, looking like a small golden sun, dazzling and dazzling. Wu Yuankai had just gotten rid of the golden light on his body. When he saw this piercing golden light, he was so frightened that he paled. Didn't this fellow exhaust his quintessence? How can he still be so powerful? The golden pillar of light turned into a fist wind as it flew forward. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered, but the light did not fade. Wu Yuankai did not dare to be careless. He unleashed all the heavenly sage laws that he had comprehended, quickly materializing a complete underworld river with 9 coils around him. At this moment, Wu Yuankai brought out the might of the Blood Shadow Underworld River Fist to its limits. When it clashed with the blazing pillar of light, it gave off a horrifying sound. Shock waves surged out in the air. Nangong Qiong, who was 3 kilometers away, changed her expression slightly. She quickly retreated, and the golden shock waves brushed past her face. If she had retreated any later, she would have been caught up in the shock waves. When she felt the hot wind on her face, her expression turned extremely grave. In a mere 5 days, he learned 2 moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. This fellow is truly unfathomable. However, what shocked Nangong Qiong even more was that when Wu Yuankai faced Xiao Chun, who executed the light of deities, he felt like leaving. After clashing head-on several times, Wu Yuankai was severely injured. Originally, he thought that after Xiao Chun exhausted his quintessence, he could do whatever he wanted to him. However, he did not know where Xiao Chun learned such a horrifying fist technique. As Xiao Chun watched Wu Yuankai flee in a sorry state, his lips curled up. He said in a low voice, "It is already too late to think of running now." Deities descending. The golden image of a deity sovereign tore through the barrier of the sky for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was like a divine light entering Xiao Chun's body. Instantly, Xiao Chun's aura soared. He gave off a bright light, and everything in the world prostrated themselves in worship. Even Nangong Qiong's mental state changed somewhat. The image of Xiao Chun in her eyes was like a deity, deterring all thoughts of resistance. Bang! Xiao Chan pushed off the air, and the entire space shook. Cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern on the ground, forming bottomless ravines. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiao Chan caught up to the fleeing Wu Yuankai in an instant. Berserk energy burst out from his fist. Wu Yuankai could not resist at all. With one punch, his body exploded into a shower of blood, filling the air. The divine light in Xiao Chen's body faded away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Yuankai's spatial ring, and the pair of valuable dark gold gloves into his universe ring. With a casual wave, the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground returned to Xiao Chen's hand. Then, he gently landed before Nangong Qiong. Pa! 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 A cheerful smile appeared on Nangong Qiong's face. She clapped her jade-like hands and said, "Young Master Xiao is very skilled. No wonder you dared to challenge Bai Wuxue." After watching the show for so long, Xiao Chun only said this. He could not feel happy about having this woman as his companion. Chapter 756. After the two of them left, they did not know that in the clouds 3,000 meters in the sky, a pair of pearl-like eyes had seen everything that had just happened. Whoosh! In the clouds, little heavenly monkey, the genius of the fiend domain's giant ape race, gently landed on the ground. Looking at the cobweb-like ravines on the ground, Feng's frivolous face revealed a grave expression under his messy hair. This fellow's myriad heaven divine fist is actually much stronger than several of the young deity race experts. There is also that girl. If I am not wrong, she should be a descendant of a hidden sovereign clan. Feng raised his head and watched the two leave. His lips curled up slightly as he said, "However, this is good as well." Snatching the great rock spreading wings painting piece from the trash of the six great sects is simply too boring. However, he would have to postpone his promise to his first uncle. Feng pushed off the ground and instantly moved 1 kilometer forward. There was no wind or waves, no sound at all as he vanished from where he was. 5 days later, Xiao Chan and Nangong Qiong arrived at the gate at the foot of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. It was a continuous mountain range that towered into the clouds. Spiritual mist spread throughout the mountain range, giving off a refreshing smell. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they would feel refreshed. When one looked up, there was an indistinct spiritual light between the mountain peaks, forming rings of different colors in the sky. The rings of light were hidden in the clouds, appearing and disappearing, adding to the mystery. Xiao Chan looked around and said, "I did not expect this Eternal Heavenly Sword School to have more than 10 rank 4 spirit veins in the main peak." Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. They could produce superior grade spirit stones. 10 rank 4 spirit veins could produce a large number of rank 4 spirit stones in a year. Nangong Qiong's lips curled up as she said, "Your horizons are really extraordinary. Of these 10 peak spirit veins, none of them are of high quality. Only the main peak has a high-quality peak spirit vein. Such a huge rank 8 sect does not even have a holy spirit vein. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is only SOSO. At the foot of the mountain was a vast drill ground. More than 1,000 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect disciples were practicing the lightning light fleeing shadows sword technique. Sparks of lightning leaped on the swords. As the sword lights danced, they guided the thunderclouds materialized by the state of thunder above their heads. More than 1,000 disciples executed the same sword technique, and it was the same concept. Every single move could easily cause wind and thunder and lightning to rumble. The scene looked extremely grand, giving off a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, if a martial sage wanted to barge in forcefully, he would definitely be beaten back miserably. Nangong Qiong looked at the thousands of inner sect disciples on the drill ground with mighty auras. She smiled meaningfully and said, "What a great thunder light fleeing shadows sword. Unfortunately, the only thing worth praising in this Eternal Heavenly Sword School is not your own." As Xiao Chun looked at this girl, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This Nangong Qiong seemed to have a great background. Unexpectedly, she knew that the Thunder King created this thunder light fleeing shadows sword. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, looked at the huge statue of the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage on the drill ground. She was stunned. She had not expected the Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage to be this person. "Little Ao Jiao, do you recognize who that Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage is?" Jiao's voice turned somewhat cold as she replied. This person came to the Kunlun realm together with the Thunder King. Sang Mu took good care of him and had a deep friendship with him. How could he claim all the martial techniques that the Thunder King created for himself? Mo Lingtian is here. You know what to say later, right? Nangongchong suddenly said. Xiaochan stood outside the mountain gates and looked in. Mo Lingtian led a group of people through the drill ground, heading towards the two of them in a grandiose manner. Mo Lingtian must have made arrangements long ago, sending people to guard Xiaochan at the foot of the mountain. Hence, before the two of them entered the mountain gates, Mo Lingtian came out. After leaving the mountain gates, Mo Lingtian led the group of people over to Xiaochan. His handsome face did not reveal any expression as he said casually, "You are here." As Mo Lingtian spoke, he gave off an aloof attitude. It was as though he was giving Xiaochan a lot of face by letting him come. Xiaochan did not care about this. He nodded casually and sized up the 5 old men behind the old man without anyone noticing. The 5 old men all had deep auras. They were half-sages. Furthermore, they were half-sages who comprehended heavenly sage laws, only slightly weaker than Wu Yuan Kai. Who is she? I don't think I asked you to bring anyone else. When Mo Lingtian saw Nangongchong behind Xiaochan, his expression changed, and he spoke in an extremely displeased tone. Xiaochan and Nangongchong had already arranged what to say. He smiled faintly and said, "This is a friend who came with me from the Sky Dome realm. Her strength is equal to mine. With her accompanying me, I will definitely be able to help you better." Mo Lingtian snorted coldly and sized up Nangongchong with a playful gaze. He said coldly, "Xiaochan, you overestimate yourself. Is someone who is equal to you considered an expert? What do you think I am going to do? I can bring anyone. Bringing you is already breaking the rules. To think that you dare to take the liberty of bringing someone else." Xiaochan even felt like dying. Not only did Mo Lingtian call him to be a free fighter, but he even showed such an annoying expression. This Mo Lingtian was truly the best of the best. Just as Xiaochan was about to lose control, Nangongchong stepped forward and smiled faintly, releasing some of her aura. Mo Lingtian's expression immediately changed. He said, "A half-sage. I nearly misjudged you. If you can block a palm strike from me, I can bring you along." After Mo Lingtian spoke, he stretched out his right palm. Electricity leaped around his palm, carrying the might of thunder as he sent it towards Nangongchong. Mo Lingtian attacked in the time it took for a spark to fly, without any warning. However, Nangongchong did not panic at all. She calmly sent out a palm strike. Bang! The two palms clashed and a strong wind immediately surged out, fluttering the clothes of the surrounding people. The dust on the ground also kicked up in that instant. Amidst the dust, Mo Lingtian staggered and stepped back. He almost lost his balance and fell down. At the crucial moment, Xiaochan noticed the image of a pagoda appear around Mo Lingtian. Then, Mo Lingtian withdrew his hand and returned it to his dantian. The instant the pagoda appeared, Mo Lingtian immediately stabilized his retreat. When the dust settled, he appeared calm and unruffled, retreating very elegantly. Shock flashed in Mo Lingtian's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Not bad. You can block a palm strike that I use 50% of my strength with your full strength. You are qualified to come with me." "Lingtian, this woman's origins are unknown. Should we reconsider?" One of the old men behind Mo Lingtian sent a voice projection with a suspicious gaze. It's fine. A full power strike is only SOSO. I already refined the Sage Great Pagoda. It will be easy for me to crush these two." Mo Lingtian appeared extremely confident. He continued to send a voice projection. "After this matter is over, kill Xiaochan and leave this woman alive. She is still of some use." The 5 old men thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem. Even without Mo Lingtian, if the 5 of them worked together, these two would not be able to cause any trouble. Xiaochan asked secretly, "Nangongchong, how much of your strength did you use earlier?" Nangongchong smiled craftily and replied with a voice projection, "About 30 to 40%. Xiaochan wondered what Mo Lingtian would think if he heard Nangongchong's words. The full power strike that he thought was only 30 to 40% of Nangongchong's strength. At the same time, A similar scene played out at the foot of the mountains of the 6th-rank 8 sects of Hunluo province. The top true inheritors of the various sects led several half-sage elders down the mountains in high spirits. In an inn near the flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City, Xian Yu Bai and the others gathered to discuss the same matter. Aside from the 4 people that Xiao Chan saw back then, there was also a middle-aged man with a deep cultivation and a grave and stern expression. Xian Yu said respectfully to this person, "Second uncle, the Heavenly Rock Race's people should have made their move already, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. This time, for the sake of opening the Star Grave Palace, the Heavenly Rock Race put in a lot of effort. All the remaining experts of the race are mobilized." Jiang Zimo said sullenly, "In the history of the Fiend domain since the ancient era, the Heavenly Rock King is one of the top 10 sovereign Fiend emperors. His grave palace will definitely be filled with danger. If we are not careful, we will fall." The middle-aged man said, "The grave palace itself is not dangerous. The cultivators that will come after hearing the news are the greatest problem. However, for the sake of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting and the other treasures that might be in the grave palace, this risk is worth it." After the group discussed for a while, they all went their separate ways and made their final preparations. Only the middle-aged man and Xian Yu remained in the room. The middle-aged man glanced at Xian Yu and smiled. "Unexpectedly, you managed to pull Bai out this time. I heard that the Fox King has taken a fancy to Bai and intends to adopt her as his daughter. If you manage to obtain this girl, it will be equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Fox King. Your future will be limitless. Our Xian clan's position in the Spirit Fox race will be even more stable." Xian Yu smiled, feeling very pleased. "She is just a little girl. It will be easy for me to capture her. She comprehended the sword heart, and even cultivates a mysterious cultivation technique. Her appearance and aura are even better than the young Wang Fei's. If I can obtain her, not only will the Fox King look at me in a new light, but there will also be countless benefits. It might even be possible for me to become the future Fox King." At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chun finally learned from Mo Lingtian what this trip was about. The Heavenly Rock King was a sovereign fiend emperor of the Fiend domain's Heavenly Rock race. Before he died, he infused his comprehensions of cultivation into a Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. When the Heavenly Rock King was alive, he found a star in the boundless starry river and refined it into a palace. After he died, it became his grave palace. The Great Rock Spreading Wings painting was in this grave palace. However, when the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting was formed, the experts of the Heavenly Rock race actually started killing each other over the painting. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. If one could obtain the lifetime comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor, it would be of heaven-defying help to one's cultivation and future cultivation. During the fight, the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting was broken into several pieces. The moment the painting scroll crumbled, the moment the painting shattered, the horrifying energy that exploded out instantly blasted the peak martial sages of the Heavenly Rock race fighting for the painting into powder. Chapter 757. At that moment, the Star Grave Palace completely closed. According to the Heavenly Rock King's plan, no one above martial sage could enter. The Heavenly Rock King broke through the barrier of the sky and flew into the depths of the boundless starry heavens. Due to the Heavenly Rock King's death, the strong Heavenly Rock race's strength had decreased significantly. Furthermore, the peak cultivators of the race had all died in the fight for the painting. The golden age that the Heavenly Rock King created for the Heavenly Rock race was gone forever. The Heavenly Rock race's strength declined sharply. After a few thousand years, the Heavenly Rock race became the weakest of the 100 races of the Fiend domain. Every 100 years, the Star Grave Palace would pass above the Heavenly Rock race. The Heavenly Rock race had never given up on summoning the Star Grave Palace, praying that it could summon the Heavenly Rock race back to its former glory. There was confirmed news that after several generations of attempts by the Heavenly Rock race, the Heavenly Rock race was really going to summon the Star Grave Palace. As time passed, the once mighty Heavenly Rock race left the bustling areas of the Fiend domain long ago. They moved to the borders of the Fiend domain, to the Sand region 4,000 kilometers away from Hunluo province. The Sand region was a vast desert, desolate and devoid of life. All sorts of ferocious beasts roamed about. There were only a few small oases. For the heavenly rock race to end up in such a state, it was easy to imagine how weak it was. If ordinary people could not travel for 1,000 kilometers, they would have to travel for a long time. However, to Emo Lingtian's group, it was not particularly far. In fact, it could be said to be very close. Flying skillfully allowed them to travel thousands of kilometers in a day. 8 days later, a seemingly endless golden desert appeared before the eyes of the 8. Emo Lingtian looked at the surging yellow sand and glanced at Xiao Chan behind him. His lips curled up as he said, "There are all sorts of ferocious beasts hiding under this desert. Flame sand snakes, muddy earth lizards, demonic spotted leopards, bone dragons, and many more. There are also the most troublesome gold-corroding worms. Xiao Chun, your physical body is the strongest. You will lead the way. Send us to the heavenly rock race's summoning altar. I will point you in the right direction." Xiao Chun smiled coldly in his heart. This fellow is really impolite. Let me just treat it as tempering my physical body. I will settle the score with him later. Looking at Xiao Chun, who obediently came forward, the corners of Emo Lingtian's mouth curled up, revealing a proud smile. What white-robed bladesman? He is like a dog in my hands. Does he really think that he can obtain any benefits? Lingtian, you're really something. What white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to challenge Bai Wuxue. Before young master, he does not even dare to fart. When the 5 elders behind Emo Lingtian saw this, they immediately started to flatter Emo Lingtian. What do the 7 giants count for? I Tianzhong am outstanding. In the future, when I control the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, I will definitely become the Eternal Heavenly Emperor and shake the Kunlun realm with my might. Elders, let's go. The few of them sent voice transmissions to each other. Although they did not say it out loud, Nangong Chong heard everything clearly. When she heard Emo Lingtian's final words, she nearly burst out laughing. Wu Yuankai, one of the insufferably arrogant 10 great evildoers of Hunluo City, could only be beaten up by Xiao Chan. It was unknown where Emo Lingtian got his confidence to look down on Xiao Chan like this. Bang bang bang. The blazing sun hung overhead, and yellow sand covered the ground. Occasionally, ferocious beasts leaped out of the sand. Xiao Chan did not hesitate. He executed the dragon claw fist and killed these ferocious beasts one by one. As Xiao Chan walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. As his fists and claws moved, dragons roared endlessly. Unless it was a ferocious beast above rank 9. Most ferocious beasts would find it hard to survive more than 10 moves from Xiao Chan. As Xiao Chan practiced his punches and kicks on the scalding sand, he gained a lot. In the past, Xiao Chan had always cultivated on flat ground. The more complicated ones were grasslands and forests. He had never practiced in a harsh environment like the desert before. The blazing sun of the Kunlun realm was several times larger than that of the Sky Dome realm. This was the first time Xiao Chen experienced its might. Without clouds to block the blazing sun, Xiao Chen's clothes were completely soaked in sweat in less than 2 hours. He looked like he had just been fished out of a river. Xiao Chen's body suffered a torment for no apparent reason. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely stop and rest properly, using his quintessence to block the sun and let himself feel better. However, Xiao Chen felt an incomparable carefree feeling. Under the blazing sun, he circulated his vital qi at full power. The integration of his muscles, bones, and blood seemed to have improved by another level. It felt like he could break through the shackles of a rank 1 sage body at any moment. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He could not help but put in even more effort to kill the ferocious beasts blocking his way. Emo Lingtian looked at the sweating, murderous Xiao Chen a kilometer away. He mocked. Indeed, a country bumpkin from the Sky Dome realm. The sun of the Kunlun realm is the strongest yang-attributed flame in the 3,000 great realms. Without clouds to block the sun, an ordinary person would die after being exposed to the sun for 2 hours. Given our cultivation, even if we were exposed to the sun without caring about the exhaustion, we would still end up with fire poison. If not for that, why would this young master care about a few bugs blocking the way? The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School Inner Sect elders also had mocking expressions on their faces as they echoed the elders' words. Nangong Cheong was very experienced. Naturally, she knew that Xiao Chen was not stupid. It was impossible for him not to feel the might of the Kunlun realm's sun. There had to be a reason for him to kill the ferocious beasts blocking the way so desperately. Indeed, after observing for a long time, Nangongchong finally discovered the secret behind it. She could not help feeling startled. This fellow actually used the Kunlun realm's sun to temper his body. Furthermore, it seemed to be very effective. It was laughable that Mo Lingtian and the others mocked Xiao Chan as a country bumpkin, truly ignorant. With Xiao Chan leading the charge, Mo Lingtian and the others had it easy. They only needed to deal with the occasional fish that slipped through the net. 3 days later, the bones in Xiao Chen's body gave off crackling sounds. Suddenly, he felt very relaxed. It was like he had just put down a heavy burden. My rank 1 sage body has advanced to rank 2. Xiao Chan casually punched and exploded a flame sand snake that leaped out. Then, he revealed an expression of joy as he squinted at the blazing sun in the sky. Xiao Chan broke through the bottleneck of his rank 1 sage body. This was a pleasant surprise. Mo Lingtian, who was a kilometer away, did not notice the changes in Xiao Chan. As he fought with the ferocious beasts, all sorts of sounds rang out. These sounds were much more intense than the crackling of Xiao Chen's bones. Furthermore, Mo Lingtian did not care about Xiao Chan at all. He felt that Xiao Chan was only a superior grade martial monarch. No matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. After 1 hour, Xiao Chan stopped advancing. The figures of the heavenly rock race cultivators finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Mo Lingtian met up with Xiao Chan. As he looked at the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators patrolling in front, he smiled sinisterly and said, "We have arrived. After holding it in for so long, it is time to vent." A purple crystal sword about 2 fingers wide appeared from Mo Lingtian's sleeve. He grasped the sword hilt, and suddenly, a boundless lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered under his feet. Boom! An electric light exploded under Mo Lingtian's feet. His body turned into a bolt of purple lightning and soared into the sky. He was so fast that the naked eye could not catch him. When the lightning disappeared into the horizon, Mo Lingtian's figure landed beside the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators. Electric light leaped around the purple crystal sword, and a sword light flickered. 2 heads flew off with a schwa sound. The 2 heavenly rock race cultivators did not even have a chance to cry out before they were killed. The 5 old men quickly flew over and smiled. Young master's thundersteps are indeed superb. In an instant you cross 2 kilometers. Xiao Chan recalled the process of Mo Lingtian executing thundersteps in his mind. After a while he felt like he had gained something. He felt that this movement technique had many redeeming qualities. Xiao Chan stood beside Mo Lingtian. 5 kilometers below the sand dune, the heavenly rock race's army had already split into a few groups, guarding the surroundings. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense passed through the groups and reached the core, which he could not see with his eyes. Then he saw a vast and complicated formation. 49 dazzling clumps of light leaped around the nodes of the complicated formation. The overwhelming spiritual energy formed pillars of light soaring into the sky. What a fellow! No wonder he dared to say that he would succeed. He actually gathered 49 peak spirit veins and moved all the spirit veins' origins over. For the sake of this summoning of the Grave Palace, the heavenly rock race probably spent all the savings of the race on it. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. In the center of the formation was an altar filled with an ancient aura. A young man wearing golden armor stood in the middle of the altar. He exuded a sharp aura and a heroic aura. This young man glanced at the surrounding sand dunes. There were people hiding behind them with malicious intentions. His lips curled up in a sinister smile, showing that he did not care. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chan felt that something was wrong. A strange thought popped up in his mind. Could the heavenly rock race have purposely leaked the news this time? Mo Lingtian looked around and sized up the place. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There are really many familiar faces here to join in the excitement. The Bone Mausoleum Halls Wang Ying, the Soaring Serpent Mansions Wu Guangyuan, the Blood Shadow Sex Tung Peng, the Heavenly Tiger Sex Yun Feiyang, and the Magnificent Fiend Hall Xiang Fei. There are also several fiend domain geniuses who came from afar. Unfortunately, they will return disappointed." As Mo Lingtian spoke, he seemed to be very proud of himself. Xiao Chan and Nangongchong directly ignored Mo Lingtian's words. They sent voice projections to each other. discussing how to find an opportunity to deal with these eternal heavenly sword school half-sages after they entered. As night fell, the 49 pillars of light in the formation became even brighter in the dark night. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a resplendent star that was clearly different from the others. It slowly moved across the sky, getting closer to the altar. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Their eyes blazed as they quietly waited for the star to fall. The star that belonged to the heavenly rock king was at its most resplendent in the dark night. At this moment, the heavenly rock king's star was at its most resplendent and dazzling. As it moved 5,000 kilometers in an instant, it looked incredibly slow in the eyes of the people below. A hopeful light appeared in Bai's bright eyes, revealing an incredibly determined expression. Bai Chun muttered to herself, "This is the Star Grave Palace. If I can obtain the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, I will not have to look at elder brother Xiao Chen's back anymore." Back then, during the 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chun defeated all the outstanding talents and was once the king grade true dragon. While Bai felt incredibly happy for Xiao Chen, she also felt a trace of loneliness as she looked at Xiao Chen walking in front. She had been cultivating in the Heavenly Fiend Palace for a long time, but the distance between her and Xiao Chen had widened. At that time, Bai Chun swore to herself that she would catch up to her elder brother Xiao Chen. Then Bai would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with him and not just look at Xiao Chen's back anymore. Chapter 758. I can definitely do it. Bai Chun clenched her fair hands tightly. She had suffered a lot in the past 2 years. She would definitely be able to make her elder brother Xiao Chun look at her in a different light. Xian Yu stretched out his hand to place it on Bai's shoulder. He revealed a smile and said, "Later, when the grave palace falls, Bai, just follow behind me." Bai smiled faintly and dodged Xian Yu's hand. She said, "Thank you, elder brother Xian Yu. At that time, elder brother Xian Yu had better protect yourself. Bai will not let you worry about me." Xian Yu pulled back his hand that missed. An indiscernible rage flashed on his handsome face. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Very well. However, if you need help, just let me know immediately." The dazzling star, the heavenly rock king who had fallen long ago. However, the grave palace still allowed him to shine. Even after thousands of years, it could still attract the attention of many outstanding talents. All this was because he was a sovereign martial emperor, the king of emperors. Nangongqiong looked around and frowned slightly. Then she sent a voice projection to Xiao Chan. "This time, even if you and I work together, we might not be able to suppress everyone. Aside from the trash of the 6 great factions, unexpectedly, there are other people." Seeing Xiao Chen's doubts, Nangongqiong placed her hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. A strange energy spread out, and a scene in the distance appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was as if he could touch it. "This is..." Nangongqiong smiled and said, "Heaven and Earth audiovisual art." The scene changed and fixed on a beautiful youth in white. Nangongqiong said, "This is a genius cultivator of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. He is not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. He is not someone that Mo Lingtian can compare to. The girl beside him is a peak genius of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race that rose to fame in the past year. She possesses a supreme cultivation technique of the fiend race from the immortal epoch. Her appearance and talent are 1 in 10,000. She even caught the eye of the Fox King. She is known as one of the 3 great beauties of the fiend domain. Some of the spirit fiend descendants are interested in her." Xiao Chun couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 2 years, the innocent little girl from back then already had such a reputation. The scene before Xiao Chun changed. A sloppy-looking young man with messy hair and a pair of gem-like eyes appeared in the clouds. Don't be fooled by this person's appearance. He is a genuine monstrous genius from the giant ape race. He is extremely famous in the fiend realm, and is known as the Little Heavenly Monkey. Many spirit fiend descendants are inferior to him. Aside from this, Nangongqiong had overlooked several young fiend race cultivators. They were probably not worthy of her attention, but in reality, none of these people were weaker than the direct disciples of the 6 major sections. Finally, the scene stopped on a sand dune in the distance. On the sand dune stood a young swordsman dressed in black. He had a cold expression and stood as straight as a javelin. The swordsman stood quietly on the sand dune. as if he had merged with the night. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to discover his existence. However, once one discovered him, he would be like a powerful treasure sword, deeply imprinted in one's mind. No matter what, one would not be able to forget him. That swordsman's pitch-black eyes were like black gemstones, even darker than the night, even more lonely and desolate. This is our greatest enemy on this trip. This person is called Yin San. Aside from the people of the Seven Giants, no one in the younger generation of your Tianwu domain knows him. Yin was an extremely ancient family name. At the start of the martial epoch, when the human race prospered, the Yin clan was already a sovereign noble clan. By the time the ancient era ended, the Yin clan had already existed for more than 50,000 years. Nangong Qiong continued. He is the scion of a sovereign noble clan, the Yin clan. I really can't figure out why he is not cultivating in the profound domain but here. He mainly cultivates the sword Dao and already has 1 foot in the threshold of martial sage. The great rock spreading wings painting is not very useful to him. The flourishing heaven pavilion was spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Aside from auctions, they also dealt in intelligence. Xiao Chan did not find it strange that Nangong Qiong knew so much. Xiao Chan looked at the golden-armored youth of the heavenly rock race on the altar and asked, "Do you know the origins of that heavenly rock race cultivator wearing golden armor?" Nangong Qiong glanced at him and replied, "This person is called Mingyu, the son of the heavenly rock race's clan head. His talent and strength are not bad. Unfortunately, the heavenly rock race has too few resources. Otherwise, he would be someone on the same level as the little heavenly monkey." Based on Nangong Qiong's words, she did not care about this golden-armored youth. However, Xiao Chun had a different opinion. "The situation is different from what I thought. Mo Lingtian is no longer of any value. Later you should directly kill him. The sage-grade secret treasure pagoda is yours. I will split 70% of his treasures with you." Originally, Nangong Qiong had intended to use Mo Lingtian to hide her identity to prevent being surrounded. However, now that a few people with backgrounds no weaker than hers arrived, there was no longer a need to hide her identity. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Interesting. Since I am going to make a move, you still want to take 70%? Nangong Qiong raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. Then she immediately smiled and said, "Good, it is settled then. The Sage Grey Pagoda is yours. You take 70% of the treasures and I will split 30. I fell for it. This girl is just digging a hole for me. Without doing anything, she obtained 30% of Mo Lingtian's treasures. Interacting with this girl is really worrisome. Xiao Chan, later when the Stargrave Palace falls, we will do the same. You will take the lead and help us carve out a path." Mo Lingtian said casually. Mo Lingtian said casually, as if he was giving orders to the world. However, he did not know that Xiao Chan and Nangong Qiong had already ignored him. They were secretly discussing how to split the treasures after killing him. As the two spoke, the resplendent star outside the barrier of the sky completely overlapped with the direction of the altar. The heavenly rock race elders, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately took action, quickly forming hand seals. The complicated formation lit up with a boundless light. The 49 spirit veins' origins drained at a visible rate. When the spirit veins' origins were completely drained, a boundless suction suddenly came from the altar, locking down the Stargrave Palace in the sky. In the next moment, the Stargrave Palace descended at an extremely fast speed. Soon it touched the barrier of the sky. A bright fiery light blazed in the night sky, blazing fiercely. It was a wondrous scene, magnificent and magnificent. As the fiery light spread, the Stargrave Palace broke through the barrier of the sky, slowly appearing before everyone's eyes. Boom! 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 Countless fiery lights shot out like meteors, shooting across the vast desolate desert and exploding in a chain of horrifying sounds. At this moment, everyone held their breath as they looked at the sky. A small castle-like grave palace floated in the air, looking like it would fall at any moment. Whoosh! 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 The 1,000-odd heavenly rock race cultivators all shot up, quickly flying towards the entrances of the grave palace. The other cultivators, who had been waiting outside for a long time, all flew over as well. Several incredible people even rushed into the entrances ahead of the heavenly rock race cultivators. Lights of various colors flickered in the night sky. The scene turned chaotic. Emo Lingtian frowned slightly. It looked like the grave palace was about to land, but Xiao Chan did not move at all. He shouted angrily, "Xiao Chan, didn't I tell you to open a path for us? Are you tired of living? Why are you still not moving?" As Emo Lingtian spoke, Xiao Chan moved. However, this action startled the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's half-sage elders. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Bang! Without giving Emo Lingtian any chance to react, Xiao Chan, who was very close, directly executed deities descending and punched Emo Lingtian's head, turning it into a shower of blood. Emo Lingtian, who had always been arrogant and did not care about Xiao Chan, died just like that from Xiao Chen's punch that multiplied his combat prowess tenfold. It was direct and efficient, extremely miserable. The other 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sage elders immediately felt dizzy. Why did the white-robed bladesman, who did whatever he was told to do earlier, attack Emo Lingtian so boldly? Furthermore, when Xiao Chen attacked, he erupted with a horrifying aura and a surging golden fist wind, completely suppressing everyone present. By the time they reacted, Xiao Chan had already stretched out his hand to grab the sage grade pagoda that flew out of Emo Lingtian's body and put it into his universe ring. "You! How bold! How dare you kill the top true inheritor of our Eternal Heavenly Sword School?" The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School elders pointed at Xiao Chan with murderous intent. Boom! The Stargrave Palace landed on the ground. Heaven and earth shook, and an overwhelming sound drowned out the voices of the 5 half-sages. The surging shock waves that followed, filling the air with yellow sand, knocked Xiao Chen's group into the air. Although the energy contained in the shock waves was great, they were rather scattered. Although Xiao Chen and the others were knocked back, they did not suffer any injuries. The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sage elders stabilized themselves and glared at Xiao Chan. Their killing chi surged like a vast ocean. "Xiao Chan, to think that you are so despicable. Earlier, you killed the clan head of a subordinate clan of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. My clan's disciple was kind and did not make things difficult for you. To think that you repaid kindness with enmity, sneak attacking us." One of the elders exclaimed in rage. They had been relying on Emo Lingtian. In the future, when Emo Lingtian became the sect master of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he would give them countless benefits. However, now that Emo Lingtian died, there would definitely be a new top true inheritor. A new emperor would recruit his own subordinates. The new top true inheritor would definitely have his own subordinates. How could there be any benefits for them? "You must die. Even if you have the Haotian sect backing you, we will kill you today." Xiao Chan silently circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and laughed loudly. Then he shouted coldly, "What is the point of saying so much? You are all very clear on what you are planning. You want to kill me, but I do not intend to let you leave alive. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want to me?" The 5 were only slightly stronger than Situlei, and much weaker than Wu Yuankai. Now that Xiao Chan had learned a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, why would he care about them? Sagely songs singing a distant legend. A grand and majestic song rang out. Xiao Chan flew forward without hesitation. With every step he took, a golden light shone down. Sagely songs surrounded him, and a holy aura spread out. This is the aura of the deity race's superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. How does he know it? The 5 half-sage elders exchanged looks, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Chapter 759. Boom! A golden fist wind surged out. Xiao Chen's vital chi, mental energy, and quintessence gathered to form a strong golden energy, forming a vast radiance that spread out in an instant. The 5 attacked at the same time. They all executed their martial techniques but still could not block. That radiance shattered their quintessence martial techniques. The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sages vomited a mouthful of blood and took 100 steps back. Their eyes were filled with horror. "Let's go. This brat is too demonic. We are not a match for him. Let's go back and report this to the sect master, and get him to invite the Supreme Elder out." The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sages actually wanted to retreat from Xiao Chen's punch. "You think you can leave? Radiance of deities." Xiao Chen smiled coldly. The deities of the Permitha heavenly nation focused their gazes on him. His body immediately shone with an indescribably dazzling light. He looked like a deity walking in the world. The golden light on Xiaochen's fist was as dazzling as the sun. When he punched, a majestic golden pillar of light immediately shot out. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered and the air burned. The pillar of light struck the 5 flying half-sage elders. It was like they were struck by lightning. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xiaochen withdrew his fist and stood upright. The golden light on his body slowly faded away. However, the golden radiance in the air lingered for a long time, looking immortal. His figure flashed as he rode on the blue dragon. Then Xiaochen attacked the 5 half-sages, killing them expressionlessly. When Nangongqiong, who was behind, saw this scene, she was flabbergasted. Earlier, when Xiaochen killed Mo Lingtian in one move, he had relied on a surprise attack. But this time he'd actually killed 5 half-saints. Although these 5 were not worth mentioning among half-sages, much weaker than Wu Yuankai and those demonic geniuses, they were still 5 half-sages. However, these were still 5 half-sages after all. Xiaochen had casually killed them. This was somewhat shocking. Even with the myriad heaven divine fist, he should not be this strong. After all, he was only a superior grade martial monarch. There was only one explanation, and that was that his psychic energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was comparable to the geniuses of the god race. His spiritual force was comparable to the geniuses of the god race, and he also possessed a vast amount of true essence that far surpassed the god race. With the 3 combined, the myriad heaven divine fist seemed to be tailor-made for him. Compared to the geniuses of the deity race, he could bring out even more power. Nangongqiong thought for a while and immediately figured out what was going on. The strength of the Xiaochen before her was probably no weaker than any of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. The myriad heaven divine fist displayed its might once again. Xiaochen entered deep thought. As the purple thunder divine incantation tempered mental energy, his mental energy had always been far superior to that of ordinary people. But most of the time, mental energy could only be used as divine sense for detection. It was like a pearl covered in dust, completely wasted. After obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist, this pearl shone brilliantly, revealing its extraordinary might. In the future, when the purple thunder divine incantation advanced to the 7th layer, Xiaochen's mental energy would continue to increase. At that time, he might be able to learn the deeper mysteries of the myriad heaven divine fist in advance. Xiaochen took out the spatial rings of the 5 half-sages and scanned them with his spiritual sense. First, he counted the astral coins in them. There was a total of 300,000 astral coins. It looked like as elders of the eternal heavenly sword school, these 5 were not particularly rich. Xiaochen had obtained more than 200,000 astral coins from Wu Yuankai alone. Furthermore, that was not including the valuable pair of dark gold gloves. Ding! Nangongqiong tossed out a spatial ring and said with a smile, "This is Mo Lingtian's spatial ring. I already took 30% of it. The remaining 70% is yours." Xiaochen casually caught the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He discovered 300,000 astral coins, all sorts of medicinal pills, and a secret manual for the thunder steps. He wondered if that lass kept her promise and only took 30% of the profits. However, even if she did not keep her promise, Xiaochen could not fall out with this girl immediately. Firstly, he did not know her limits. Secondly, this girl clearly understood the Star Grave Palace a lot. After he entered, he would definitely need to rely on her. However, no matter what, Xiaochen now had more than 1 million astral coins. His wealth had definitely soared, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Looking around, there was not a single person to be seen in the previously bustling place. Without exception, everyone had surged into the massive Star Tomb Palace. Nangongqiong, did you notice that the many heavenly rock race cultivators all flew in before the Star Grave Palace fell? However, there was one person who did not move. Xiaochen asked calmly as he looked at the Star Grave Palace. Surprised, Nangongqiong asked, "Who?" When the Star Grave Palace fell, if one stood below, one would definitely be crushed to death. The Heavenly Rock Race's young clan head, Ming Yu. Did you see wrong? Absolutely not. I saw him standing on the altar with my own eyes. He did not fly up with the other heavenly rock race cultivators. When Nangongcheong heard this, her expression changed. She said, "The situation is not good. I probably underestimated this person earlier. We have to go in quickly." Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "Wait for a while. Let me refine that sage great pagoda first before we enter." With a flip of his hand, an exquisite pagoda flew out of the universe ring. After the pagoda flew out, it immediately soared into the sky, trying to leave. The sage grade pagoda already had a trace of spirituality. It instinctively did not want to be refined by others. How could Xiaochen let it go? His strong mental energy locked the pagoda in place. Then he sent his spiritual sense into the core of the pagoda and erased Mo Lingtian's spiritual mark, replacing it with his own. After nourishing it for a while, Xiaochen's spiritual mark completely occupied the pagoda, wiping out the aura that Mo Lingtian left behind. With a thought, the pagoda turned into a beam of light and returned to Xiaochen's chest. Then it merged with his flesh and blood, becoming one. This was the ability of a sage-grade secret treasure. Nangongcheong could not help feeling somewhat jealous. This fellow's mental energy is really heaven-defying. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had? If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to refine this sage-grade secret treasure without 3 to 5 days. However, Xiaochen did it as easily as if he was eating or drinking. Come, let's enter the grave palace. After refining this pagoda, Xiaochen's confidence in his strength increased. Then, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of a grave palace. A dark passageway appeared before the two. Cold chi came from the walls on both sides of the passageway, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Xiaochen quickly circulated his quintessence and forced out the cold chi. How cold? Why does it feel like I fell into an ice cave? Nangongcheong carefully looked around and said casually, "The Heavenly Rock King used a heavenly ice star to forge this grave palace. The temperature of the heavenly ice star is comparable to ice marrow. Be careful. Don't let the cold chi invade your body. Otherwise, it will turn into a cold poison." After walking for a while, Nangongcheong stretched out her hand and pressed a spot on the wall. The wall opened, and a grave room appeared before the two. Unfortunately, aside from simple decorations, there was nothing else in there. The auras of any treasures did not leak out. The two continued forward. Along the way, Nangongcheong opened up many hidden grave rooms. However, she did not gain anything from them. Occasionally she found pleasant surprises, but they were just small items. After walking for a while, the number of people in front increased. Nangongcheong did not hold back, so she opened up the hidden grave rooms in front of all the cultivators. This caused everyone to feel astonished, and they all followed suit. Kase! Another secret room opened, and a beam of light shone out from inside. A vast emperor's might spread out together with the light, startling the many cultivators following behind. It's a fragment of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. Someone immediately recognized this item and cried out in pleasant surprise. The crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. "All of you scram. This painting fragment belongs to me, Yun Feiyang. No one is allowed to snatch it." Bang! 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 The people behind were knocked into the air. A group of half-sages wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Tiger sect charged over arrogantly and despotically. The Heavenly Tiger sect was a sect established by a group of cultivators who left the Fiend Domain's Heavenly Tiger race. After 1,000 years of development, they had gained a firm foothold in Hunluo province. The Heavenly Tiger sect was an absolute hegemon in the vicinity of Hunluo province, no weaker than the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Their arrogance and despotic behavior made perfect sense. The human and fiend race cultivators who came here were all outstanding talents, barely qualified to be called geniuses. At the very least, they were peak superior grade martial monarchs. Many of them were even half-sages. However, before the Heavenly Tiger sex group, they did not dare to be too unbridled. They all opened up a path and glared at Yun Feiyang, who was the leader, in extreme displeasure. "When the Soaring Serpent Mansion's people arrive, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant." Several of the people who were knocked into the air by the Heavenly Tiger sect said hatefully, showing dissatisfaction in their eyes. The Soaring Serpent Mansion's people had also taken this entrance. If nothing unexpected happened, they would feel the energy fluctuations of the great rock spreading wings painting piece and would rush over soon. At that time there would be a fierce battle. These people might be able to fish in troubled waters and obtain fortuitous encounters. Although the heavenly tiger sex people were strong, the others only hid at the side. No one intended to leave. Yun Feiyong was tall and stout. He wore a fur coat, and his facial features were broad. With one glance he looked very imposing. As he walked, he exuded a mighty aura. "Come over here." Yun Feiyong spread his fingers, and a suction force formed by fiend energy passed over Xiao Chan and Nangong Qiong, heading for the secret room. Yun Feiyong was very arrogant. He did not care about anything, wanting to snatch away the great rock spreading wings painting piece in front of the two. Nangong Qiong placed her right hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and stopped him. She said, "Don't be in such a rush. He will not snatch away the painting piece that easily. Let's use him to exhaust the energy in the painting piece first." The dazzling great rock spreading wings painting piece radiating emperors might quickly flew towards Yun Feiyong. The smile on Yun Feiyong's face widened. Bang! Just as Yun Feiyong was about to grab the painting piece, something strange happened. A vast, surging energy burst out from the painting piece. Boom! It knocked the others back. "Young master, are you all right?" The heavenly tiger sex half-sage elders showed shocked expressions as they quickly rushed over. Yun Feiyong waved his hand and said sullenly, "I'm fine. It looks like the energy contained in this painting piece cannot be underestimated. I was a little careless. I'll just have to try again." "Yun Feiyong, you want to snatch the painting piece with that little ability of yours? Even if I gave you a chance, you would not be able to grab it." At the top of the tomb, a figure quickly dashed out and grabbed at the map fragment. However, just as the figure was about to touch the map fragment, a figure suddenly appeared. However, just as that figure was about to touch the painting piece, that force knocked him back. Chapter 760. The Soaring Serpent Mansion. Zhuo Guangyuan is here. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately lit up. Now that Zhuo Guangyuan was here, it would not be so easy for Yun Feiyong to obtain the painting piece. With the two tigers fighting, their chance had finally arrived. Bang! 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 The group of half-sage elders from the Soaring Serpent Mansion pushed through the crowd and rushed over to support Zhuo Guangyuan. When Yun Feiyong saw Zhuo Guangyuan falling down in a sorry state, he mocked. "Brother Zhuo, you are very capable. You nearly managed to grab the painting piece." Yun Feiyong emphasized the word nearly, making Zhuo Guangyuan's expression turn unsightly. "Unfortunately, it was nearly. This painting piece was prepared for me, Yun Feiyong." A venomous, sinister look flashed in Zhuo Guangyuan's eyes. He said in a cold voice, "You are too delusional. Hu Qi." Just at this moment, the emperor painting fragment floating in the air was suddenly pulled over by a huge suction force. The emperor's might contained in the painting piece was mostly nullified by that suction. Then the painting piece appeared before the person who made a move. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and stern. He circulated all his quintessence, vital qi, and mental energy, as well as the sovereign's qi in his bloodline at the same time. Xiao Chen's aura soared. His black hair fluttered everywhere, and his white robes fluttered. Suddenly he attracted everyone's attention. He stretched his hand forward and grabbed the dazzling emperor map fragment. With a buzz he caught it in his hand. Boom! Surging energy surged out of Xiao Chen's palm, forming a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. The wind howled, sounding like a vast army galloping. The surroundings of the grave passage trembled violently. Several people could not stand stably and nearly fell. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Where exactly did this person come from? Not only did he know all the hidden rooms of the grave palace, but he also knew about them. Not only did he know the various hidden rooms of the grave palace, but he also held the painting piece firmly in his hand, something that Yun Feiyong and Zhuo Guangyuan could not easily suppress. Xiao Chen withdrew the painting piece with a flip of his palm and placed it in his universe ring. "You are seeking death. How dare you snatch what belongs to me, Yun Feiyong? Reckless fool!" Zhuo Guangyuan and Yun Feiyong could not hold themselves back anymore. How could they let someone else obtain the treasure that they wanted? Then they leaped up and charged at Xiao Chen together, radiating killing qi. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone. They thought that the two of them would fight fiercely, but they actually joined hands to attack the same person. However, what astonished them even more was to come. Suddenly, a majestic and resonant holy song rang out from the palace grave. Xiao Chun, who was surrounded by the holy song, stepped forward and punched. The golden light poured out like a heavy weight. Yun Feiyong and Zhu Guangyuan, who were surging with murderous qi, both grunted as Xiao Chun knocked them back with one punch. How is this possible? The top true inheritors of the Heavenly Tiger sect and the Soaring Serpent Mansion were actually sent flying with a single punch. The cultivators waiting at the side to take advantage of the situation were all startled. The expressions of the half-sage elders of the two sects changed drastically. They stopped hesitating and attacked. In that instant, strong winds blew in the air. 10 odd figures burst out with martial techniques of all sorts, charging at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun's expression remained calm. If it were in the past, he would not have dared to be careless when facing 10 odd half-sages who were as strong as Gu Mu. However, now that his physical body had reached rank 2 sage body, he had consumed the dragon marrow to form an internal defense, and he had refined the sage-grade defensive pagoda. No matter how many clowns there was no need to fear them. An image of a pagoda encased Xiao Chun. With a thought, his mental energy and veritable essence energy poured into the pagoda like a river. The illusory pagoda immediately materialized at a visible pace. Eventually, it looked like a supreme pagoda standing there, unafraid of wind and rain, unafraid of mountains and rivers. Dang! 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 The attacks of 10 odd half-sages struck the pagoda, producing loud bangs that resounded endlessly. Waves of qi spread out, forming a terrifying gust of wind that swept through the tomb. When the strong wind scattered and the shock waves vanished, the 10 odd half-sages were shocked to discover that Xiao Chun was unharmed in the pagoda, looking at them expressionlessly. Get the hell down here! A light flashed, and the sage-grade pagoda returned to Xiao Chun's body, merging with his flesh and blood. Xiao Chun shouted ferociously and soared into the air, bringing out the radiance of a deity. Xiao Chun's fist shone with a light like that of a small sun, forming an unparalleled, majestic pillar of light that shot out. The 10 odd half-sage elders in the air all vomited a mouthful of blood. They cried out miserably as they fell from the sky. When Yun Feiyong and Zhu Guangyuan, who were on the ground, saw this scene, horror filled their eyes. They both muttered to themselves and wanted to reveal their true forms at the same time. If a fiend race cultivator revealed their true form, their strength would increase by at least 50%, making them very difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. How could he give them such an opportunity? Kasie. Golden chains appeared behind him. Divine scripts circulated around them, releasing a mighty pressure. Xiao Chun punched the air, and the chains danced around like berserk dragons. Whoosh! The chains wrapped around the two. The divine scripts on the chains contained a strangely strong sealing power, suppressing the surging auras in the two's bodies. The two's complexions flushed, and their eyes glared with rage. No matter how they struggled, they could not move at all. Their strength slowly decreased, and after a while they were like ordinary people. When Xiao Chun landed, he casually waved his hand, and a cool breeze formed by quintessence gently blew the two off the ground, sending them crashing into a wall. With the strength of one person, Xiao Chun easily defeated the top true inheritors of two great sects and a group of half-sage elders. Xiao Chun swept his gaze around, and the cultivators who remained there were all frightened out of their wits. They immediately scattered, fleeing frantically. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. You displayed your might and obtained a painting piece. After the battle ended, Nangong Chong appeared from somewhere. She had a faint smile on her face as she spoke. Xiao Chun was already numb to Nangong Chong's attitude. There was no need to rely on her to help at any time. Just treat her as heir. Right, as long as she is heir, I will not get angry if I can't see her. Xiao Chun glanced at Yun Feiyong and Xiao Chun, who had failed to reveal their true forms and were sealed by the divine chains, and walked over. The two were severely injured. They found it difficult to even stand up for now. The divine chains sealed their strength. If the seal did not last for long, they would be no different from ordinary people. Xiao Chun ignored the two's curses and their childish threats. He directly took the 2 spatial rings and took all the astral coins and peak superior grade secret treasures. After that, they continued forward. With Nangongqiong leading the way, Xiaochen only needed to follow behind her, saving him a lot of trouble. Advancing stealthily, Zhang Xian passed through several corridors. Regardless of whether it was a hidden chamber or a room that existed publicly, most of them were empty. Unexpectedly, aside from the painting pieces, there was nothing in the grave palace of the Heavenly Rock King. This was simply inexcusable. Something's wrong. Why are there no treasures in the secret rooms? Nangongqiong asked after walking for a long time. She frowned slightly and stopped. Nangongqiong had 2 goals in coming here. One was to enter the core hall and take away the core painting piece of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. The second was to find the treasures hidden in the various secret rooms. As a sovereign martial emperor, the Heavenly Rock King's former residence would definitely have many precious treasures. If she could obtain them all, the accumulated value would be much higher than the core painting piece. When Xiao Chan saw Nangongqiong stop, he asked, "What's wrong? Someone probably got ahead of us." The Heavenly Rock Race's people probably do not care about the painting pieces. Their goal is to obtain the treasures left behind by the Heavenly Rock King. They used the painting pieces to attract the attention of others and obtained the treasures in the Grave Palace. Then they stayed out of the matter. This is indeed a brilliant plan. Nangongqiong spoke of her guesses. Right now, the Heavenly Rock race had already declined to the point of extinction. They did not even have a martial sage. Although the Heavenly Rock race had many people, in reality, it was hard to say who would win if they fought with the people who came. Let's go. Let's not waste time here. Let's go directly to the Grave Palace's Eternal Rest Hall. Hopefully, nothing unexpected has happened to the core painting piece. Many hidden doors opened on the top floor of the vast Grave Palace. The figures of the Heavenly Rock Race cultivators leaped out of them. Then they quickly landed on the ground, distancing themselves from the Grave Palace. As the figures came over and presented the treasures they obtained in the Grave Palace, the 3 old men leading the group revealed increasingly joyful expressions. There are more than 10,000 superior grade spirit gathering pearls, 50 million astral coins, more than 100 sage grade secret treasures, close to 5,000 superior grade secret treasures, and more than 10,000 spirit weapons and treasure armor. There are more than 3,000 bottles of grade 8 medicinal pills, and more than 100 bottles of sage medicinal pills. Patriarch, with these resources, it won't be long before our Sky Rock race rises again. The Sky Rock race's patriarch Ming Fan smiled and said, "It's worth it. We use 49 low-grade rank 1 spirit veins in exchange for so many resources. It's enough for our Sky Rock race to use for 500 years. The gray-robed elder on the right said, "Now it all depends on young Master Mingyu. If he can successfully obtain the core map fragment, then this mission will come to a perfect conclusion." Junior tribe leader, that's too risky. There are quite a few demon-level geniuses that came this time. Even us old bones are afraid of them, said the old man on the left worriedly. Ming Fan sighed and said in a low voice, "This is his own choice. Right now, Kunlun is in the golden age of 10,000 years. He is very proud and does not want to be buried as a spectator. He can only take a gamble." The elder on the right said, "Patriarch, Old Lu and the others have yet to come out after collecting the Heavenly Ice Sword. Could they have met with some trouble?" Ming Fan muttered, "Never mind. The Heavenly Ice Sword is not hidden at all. I do not have much hope. Let's go. We should quit while we're ahead. If others discover us, we will be in big trouble." Ming Fan was very cautious. He carefully put away the resources that he had and quickly led the Heavenly Rock Race cultivators away from this place. Inside the Grave Palace, Xiao Chan and Nangongqiong did not take any detours and headed straight ahead. 1 hour later, horrifying miserable cries came from the corner of the grave entrance. The heavy stench of blood in the enclosed space was unbearable. Chapter 761. Xiao Chen frowned and turned his head to take a look. A large number of cultivators gathered at the exit of the passageway, fighting a spider-like ferocious beast with an extremely strange aura. This ferocious beast was described as strange because although Xiao Chan could feel the horrifying aura coming from it, he could not sense any life force at all. Interesting. It is actually a demonic puppet refined from an astral venom spider. I want this demonic puppet. When Nangong Cheong saw this ferocious beast, her bright eyes immediately revealed a trace of joy. She casually waved her hand, and an elegant wooden umbrella appeared in her hand. The plain-looking umbrella gave off an ancient aura. Xiao Chun looked carefully and discovered several hundred arm-thick heavenly sage laws around the umbrella. A high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun's pupils constricted, and intense shock flashed in his eyes. This girl was really mysterious. She could casually take out a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chun, be careful. Don't get betrayed by this girl. If I guess correctly, she is definitely from a sovereign noble clan. Her name might be a fake. Ao Jiao warned from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun nodded and said calmly, "Don't worry. I have not used the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, or the strength character formula. After all, she is not a martial sage. I still have some trump cards against her." Nangong Cheong left very quickly and returned very quickly as well. In less than 15 minutes, she returned to Xiao Chen's side. An exquisite astral venom spider appeared in her palm like a doll. After she put it away, she smiled and said, "Let's go. There seems to be a treasure in front that the heavenly rock race's people did not take away. No wonder this group of people is so stubborn despite the obstruction of the astral venom spider." Hearing that there was a treasure, Xiao Chun took the lead. After passing through the entrance, the scene before him suddenly widened. A vast palace with grand decorations appeared before Xiao Chun. The cultivators that came from the various entrances all gathered here. Aside from the true inheritors of the 6 factions, the fiend race geniuses that Nangong Cheong paid special attention to, the little heavenly monkey Feng and the silver moon spirit fox Xianyu, were also here. However, it was very quiet at this moment. Heroes from all over had gathered together, but no one made a sound. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little strange. In the center of the palace, there was a towering stone platform. On top of the stone platform, there was a pitch-black sword that exuded a chilling aura and a restrained brilliance. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. "Heavenly ice sword," Nangong Cheong exclaimed softly. Then she came to a sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder Yen Shur-san would travel such a great distance to come here. I knew it. He mainly cultivates the massacre sword Dao. How could the map fragment be so attractive to him?" The heavenly ice sword was forged by the heavenly rock king using the source of the heavenly ice star. Unfortunately, after it was forged, it lacked a bit of spirituality. Heavenly rock king was greatly disappointed. He had always shelved it, never using it. The heavenly rock king did not think much of this sword, but in the eyes of others, it was a peerless treasure. As long as it could nurture an artifact spirit, it would become a high-grade subdivine weapon. A fragment of a subdivine weapon of the Thunder King was able to attract the attention of a martial sage of Hunluo City. Now, as long as it was nurtured properly, it could definitely become a subdivine weapon. Naturally, it went without saying how attractive it was. Everyone wanted to obtain the heavenly ice sword. However, no one dared to act rashly. The normally arrogant geniuses all became cautious. Everyone knew that the bird that poked its head out would be shot. If they acted rashly now, they would definitely offend everyone, and become the target of everyone's attacks. Everyone was waiting for a chaotic situation so that they could make their move amidst the chaos. Hu Qi. Amid this strange and quiet atmosphere, a black figure gently drifted over. This person did not care about the murderous gazes of the others as he casually stood on the stone platform. This was a slender, young swordsman in black with a stern expression. This was the person that Nangong Cheong feared the most, Yen Shur-san. While the many geniuses did not dare to provoke the crowd and waited quietly, the black-clad swordsman calmly stood on the stone platform. "Not bad. This is a good sword. I want it." The many geniuses stared at the black-clad swordsman with murderous intent. However, Yen Shur-san ignored them. He stretched out his hand to grab the pitch-black sword hilt. Where did this nameless brat come from? How dare he speak nonsense here? The heavenly ice sword is the treasure of our heavenly rock race. No one is allowed to snatch it. Yen Shur-san was not very famous here. Or rather, he was too famous. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know of his origins. Seeing that Yen Shur-san was going to grab the heavenly ice sword, The 3 half-sage old men of the heavenly rock race immediately became enraged and quickly revealed their true forms. The bones on their backs wiggled, and a pair of heavenly rock wings unfurled. The wings flapped ferociously, kicking up a strong wind. The 3 old men charged at Yen Shursan like a bolt of lightning with a towering flame burning in their eyes. Yen Shursan's eyebrows twitched. He had not expected these 3 heavenly rock race old men to be dissatisfied with him taking the heavenly ice sword. Since you do not practice the sword, what is the point of having a sword? The greedy usually die the fastest. Yen Shursan did not move at all. He glanced around and moved his fingers slightly. The buzzing of countless swords came from the air, linking together as if there were countless swords hidden in the air. A strong and pure sword intent flowed everywhere in the air, forming a torrent of formless blades. The entire hall started trembling continuously. The swords in the hands of several cultivators were about to fly out uncontrollably, causing these cultivators to panic. This is a peak great perfection sword intent. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, revealing a horrified expression. A peak great perfection sword intent was already infinitely close to perfection, able to condense a sword's soul at any time. This was something that several martial sages, who had lived for 100 years, could not do. Unexpectedly, this youth did it. Suddenly, Yen Shursan stopped moving his fingers, and the hidden swords in the air all stopped buzzing. The torrent of swords flowing everywhere also stopped moving at this moment. Everything fell silent. Not a single sound could be heard. The huge difference seemed to cause others to have the misconception that the powerful and vast sword intent at the advanced stage earlier was not real. Just as these doubts appeared in everyone's mind, Yen Shursan made his move and gently waved his hand. Boom! Countless crisp sounds connected together, forming a rumbling sound that resembled a tidal wave. The countless swords hidden in the void all stabbed out at the same time. They gathered together and formed a berserk dragon made of swords. The body of the berserk dragon hummed with thousands of swords, and a boundless state of massacre spread out from it. Bang! The massacre berserk dragon howled as it flew by. The various martial techniques executed by the 3 heavenly rock race cultivators, who had revealed their true forms, vanished like smoke. Sword lights shot out, and a scarlet light spread everywhere. Before the 3 old men could scream, they were sliced into countless spurts of blood. The blood infused into the berserk dragon. A faint layer of blood mist-dyed the berserk dragon made of sword lights, making it look like a blood dragon with overwhelming killing chi. Yen Shursan casually waved his hand and killed 3 half-sages. The entire hall fell silent, dumbfounded. What exactly is this fellow's background? The Yen clan was a hidden sovereign noble clan. Ordinary people would not know of such a clan. When facing the horrifying Yen Shursan, everyone thought hard but could not figure out where such an expert came from. Acting all mysterious. I Wang Ying will test you out. A sinister wind blew and carried a figure towards Yen Shursan. It was Tung Peng, the top true inheritor of the Blood Shadow sect, one of the 6 great sects of Hunluo province. When Yen Shursan saw Tung Peng in the sinister wind, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, Interesting. There is finally someone using the sword even though he does not cultivate the righteous Tao. Yen Shursan grasped his sword hilt with his right hand, not drawing his sword. He pointed forward, and a dense black sword chi immediately shot out from the scabbard, moving as fast as a meteor. The sword chi contained the massacre sword Dao that could destroy everything. Everywhere it passed, even the air seemed to lose its life force and wither. Kase! The sword chi easily tore through the sinister wind, piercing through Tong Peng's protective quintessence and the superior grade inner vest he wore before piercing through his body. The black sword chi spread out with a surging state of massacre. No matter how Tung Peng blocked, he could not suppress the aura of massacre that could destroy everything. Tung Peng's complexion was as pale as paper. The sinister wind around him scattered, and he appeared fatigued and lifeless. Unexpectedly, not only did this sword strike injure his physical body, but the sword chi containing the massacre Dao even injured his life force. Young master! The Blood Shadow sect's half-sage old Zhao showed a startled expression as he quickly flew over and caught Tung Peng. Attacked together. The few half-sage elders all showed furious expressions as they charged at Yen Shursan. The Bone Mausoleum Hall's Wang Ying, and the magnificent fiend Hall Xiangfei hesitated for a moment before leading their half-sage elders over as well. If they did not attack now and were defeated by Yin Shisan, they would no longer have a chance to obtain the heavenly ice sword. Yin Shisan smiled faintly as he looked at the 20-odd half-sages flying over, not showing any fear. He did not even draw his black sword, just casually brandishing it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yin Shisan's veritable essence energy surged, and the scabbard danced. Under his guidance, berserk dragons made of the massacre Dao surged in all directions. The swords buzzed endlessly in the hall, sounding like a flowing waterfall. A strong wind howled and shook the surroundings. The various half-sages could not even block the berserk sword dragons, much less approach Yin Shisan. He fought against so many half-step saints all by himself, and he didn't even have to draw his sword. Xiao Chun appeared slightly stunned. This fellow is really strong. Of the 7 giants, only Juanqi can compete with him. If Xiao Chun can put some distance between them, his first senior sister might have a chance of victory. As for the other giants, if they did not have any fortuitous encounters in the past few months, none of them would be a match for him. No wonder that Nangong Qiong treated him as her greatest opponent. Xiao Chun thought, fortunately I practiced the saber and not the sword. There is no need to fight with this person. Otherwise I would have to expose all my trump cards. No swordsman could resist the temptation of the heavenly ice sword. If Xiao Chun practiced the sword, no matter how strong Yin Shisan was, he would fight for it. Even if he could not defeat Yin Shisan, he would do his best. Otherwise it would be hard to avoid regret. A powerful treasure sword was not something one could come across at any time. Chapter 762. As the half-sages fell one by one, the berserk sword dragons slowly vanished, and the hall regained its calm. The eyes of the injured half-sages on the ground and Yin Shisan, who stood with his hands behind his back on the sovereign stone platform, flashed with unconcealable horror. Bai, you used the sword. I'll help you snatch this heavenly ice sword. You could tell that Bai was tempted, so he smiled gently and said gently, if Xiao Chun could help her obtain the heavenly ice sword now, he would definitely be able to capture her heart in one go. When Yu's second uncle heard this, his expression changed drastically. Bai could not help but frown deeply. When he saw that Yu was about to make a move, he said anxiously, there's no need. I'll go and get it myself. Seeing Bai fly out first, Zhang Zimo and Mu Xinya quickly followed. Yu's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that Bai would personally make a move for the sake of not appreciating his kindness. Yu snorted coldly and was about to get up. Don't be rash. This person is Yin Shisan, the demonic genius of a sovereign noble clan. You are not a match for him. Yu's second uncle quickly made a move to stop him. Then, he told him about the horrors of a sovereign noble clan. After Yu heard the other party's explanation, his expression changed, and he slowly stopped himself from making a move. The massacre sword Dao. If my life's origin is injured, my future will be ruined. Xiao Chun, who was originally planning to watch the show, suddenly saw a familiar figure fly out from the crowd. He was stunned and smiled bitterly helplessly. Back then, I really should not have let her walk the sword Dao. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and wrote a blue dragon image. Then he soared into the sky, intending to block Bai. Yin Shisan's massacre sword Dao was clearly different from the state of massacre of regular cultivators. It was an extremely pure Dao of massacre. Using massacre as a sword, it could destroy everything, destroying all life force. If one's origin was accidentally injured, it would not be something that could be healed in a few days. A dragon roar resounded in all directions. Riding the dragon, Xiao Chun leaped up and instantly arrived before Bai, Zhang Zimo, and Mu Xinya. Yin Shisan stood with his hands behind his back on the 100-meter-tall stone platform in front. He did not do anything, but the berserk dragons formed by the 3 massacring swords circled around him. As soon as he saw someone coming over, he immediately shouted and rushed over. Kill, 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 kill. Xiao Chun faced the berserk dragon formed by the 3 massacring swords head-on. He personally experienced the state of massacre contained in the swords. The tens of thousands of swords clashed in front of him. Every single sword was ferocious, like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. They roared madly, and their voices converged together. They condensed into tens of thousands of kill characters, rising and falling like the tide, pouring into Xiao Chen's mind, throwing his mind into chaos and giving rise to a chill. Xiao Chen finally understood. When those half-sages faced the berserk dragons formed by the swords, they found it very difficult to deal with them. In the end they all lost. It was not that they were too weak. Rather, it was that this Yanshi San was too strong. The momentum of the massacre sword Dao was too strong. It could kill everything in the world, destroying all life force. As long as one's mental state and mental energy were not as strong as Yanshi San's, they would be like pigs before him, swallowed up by the cold and emotionless massacre sword Dao. No matter how strong one's quintessence was, how many martial techniques, or how many secret treasures one had, if one could not bring out even 70% of one's strength, defeat would be a matter of seconds. Xiao Chun roared, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like a river. As the waves surged, they chased the kill characters out of his mind. Xiao Chun recovered his mental state, and his eyes lit up. A sagely song rang out, echoing in the hall. The sagely song recounted a distant legend. Every time it resounded, history spun, and the ancient epic became even more profound. Essence, chi, and spirit. These three energies merged at the same time. The strength that he grasped also increased rapidly as he watched the three berserk sword dragons fly over. As he looked at the three berserk sword dragons, Xiao Chun took a step forward, not retreating. Instead, he charged forward and punched. Myriad heaven divine fist. Distant legend. A bright, resplendent, and dazzling light condensed into something solid, looking like ink as it shot out. The light clashed with the berserk killing dragons formed by thousands of swords. Heavy sounds reverberated in the hall. Every strand of light and the killing swords fought to the death, like two armies of 10,000 fighting an intense battle on the battlefield. War songs rang out, and a scarlet light spread out like mist. The intense battle gave off horrifying auras that flew everywhere, giving off loud explosions on the ground. The entire hall started trembling intensely. It was like a flash flood or a snowy mountain collapsing. At this critical moment, if one did not flee for their lives, they would suffer a calamity. This was the Heavenly Rock King's Star Grave Palace. Naturally, there would not be a flash flood or a snowy mountain. It was just an atmosphere created by the fight between the two. Several people showed grave expressions as they looked at the two in the air. Horror flickered in their eyes. What kind of demonic genius was this? A fight under martial sage could create such a horrifying atmosphere, deterring people from watching. When everything cleared up and the wind blew over, everyone looked into the distance. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun blocked Yin Shursan's horrifying berserk sword dragons. The massacring berserk sword dragons that terrified the many half-sages and caused them to lose in seconds were blasted into nothingness for the first time. In a head-on clash, they were evenly matched. It's him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chun. Amid the chaos, several people recognized Xiao Chen's appearance. Back then, when he shouted a command in Hunluo City, he forced the evil man Wu Yuankai to retreat. Xiao Chen's name spread throughout Hunluo City. Most of the cultivators here were from Hunluo province. After thinking for a while, they recalled Xiao Chen's identity and origins. When they saw that Xiao Chun was actually able to go against Yin Shursan, they couldn't help but be shocked, and they concentrated their attention and watched. Bai's pure and charming face was filled with joy. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, and she could not help wanting to rush forward and hug Xiao Chun. Don't move. Stand behind me. I'll teach you a lesson later. Do you know how dangerous it was earlier? A familiar voice rang out. Bai showed a bitter expression, feeling somewhat wronged. However, she still obediently took 100 steps back with Mu Xinya and Zhang Zimo. When Xian Yu, who was in the crowd, saw this scene, he had interacted with Bai for a long time. However, he had never seen Bai so obedient before. Jealousy blazed in his heart. I'll let you show off. After Yin Shursan severely injures you, I'll humiliate you ruthlessly. Xian Yu thought to himself as he glanced at Xiao Chun. The black-robed Yin Shursan stood on the stone platform with the heavenly ice sword stuck in it. He stood as straight as a spear, not moving at all. His stern face did not show any expression. Aside from coldness, there was only coldness. Since you are a bladesman, why the need to use the deity race's unorthodox Dao? Yin Shursan narrowed his eyes and rage flashed in them. His gaze was like a sharp knife stabbing at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly to himself. This person probably misunderstood, thinking that Xiao Chun underestimated him. Not only did Xiao Chun not draw his saber, but he even used unorthodox Dao to deal with him. However, Xiao Chun's current situation was that the myriad heaven divine fist merged three kinds of energy. In reality, it already surpassed the original myriad heaven divine fist. It was not much weaker than Xiao Chun's saber techniques. In terms of explosive power and destructive power, the myriad heaven divine fist was even stronger. However, since Yen Shisan said that, Xiao Chun had no intention of letting Yen Shisan continue misunderstanding. If he drew his saber, so be it. In the past few days, Xiao Chun had been practicing the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. Now, he could instantly send out 81 different trajectories. The other party had a peak great perfection sword intent, and Xiao Chun's saber intent had reached 70% comprehension. Saber intent was innately stronger than sword intent. Although Xiao Chun's cultivation realm was weaker, it would not immediately crumble. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chun rode on the blue dragon and slowly grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. The saber technique immediately merged with Xiao Chun's state in the surroundings, encasing Yen Shisan. First, Yen Shisan did not care. Then, his eyes lit up, and his expression slowly turned grave. Unexpectedly, he could not make out the trajectory and position of Xiao Chun's attack. Figures of Xiao Chun holding the saber filled the air. Front, left, right, up, down, it seemed like there was no place where he could draw his saber. Interesting. However, before strong strength, no matter how good a technique is, it is useless. Yen Shisan nodded to himself. He admitted that his drawing the saber was not as good as Xiao Chun's. However, he did not care too much. The absolute difference in strength was too great. Xiao Chun could not use this advantage to finish him off in one move. As long as Xiao Chun could not finish him off in one move, Yen Shisan would be able to do so in an instant. In his opinion, Xiao Chun had only one chance. When Nangong Qiong, who was at the entrance of the distant palace, saw that the two were about to fight, she could not help but feel confused. This Xiao Chun is really worrisome. He looks very gentle and quiet, but when he sees a beautiful woman, he goes completely crazy, daring to offend anyone. That's not right. This young lady believes herself to be an outstanding beauty, no weaker than that little fox. Why is he not reacting to me? What am I thinking? I have to stop them. Otherwise, when we reach the core of the palace, Xiao Chun will not have the strength to help me open the stone steel. Just as Yen Shisan's hand was about to touch his sword hilt, a simple and unadorned wooden umbrella arrived. Nangong Qiong held the umbrella handle and smiled faintly as she appeared beside Xiao Chun. Young Master Shisan, it has been a long time. When Yen Shisan saw Nangong Qiong appear, he was clearly startled. Furthermore, she walked over to Xiao Chun. He sent a voice projection in Qiong, you want to help him? Don't worry about it. In any case, you cannot fight with this person now. Just take your heavenly ice sword and leave. The two quickly exchanged a few words. Then Yen Shisan glanced at Bai, who was behind Xiao Chun. Then he entered deep thought. Then he gently tossed his black sword forward. Yen Shisan said calmly, my Yin clan does not lack subdivine weapons. However, this heavenly ice sword is the most compatible with my killing sword Dao, so I have to obtain it. The sword in my hand is called Snow Feather. In terms of material, craftsmanship, and charm, it is no weaker than the heavenly ice sword. In another 5 years, it will definitely become a subdivine weapon. I'll give it to the young lady behind you. Yen Shisan gently tossed the Snow Feather sword, and strands of black light peeled off like paint. This was the killing chi that Yen Shisan had tempered on it for many years. When the black light scattered, the Snow Feather sword returned to its original appearance. It was as white as snow, untainted by dust, and its cold light was withdrawn. Xiao Chun received the Snow Feather sword and looked at Yen Shisan. Then he looked at Nangong Qiong, who was feigning ignorance, and he seemed to understand something. Chapter 763. However, Xiao Chun was even more shocked at Nangong Qiong's identity. To think that she could make the proud and unfathomable Yen Shisan make such a concession. Since you already condensed the sword heart, I believe you will not bury the Snow Feather sword. Its glory will be on you from now on. Yin Shisan did not say anything more. He grasped the heavenly ice sword's hilt and looked coldly at the surrounding crowd, like he was asking if anyone was still unconvinced. After seeing Yin Shisan's strength, who would dare to seek trouble? They all avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Boom! Yin Shisan drew the heavenly ice sword and soared into the sky. He sent out a massacring sword light and broke through the roof of the palace. Yin Shisan's figure flickered, and he turned into a beam of black light, vanishing from this place. Just when everyone thought that there would be peace for a while, the stone platform with the heavenly ice sword in it exploded into dust. Clumps of dazzling light shot out as the stone platform crumbled. They were like majestic heavenly rocks spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. The light was dazzling, more than 100 of them. A vast emperor's might layered over each other and spread throughout the vast palace, making breathing difficult. An emperor painting piece. It really is a painting piece of the great rock spreading wings. There are so many painting pieces. We struck it rich. After a moment of silence, all the cultivators in the hall roared crazily, causing a commotion in the crowd. The impatient cultivators leaped into the air and reached out to grab the painting pieces. Bang! 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 Miserable cries rang out. Not only did people get injured by the energy contained in the painting pieces, but they were also injured by sneak attacks. The entire place turned chaotic. Nangong Cheong said softly, "Along the way we only found one painting piece, so they were all hidden here." Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he looked at the chaotic scene. He did not know if Yin Shisan expected such a thing to happen after he left. However, even if he did, given Yin Shisan's character, he would not change his mind for these painting pieces. After retreating to the back with Bai's group, Xiao Chun handed the snow feather sword to Bai and said, "Brother Jiang, Miss Mu, Bai will be in your care." Jiang Zimo nodded and said, "Brother Xiao, don't worry. You should be careful as well." Bai knew what Xiao Chun meant. He wanted to protect her. She hated herself for not living up to his expectations. Brother Xiao Chun was worried about her. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He turned around and left on his dragon, joining the group fighting for the map fragments. Xiao Chun's cultivation was still lingering around late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. This painting piece was very important to him. This might be his opportunity to become a half-saint, so he had to fight for it. Looking around, the two most eye-catching people in the sky were undoubtedly the little heavenly monkey Feng and the silver moon spirit fox race's Xian Yu. Those who fought with them for the map pieces all ended up in a miserable state. In a short period of time, the two of them had already snatched 5 or 6 map fragments, sending quite a few ignorant people flying. Xiao Chun stood like a soaring dragon, looking at the dazzling map fragments dancing in the sky. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and firmly grabbed a map fragment that flew past him. A strong shockwave surged out, knocking away the nearby cultivators. Even the little heavenly monkey Feng needed at least 3 attempts before he could completely subdue a map fragment. Xiao Chun used his full power, using both his mental energy and quintessence at the same time to succeed on his first try. Boom! 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 Shock waves surged endlessly. Xiao Chun quickly made his move, succeeding 10 times out of 10. In a few breaths, he caught up to Xian Yu and the little heavenly monkey. After a while, Xiao Chun obtained 20 map fragments. The little heavenly monkey and Xian Yu combined did not even reach half of Xiao Chen's. Such a ferocious display finally attracted everyone's attention. They were dumbfounded as they watched Xiao Chen harvest the map fragments in an extremely tyrannical manner. This is too monstrous. Is he even going to let us live? Damn it. From the looks of it, he is going to snatch away at least half of the map fragments. The originally chaotic scene of a chaotic fight between experts now turned into Xiao Chen's solo performance. No one could stop him from harvesting the map fragments. The little heavenly monkey's pearl-like eyes revealed a strange chill. This fellow is too exaggerated. Hu Qi. Xian Yu, who had long found Xiao Chun an eyesore, snorted coldly. While Xiao Chun was not paying attention, he quickly flew towards him and stretched out his hand, trying to snatch a map fragment behind him. Xiao Chun smiled coldly. Without even turning around, he grabbed the painting piece with the backhand of his hand. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a surging shock wave burst out as he caught a painting piece that was flying over. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan grabbed 2 map fragments at the same time. Emperor's might spread out. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his white robes fluttered. His entire being radiated an unstoppable sharpness. Xianyu, who originally thought that he would definitely succeed, ended up grabbing nothing. The expression on his face was extremely fascinating. Xiao Chan quickly put away the 2 map fragments into his universe ring. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in another direction, leaving behind Xianyu, who was still in the same posture as before. Riding the dragon dance, Xiao Chan harvested non-stop. Anyone who blocked his way was sent flying. Xianyu clenched his teeth and made up his mind to trick Xiao Chan this time. So he chased after Xiao Chan, not letting go. However, Xiao Chan did not even bother to look at him. Every time Xiao Chan casually grabbed, Xiao Chen's actions would miss, preventing him from grabbing anything. 10 minutes later, not a single map fragment remained in the Great Hall. Xiao Chan had already swept through all of them. Naturally, the biggest winner was Xiao Chan. Of the 100 Great Rock Spreading Wings painting pieces, Xiao Chan had swept through 60 of them, more than everyone else combined. The Great Hall fell silent. Without exception, everyone's gazes focused on Xiao Chan. There was envy, jealousy, hatred, and even gazes filled with malicious intent. Murderous intent could be seen faintly discernible. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's earlier fight with Yan Shisan, no one dared to take the lead. Although the map fragments were precious, the value of one's life was even higher. Aside from Xiao Chan, Little Heavenly Monkey was the cultivator who had obtained the most map fragments. He gave Xiao Chan a deep look with his gem-like eyes before leaving without looking back. At this moment, Little Heavenly Monkey had to admit that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to hold back Xiao Chan. He might even get killed by Xiao Chan and snatch away his map fragment. The cruel reality made him feel somewhat helpless. Originally, he did not care about this person at all. Who could have imagined that he would be his greatest nemesis on this trip? After Little Heavenly Monkey left, sighs came from the crowd as they left unwillingly. Aside from Nangong Qiong, no one else knew about the core map fragment. Seeing that the map fragments were all distributed, the crowd could only leave this place regretfully. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. You obtained 60 map fragments. No one can stop you from showing off your might. Nangong Qiong said softly as she appeared out of nowhere. She revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chan had expected this girl to say this long ago. He smiled faintly and ignored her. He walked over to Bai and the other 2 and took out 30 map fragments, distributing them to the 3. Xiao Chan had already suppressed the map fragments, so there was no need to continue suppressing them. The 3 put away the map fragments and thanked Xiao Chan with cupped fist salutes. The map fragments formed from the comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor were incredibly precious. The 3 were not unreasonable people. Furthermore, they were familiar with Xiao Chen's character, so they would not reject it. Xianyu's face darkened as he walked over with his second uncle. His lips twitched a few times before he squeezed out a smile. I have always heard Bai mention you. Now that I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Xianyu originally thought that Yan Shisan would kill Xiao Chan. Who could have imagined that not only did Yan Shisan not injure Xiao Chan, but he even gave face to Xiao Chan and gave the snow feather sword to Bai. After that, Xiao Chan displayed his skills and obtained 60 map fragments, completely overshadowing Xianyu. Now when Xianyu saw the ambiguous expression in Bai's eyes, he could not hide it. Xianyu wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chan. However, he was not strong enough. Furthermore, he did not dare to fall out with Bai. The conflicted expression on Xianyu's handsome face was obvious. Xiao Chan greeted indifferently. Then he started chatting with Bai, lecturing her not to be rash in the future. Bai understands. The next time we meet, Bai will definitely not stand behind elder brother Xiao Chan. When Xiao Bai saw that familiar face and heard that familiar voice, she felt that her elder brother Xiao Chan was the same as before. Nothing had changed. She felt that it was enough. When Xianyu, who was at the side, saw Bai's meek appearance, the flames in his eyes seemed to be about to spew out. If looks could kill, Xiao Chan would have died 10,000 times already. Unfortunately, looks could not kill. At the very least, Xianyu's could not. After saying a few words to Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya, Xiaochun bid them farewell. Nangongcheng appeared at an appropriate time. She smiled and said, "Tsk, you are really generous. You casually gave me half of the map fragment. Young Master Xiao, I discovered that I can no longer see through you." Xiaochun said casually, "How can I see through you? Cut the chatter. Bring me to the central hall of the Grave Palace. After I help you break the door, we will be even." When Nangongcheng heard the words central hall, she was no longer in the mood to joke around. She activated the many hidden mechanisms and led Xiaochun in circles. Finally, they arrived before a heavy stone door. The stone door was pure black. Aside from being heavy, it looked very ordinary. Nangongcheng's expression turned grave. She said sullenly, "This is the heavenly cloud stone. It can absorb a cultivator's quintessence. The central control hall of the Grave Palace is inside. Unless one is a descendant of the heavenly rock race, no one can open the door even if they find the mechanism. They can only break it by force." The heavenly cloud stone was one of the mysterious stones of the starry heavens. Xiaochun had heard of it before. Human cultivator's quintessence, fiend race cultivator's fiend essence, and deity race cultivator's mental energy would not be able to cause any damage. Instead, they would become nourishment for it, making it even harder. Only the purest form of brute force, what was commonly known as force, could shatter it. According to the quality of the heavenly cloud stone, the amount of force it could withstand varied. Since the heavenly rock king had found this heavenly cloud stone, its quality would definitely not be low. This is a sage-grade heavenly cloud stone. It can withstand 1,000 tons of force without shattering. However, to young Master Xiao, this should be a piece of cake. Nangongcheng glanced at Xiaochun. She smiled faintly, looking fresh and refined. Her smooth, jade-like face did not appear to be fawning. Instead, she looked very charming. Under such flattery, a regular man would rush forward and smash the heavenly cloud stone with a punch. Chapter 764. As Xiaochun looked at the stone door made of heavenly cloud rock, he remained unmoved. He said calmly, "You can give me the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill now, right? Strange. Is this lady's charm really not comparable to that little fox's?" Naturally, Nangongcheng did not care about a breaking sage pill. However, when she saw Xiaochun offend Yin Shisan for Bai's sake, she felt somewhat upset. She wanted to test Xiaochun, who knew he would be so uncooperative. However, this was just a girl's own thoughts. It was not about liking or disliking someone. Xiaochun received the breaking sage pill, and his heart thumped heavily. However, his expression did not change, not letting Nangongcheng see anything suspicious. When Xiaochun arrived before the heavenly cloud rock door, he burned his vital qi. His bones gave off crackling sounds as he clenched his right fist tightly. When Xiaochun felt the energy contained in his fist, he shouted and punched. Fist winds howled like thunder. The heavenly cloud rock shattered into countless fragments by Xiaochun, scattering everywhere. A strange light flashed in Nangongcheng's eyes. She casually waved her hand, and all the rocks flying at her were blown to the side. Chi! At the moment when the stone door was broken, an ear-piercing cry came from inside. The sharp cry contained a dense emperor's might that entered one's sea of consciousness. The strength of the emperor's might was not something the painting pieces outside could compare to. Caught off guard, Xiaochun could not help taking a few steps back. He circulated his mental energy with all his might before he managed to block this emperor's might and recover. On the other hand, Nangongcheng seemed to have expected this. When Xiaochun retreated, she advanced instead of retreating, entering the central control room behind the stone door first. Haha! A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I knew that this would be the result. Nangongcheng's somewhat cold voice came from inside. Xiaochun went forward to take a look and discovered a corpse lying at the foot of the wall in the control room filled with all sorts of formations. The blood on the corpse's lips had yet to dry, and its eyes were wide open, filled with dissatisfaction. It was the young master of the Tianpeng race, Mingyu. Above the stone room, a heavenly rock formed by the core painting piece spread its wings and circled around. A faint light spread out, and an emperor's might spread throughout the entire stone room. If Zhang Xian was not wrong, Mingyu must have died from the backlash of eating the map fragment due to his lack of strength. "Young Master Xiao, can you help me subdue this core map piece?" Nangong Chong smiled as she walked over to Xiao Chan. It seemed that he had never said that he would give her the core map fragment. The transaction between the two of them ended the moment Nangong Chong handed over the breaking sage pill, and Xiao Chan helped her open the Heaven Cloud stone door. "Puchi." Just as Xiao Chan was about to reply, Nangong Chong, who was in front of Xiao Chan, suddenly made a move. The heavenly sage laws contained in the sage grade umbrella danced around wildly. Boundless spiritual energy infused into the umbrella, turning into surging quintessence that gave off a dazzling red light. Nangong Chong attacked without any warning. There was no killing chi or quintessence fluctuation. She was fast, ruthless, and accurate, not holding back at all. She wanted to deal a fatal blow, severely injuring Xiao Chan. However, along the way, Xiao Chan had never let down his guard against her. As long as she got within 10 meters of him, his quintessence would automatically circulate throughout his body, ready to deal with her at any time. The instant Nangong Chong made her move, Xiao Chen's body moved almost at the same time, quickly retreating to the back. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, they gave off extremely unpleasant screeching sounds. He left behind afterimages wherever he went. The umbrella was like a sword, piercing forward and shattering the afterimages. Nangong Chong's expression turned cold as she chased relentlessly. Xiao Chan had reached the wall behind him, so he could not retreat for long. Indeed, Xiao Chan could not retreat. However, he had never thought of retreating from the very start. He only wanted to put some distance between himself and Nangong Chong, luring her to continue chasing. The rebound from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram at close range was not easy to endure. 2 beams of light flew out of Xiao Chen's eyes, one purple and one white. The lights chased each other, forming a primal chaos Taiji diagram. The 4 divisions of the sky and the 8 trigrams appeared around the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. The Yin-Yang flame diagram encompassed the entire world. Bang! The tip of the umbrella crashed into the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Suddenly, a golden light shone, and a vast energy surged out, crushing several of the decorations in the control room into powder. The spiritual heavenly rock above felt a dangerous aura. It spread its wings and flew through the stone door. An even more surging quintessence bounced back at Nangong Chong from the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Nangong Chong's pupils constricted, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. She went flying back with a pale complexion. Nangong Chong pushed off the wall and opened the wooden umbrella. Her pale face looked at the slowly fading Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in shock. "Young Master Xiao, it looks like you are really unromantic. To think that you are willing to be so ruthless to a weak girl like me. You have truly broken this lady's heart." Nangong Chong wiped off the blood on her lips and revealed a miserable smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chan smiled coldly to himself. If not for the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram, even if he used the Sage Grade Pagoda at full power, he would have been severely injured by that earlier strike, even with his strong physical body. If it were another person, that person would have been turned to ashes by that umbrella. Xiao Chun raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. "Miss Nangong's attitude is really good. Despite all your schemes, you still ended up with nothing. Now, not only can you not obtain the core painting piece, but you are also injured. I really want to know why you can still smile." Nangong Chong revealed an extremely charming smile. Together with her pale face, she looked like the most eye-catching plum blossom in a vast snowy land. Extremely beautiful. "Young Master Xiao, don't you feel that there is something wrong with the position you are standing in?" Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. Then he quickly sized up his surroundings. The stone room could not be considered narrow. Because he had dodged Nangong Chong's attack earlier, he had retreated to the deepest part of the stone room. Nangong Chong, who had been chasing after Xiao Chun, was knocked to the top of the stone door by the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he immediately figured out the problem. "Haha, it is already too late to figure it out now." Nangong Chong laughed and put away the wooden umbrella. Then her feet, which were stuck to the wall, moved slightly, and she flipped around, flying through the stone door. After Nangong Chong landed, a jade strip appeared in her hand. Then she quickly formed hand seals. Bang! Following closely behind, Xiao Chun arrived before the stone door like a strong gust of wind. A formless barrier appeared, and Xiao Chan crashed into it miserably, giving off a loud sound. Nangong Cheong put away the jade strip and looked at Xiao Chan, who was knocked back. Then she rested the wooden umbrella on her shoulder and smiled gently. Young Master Xiao, if we are fated, we should be able to meet again. Next time I will do bad things with you. I'm going to subdue the core painting piece. Young Master Xiao, you should cultivate properly in there. Let's see if you can break this barrier that even inferior grade martial sages cannot break in 100 years. Remember, this lady is called Ing Cheong, not Nangong Cheong. Her bell-like laughter was like a clear stream on a high mountain. Ing Cheong opened the wooden umbrella and gently leaped up, disappearing from Xiao Chen's sight. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chan, who was trapped in the stone room. She felt helpless. After a long time she said, "Idiot master, I just knew that this woman would sell you out. It is not about selling or not selling." Xiao Chen's face was still somewhat sore. That earlier collision was too fast. He touched the formless barrier and said indifferently, "Schemes are also skills. If my skills are not as good as hers, there is nothing more to say." Xiao Chan did not feel much hatred for Nangong Cheong's actions. From the very start, he knew that this girl was not someone to offend and was not a kind person. Xiao Chan had made preparations long ago. However, he had not expected that he would still fall into this girl's hands and let her snatch away the core painting piece. However, as long as his clothes remained unchanged, he would find this girl sooner or later and make up for this loss. Right now, the most crucial thing was to figure out how to get out. Xiao Chan withdrew his hand, and a grave expression appeared on his delicate face. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. Suddenly, a bright golden light burst forth from Xiao Chen's body. A beam of divine light entered his body, causing his aura to soar continuously. He was like a deity walking in the mortal world, worshipping all things. Bang! A punch with tenfold combat prowess from deities descending struck the faint light barrier. There was a loud sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. Xiao Chan flew back in an even more miserable state. Some ripples appeared on the formless light barrier before it calmed down. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged endlessly. The rebound nearly caused internal injuries to all of his internal organs. Xiao Chan finally experienced what it was like to face the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. Young Master Xiao, just stay here and cultivate properly. Even an inferior grade martial sage would not be able to break this barrier. When Xiao Chan recalled Ing Cheong's voice, he could not help but feel somewhat dispirited. Even a punch with tenfold combat prowess did not budge. Could it be that I have to use the strength character formula? The strength character formula increased his combat prowess by 33 times. If I could not break this barrier, the rebound would probably kill me. When Xiao Chan thought of the consequences, he immediately gave up. Since ancient times, geniuses had all sorts of deaths. However, he had never heard of anyone killing themselves. He did not want to be the first. Xiao Chan recovered from his injuries and said, "It looks like I will have to stay here for a long time." Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "You are really optimistic. Do you really think that you can break through to martial sage before you starve to death? There is always a way out. There will always be a way out. Furthermore, I do not have to cultivate to martial sage. After I am a half-sage, I should be able to execute deities descending." Xiao Chan tidied up and took out a prayer mat from his universe ring. Then, he took out a few superior grade spirit gathering pearls and entered a state of cultivation. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit that Xiao Chan consumed previously still had medicinal energy lingering in the depths of his bloodline. As long as he entered a state of cultivation, it would slowly take effect. The effects were not as intense as they were initially. However, it allowed Xiao Chan to achieve twice the results with half the effort. His cultivation improved rapidly. Right now, Xiao Chan was already a middle-stage superior grade martial monarch. When he used up all the remaining medicinal energy, he should be able to advance to late-stage superior grade martial monarch. At that time, when he cultivated to peak late-stage superior grade martial monarch and used the 30-odd painting pieces, he would definitely be able to break through to half-sage in one go. Chapter 765. Therefore, Xiao Chan was quite optimistic about his future. Half a month later, A group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the desert outside the Stargrave Palace. These people wore black robes and radiated baleful auras. Their cultivations were deep and strong. All of them were actually loose cultivators. Furthermore, none of them were weaker than Wu Yuan Kai. There were more than 30 of them. With such a strong force working together, aside from Enjuanxi, any of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain would have to retreat. The person in the lead was Xian Yu of the Silver Moon Fox clan. At this moment his face was dark and his handsome face was terrifying. There was no trace of his usual gentleness. Xiao! A figure flew down from the sky. It was Xian Yu's second uncle. After leaving the Star Tomb Palace, this person had been guarding outside and had not left. Xian Yu looked at the huge palace grave and said, "Second uncle, it's been half a month. Is that white-robed brat really not out yet?" "It's absolutely true. I've been guarding for half a month, but I haven't seen him at all. The woman who was with him has already come out, but he still hasn't come out." Xian Yu could not help feeling surprised. The Heavenly Rock Race's people had already emptied out all the treasures in the Stargrave Palace. They had also searched through all the painting pieces. The place was now completely empty. What was Xiao Chan doing in there? Could it be that he wanted to take away this grave palace? This was the grave palace of a sovereign martial emperor. Unless Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to erase the Heavenly Rock King's mark. Forget it. He will come out sooner or later. I don't believe he can hide forever. Xian Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill Xiao Chan and tear him into pieces. After leaving the palace grave, Bai's attitude toward him became even colder. Before, he would say a few words to him out of politeness. Now he didn't even say a word. Bai had magic skills and was valued by the Fox King. He had many pursuers, but Xian Yu always felt that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. In his heart, Bai would be his sooner or later. Who knew that after he met Xiao Chen, he would suffer all kinds of setbacks, which made him feel that there was a serious gap in his arrogance. After leaving the Stargrave Palace, he could no longer suppress his desire to kill Xiao Chun. After discussing it with his second uncle, he immediately received his second uncle's support. After spending a large sum of money to invite most of the half-sages in the vicinity of Hunluo province and informing Xiao Chan that he had more than 60 emperor's painting pieces, the group of half-sages was extremely tempted. The middle-aged man glanced behind him at the overwhelming baleful aura, the red light of heavenly sage laws, and the many loose cultivators behind him. After some thought, Xian Yu said, "Xian Yu, even if these people work together to kill him, there will be no problem. However, if that person steels himself to flee, he might still have a chance of survival." The corners of Xian Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered. "I've already notified my father. He agreed to send a senior elder over. At that time, if this person is unable to kill that brat, that senior elder will personally take action." Xian Yu's clan had some power in the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. All the senior elders in the clan were at least inferior grade martial sages. Before a martial sage, no matter how strong Xiao Chan was, he would not be able to do anything. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, "It looks like the clan head is an understanding person. As long as you can truly obtain Bai and establish a connection with the Fox King, this bit of capital is definitely worth it." "Second uncle, should we charge in directly? Waiting like this will be too passive." "Absolutely not. The Grave Palace is too big. After we enter, these people will immediately scatter. That will give that brat an opportunity to counterattack." Xian Yu nodded and said, "I never thought of that. In that case, let's just wait here and wait for him to come out. It would be best if the senior elder does not make a move. That way, even if something happens, we can push the blame onto a group of loose cultivators. That way, the Haotian sect will not come looking for trouble." Another half a month passed. Xiao Chun slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation. After 1 month of bitter cultivation and exhausting all the spirit-gathering pearls on him, he finally advanced to peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. He was only 1 step shy of advancing to half-sage. The most important thing was that Xiao Chun had completely calmed down. From the time he left the Haotian sect until now, he had not stopped for even a moment. First, He had fought with ferocious beasts in the savage beast forest. Then, he had pitted his wits against two old fellows. Finally, he had offended the magnificent fiend Hall for some reason. After arriving at this Stargrave Palace, Xiao Chan had been fighting non-stop. He had even run into a woman comparable to a spirit. One could say that he was constantly on high alert. Although he was trapped in this small stone room, outsiders could not enter. Could be considered an absolutely safe place. Xiao Chan could calm down and reflect on his experiences in the past 3 months. He did not need to think about anything else. Dragons were trapped in a dangerous land with no way out. However, if one looked at it from another perspective, a dangerous land might be a blessed land. 4 days later, Xiao Chan sorted out all the comprehensions and experiences he had gained in the past few months. While his cultivation did not increase, his pitch-black eyes appeared even deeper. His accumulations had become much more stable. With a flip of his hand, a painting piece of the great rock spreading wings appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. He muttered to himself, "It is time to absorb this painting piece and advance to half-sage." The great rock spreading wings painting was the comprehension that the heavenly rock king, a sovereign fiend emperor, materialized before his death. It contained the emperor's might and strong heavenly laws of a powerful expert. Although this was only a painting piece in Xiao Chen's hand and not the core painting piece, it was still worth cities, a treasure that could tempt even martial sages. Xiao Chan held the painting piece and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to carefully comprehend the various mysteries contained in it. As Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly sank into it, he felt like he was in a vast and boundless scene. When Xiao Chan looked at it directly, the scene was hazy and ever-changing. He could not make out what it was at all. Was it a desert? Was it a vast ocean? Was it the sky? Or was it a boundless starry sky? Xiao Chan could only feel the vastness, the boundless vastness. When he was in it, he felt like he was not even a drop in the ocean. He was so insignificant that he could not even describe it. Voices resounded in the primal chaos. Those voices seemed to be muttering to themselves, but they also seemed to be lecturing their relatives and juniors, as well as their comprehension and understanding of the martial Tao. The information was chaotic, turning into thousands of beams of light of different colors. They flew before Xiao Chen's eyes, weaving together. This made it hard for him to choose. Xiao Chan, focus your mind. Ignore the white beams of light. Those are the trifling matters of the heavenly rock king's life. Ignore the black beams of light as well. Those are the dark side of the heavenly rock king. You are not an evil cultivator. If you try to grab them, your mind will be in chaos. Don't touch the red beams of light either. That is the heavenly rock king's evil chi. Even if you try to grab them, you will not gain anything. The purple beams of light are the heavenly rock king's comprehensions of some martial techniques. You can grab them, but you cannot blindly grab them. There are very few blue beams of light, but you cannot miss them. That is the heavenly rock king's cultivation. After you obtain them, you can directly increase your cultivation. There are even fewer golden beams of light, but you cannot miss them. That is the heavenly rock king's heavenly laws. After you obtain them, you can directly comprehend heavenly sage laws. You only have 3 chances to make a move before the painting piece runs out of energy and disappears from the world. Just as Xiao Chan was at a loss, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind, explaining the meaning of the various beams of light. The thousands of beams of light slowly became clearer. Xiao Chen's expression also calmed down as he started to observe carefully. Most of the beams of light were white, at least 90%. Next were black and red. There were very few beams of light that were truly useful. As for the golden beams of light, Xiao Chan could only see a blurry figure. He could not be sure if there were any. Whoosh! After observing for a long time, Xiao Chan finally made a move. He caught a purple beam of light in his hand. In that instant, he gained some knowledge of spear techniques. He could not help but feel disappointed. Xiao Chan practiced saber techniques and fist techniques. Spear techniques were only of some use to him. This was equivalent to wasting an opportunity. The second time Xiao Chan made a move, he wanted to catch a blue beam of light. In the end, he was too slow and caught a white beam of light. Some of the heavenly rock king's trivial matters appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He had wasted another opportunity. There was only one opportunity. Xiao Chun focused all his attention. As he looked at the thousands of beams of light dancing around before him, he no longer dared to make a move casually. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun made a move at lightning speed. However, he caught nothing. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and the painting piece in his hand turned into motes of light. Then they rose into the air and slowly disappeared. A painting piece had been wasted just like that. Xiao Chun could not help feeling that it was a pity. He said, "There are too many chaotic beams of light. It looks like the emperor's painting pieces are overrated." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It is not that incredible in the first place. Didn't you see that Nangong girl? She did not even look at these painting pieces. The true essence is all in the core painting piece. Even with more than 100 painting pieces added together, they are not as valuable as one core painting piece." It looked like Xiao Chun had suffered a great loss this time. He had crushed his way here, sweeping through the place. After working so hard for so long, that girl took away the bulk of it. However, never mind. After all, he had 30 painting pieces. He had plenty of opportunities to familiarize himself with them. He was much better than those who only had 4 or 5 painting pieces or 1 painting piece. Following that, Xiao Chun continued absorbing the painting pieces. With his first experience, Xiao Chun was much more accustomed to the same situation the second time. After using up 10 painting pieces, Xiao Chun finally caught hold of 2 beams of blue light. Kasie. It seemed like a formless bottleneck in his body had been broken. With a huangdang sound, the shackles broke. His body, which was a container, became 10 times larger than before. He could vaguely see a flickering door in his body, about to open. That was the door of sages. Once it opened, he would be able to transcend mortality and become a martial sage. After that, no matter where he went in the Kunlun realm, he would be an overlord. This door had blocked many demonic geniuses. To Xiao Chun, it was still too far away. There was no need to think too much about it. Just being able to see it was already pretty good. I finally advanced to half sage. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, he revealed an expression of joy. He had refined his quintessence twice in each of the 3 grades of martial monarch. His foundation was already incredibly firm. If not for this, he would have advanced to half sage long ago. He would not have needed to wait so long. However, now that he had accumulated enough, the benefits he gained far surpassed that of ordinary people. The moment